Kenny's trying to stream early. I'm trying, okay? It's difficult. I woke up at like 2 p.m. today. I'm trying out here. Holy moly. I played another game with Darren, but I ended with one game, okay? Darren was like, you down for one game? And I was like, I'm down for one game. It was just a long game and I couldn't fall asleep after that. Listen, it's my brain. I need somebody. Could I get one of y'all to like stay around my apartment, at least nearby? I'll keep the door unlocked. Y'all can come in here at night, and at a certain hour, I want you to take a bat and bonk me on the head and send me to sleep, because I cannot fall asleep. I can't fall asleep when I want to. I can't do it. My brain is like, I'm spending like a relaxing evening watching something, and as soon as I want to go to bed, then my brain's like, anxiety. It's impossible. There's so much to think about. So much to think about. What if we all exploded? I'm just kidding. I don't think about stuff like that. But, you know, brain's busy. Brain's thinking. I mean, that's what it's made for. Just don't stop. It just keeps on going. I'm going to make the questionable choice of drinking some more coffee. I'm going to grab some. Everybody, grab yourself a drink. I'll be right back. Hey! What's happening in here? I heard something. Who was that? Hey! How half aches? Yo, thanks for the follow. What's up? What's up? Welcome. There we go. I'm just putting some pizza in the room. Yeah. Just in case I want to nosh on some pizza during the stream, I've got it. It's available for noshing. Oi. Shiny, what's up? How are you doing? Shiny's here. Kareem, did you say, you're gonna sad? I've been missing a lot of Kenna. You have to watch those VODs? No worries. No worries. There's also lots of people that aren't watching. Oh, there we go. Turn on my camera. There's lots of people that are not watching Kenna because of, they don't want to watch spoilers. And I totally understand that. It's, it should be a great game. So like, yeah, it's a story that's worth seeing all of. And in fact, if you want Shiny, and not Shiny, I'm sorry. Shiny's only been here at the very beginning. Kareem, if you really want to watch it, you can always go on YouTube and like watch one of those things where they play all of the different cinematic cutscenes and they chop them all together. You could totally watch it like that and it'd probably be really enjoyable. Because I mean, the boss fights don't matter. You're doing good. You're going to be lurking and playing some Apex. Hey, enjoy Shiny. I hope you get all the dubs. Kill all the scrubs. Killing all the scrubs, getting all the dubs. I wish that I would play more on my PS4. I need to plug that sucker in so that I can play some Apex on there. Because I enjoy Apex. It's just, playing with a mouse and keyboard make me so mad. We'll do my best. Yes, kill them all. As you can see, I'm a fashion icon today. A fashion icon. I expect everybody to be wearing this next week. I'm sure that all streamers will be. Nah, I just want to watch Kenny play it. What? You don't even care about the story, Kareem. You just want to hang out with friends. Shaking my head. Off to dinner I go. Glad that I could chat for a minute. Hope to be later, but dinner reservations aren't for another 4 hours. Oh, snap. I mean, we'll see. We'll see if we see you. Bye-bye. See you later. Bye, Kareem. Get out of here. Get out of here. Have some fun. Your schedule's all messed up and now Click did a morning stream today? Oh, no. You woke up early? You're waking up early. Kim, you're starting to adjust to a real lifestyle, and this is totally unacceptable. If you actually go to sleep at the right time, then all of our plans are ruined. All of our plans will be ruined. Slimy Salamander, what's up? How are you doing? Are you down for some games and chill? You down for games and chill? No, thanks. I don't think I have a white shirt. What? A white shirt and jeans? Look. Icon. 100%. Yes, icon. This is the style. This is the style for sure. You guys, How's your day going? What's up, everybody? It is Friday. Oh my gosh, I cannot believe. Every single day I'm shocked. Every day that goes by, we drift closer and closer. I can't believe it. And we're getting closer to the Mario movie. Every day is another day of my life without Chris Pratt as Mario. Every day is now a ticking time bomb until I see Mario voiced by Chris Pratt. I haven't seen any clips. They don't exist yet, I don't think. But we're losing time, you guys. Every day is a step into the darkness, and there's no escape because it's happening. And Jack Black as Bowser. I mean, to be honest, with the Jack Black as Bowser thing, that one is 100% up to voice direction, in my opinion. I think that there are scenarios where I can imagine Jack Black making a fine Bowser, but it depends on I guess the writing and the voice direction. I don't know what voice he's gonna do or how the character is gonna be played. Like, it could be good. I can see that being good. I can't see Chris Pratt as Mario being good. I can't imagine it. I'm not that imaginative of a person, but with all of my imagination, I can't think of Chris Pratt working. I saw somewhere that they were saying that J.K. Simmons would have make a cool Bowser, which I agree. J.K. Simmons sounds super angry, and that would be a fun voice. J.K. Simmons, like, screaming all the time would be pretty funny, I would admit. What do you think about DK's voice choice? I don't think I've ever heard, I've never heard, what's his name? The guy is doing... I've never heard him do a different voice, so I can't imagine that he'd be able to do anything else, right? Parker! Yeah, exactly! Mario, I want pictures of Spider-Man! Mario! Yeah, I could see him doing a pretty good one, right? What do you think? Also, hi, Akimic. What an arrival. And Toad, again, it's up to voice direction. I don't know. Key is funny, and Toad's a minor character, so I'm not so worried about that. I don't know. I mean, it depends on what kind of voice they're doing. Like, can Key do a Toad impression? I doubt they're going to have him do one. I bet that they're just going to have him doing his funny voice. I mean, he is funny. I guess it depends on if Toad is freaking cringe. I mean, he could be. Depends on how they write it. I mean, that could be funny, I bet. I bet it could be funny. And I just thought of a scenario where they had, where like DK shows up and they're like, what's wrong with you, DK? What's wrong? Did you eat a rotten banana? And he's like, like, I mean, it could be funny. I just doubt that it will be. It could be done well, but I don't think it is going to be. I freaking doubt it. Maybe it could be funny. You haven't been here in a while, but Kenny looks different. I've got a mustache right now. It'll be gone soon enough. What's up, JT? Hey, JT, nice to see you again. I saw you vibing over on the streamies that I left you on. You like that dogfish? You like that dogfish? I got some friends. I'm always happy to see like people vibing with the streams that I raid. People like following the streams that I raid. Makes me happy. Makes me feel like I'm spreading the beans around. Like I'm being a curator of good streamers for you. Hey, Tayaki-san, how are you doing? What's up? It's Nunny. How are you doing? I hope y'all are doing fantastic. Dogfish is a funny bean. He's a good bean. He's a good bean. We love Dogfish. You're not a fan of the Chris Pratt Mario, and I do not like Chris Pratt as a person. As a human being, if I could pick one, listen, I don't want Chris Pratt to be in pain. I do not want Chris Pratt to suffer. I don't want him to die. I just want him to be gone. I want somebody to snap their fingers and for Chris Pratt to have never existed, or to be transferred to an alternate reality where he can live out his life and in the mediocrity that he's doing now. I don't want bad for him, but I just want him to be gone. Do you know what I mean? Seth Rogen has one voice and it's his. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they could play his voice for laughs. That's what I'm saying, Alk. Like, they're not going to, but it would be funny. It would be funny if like they made DK be like, obviously wrong or something. Like if they made the fact that Seth Rogen's voice is heard like a joke, if they made that a joke, that could be kind of funny. That could be a little bit funny. I would laugh at that. I'm thinking of like, I guess they could make the Mario movie where maybe like the Mario characters exist and then all of these people got forced into these Mario characters and Chris Pratt's like, what? I'm Mario. I don't even sound Italian. Like even that I think would be funnier than what's going to happen. And that wouldn't be very funny in and of itself. I just see it being extremely mediocre and making loads of money and being 100% just them trying to boost their IP and make money. I don't see anything else. Oh no, not another Jumanji. Better than what's probably going to happen. I think that those would both be bad, wouldn't they? They would both be horrible, but I don't know. At least with Jumanji, I could in my brain figure out why they picked those voices. But that would only justify the voices. It wouldn't make the story any good. Yeah, they're just doing it for money, I'm pretty sure. So I kind of made my peace with it. I watched most of the direct, and I made my peace with the fact that they're just trying to make money. And also, I didn't actually know that Illumination was doing it, and that makes it make a lot more sense, honestly. I don't like Illumination that much, but they are a money-making studio. They know how to make that green. So I know that they're going to, almost all of their budget has probably been used on the voice actors. They did it 100% for marketing, and they had to pay ridiculous prices to get those people. So probably most of the budget is just towards the voice actors. They're going to minimize everything else, and then they're just going to make maximum money by plastering it everywhere. I mean, I understand why they're doing it now. I think I feel better about it. Illumination runs off the fact that they created Minions and Despicable Me. Yeah, but I have seen a lot of stuff that's like breaking down their business practices, and they're very smart. They make very, very low cost animation, and they make loads of cash. So I mean, they're smart. They seem like they're a smart choice if you're just trying to make money. You know, the studio that did animation for Kenna also did it for Illumination. I mean, yeah, like studios do art for all sorts of things. Like tons of American animation is actually done in Korea, and they just have small Korean studios that do like almost all of the animation for tons and tons of American stuff. So that does not surprise me at all. They probably make money because of Mario and Nintendo. Yeah, like having it's only funny because they're using two things, kind of like the Grinch. Like they used the fame of the Grinch and the recognizability of that IP, and then they also used Benedict Cumberbatch so that they could like drive it home, and then they made tons of money. So now they're taking the IP of Mario, which everybody knows the world over, and then they're making popular people as well. So it makes sense. You're gonna leave work a bit early. All right, we'll see you soon, Calico. Peace. Bye-bye. Yeah, the majority of American cartoons done in Korean studios. Yep, just kind of standard practice. So I don't know. I'm much less mad about it now. Yesterday, I was livid, and now I can kind of see the humor of it. I watched some funny reactions, and I get it. It's capitalism. It's just what we live under. So it'll be fine. It's just a movie. But the more that I think about it, I can't imagine Chris Pratt as Mario. I feel like I have to watch this movie. I feel like I can't. I don't think that I can avoid it. I think I can avoid it because I'm so curious now. You're skipping it? I don't want to give it money, but I am so curious how bad it's going to be. I mean, I'm going to go in expecting for it to be bad and hoping it to be bad so that I can enjoy it for that way. But I don't know. Maybe it'll have some like redeeming qualities or some good characterizations. You wanted to do poorly? I know, but I can't think like that anymore. That's what I thought about Shang-Chi. That's what I thought about Shang-Chi, Alchemic. That's what I think about all movies. I want all these movies that I think are bad to do bad, but I want to watch it. So I feel like I should give in to my desires. I feel like I should let myself live my life without trying to influence them, because I can't do anything. I'm just a drop in the bucket. It's gonna do good no matter what. No matter what, it's gonna do good. Wait, what were your thoughts on Shang-Chi? I actually enjoyed it, Human One. I was avoiding it because I was scared of it, but it was actually pretty good. I liked it. I think I'd give it a 7 or something. I had a good time watching it. There were lots of things that were very frustrating in it, but I mean, I thought it was good. I enjoyed it. It was a fun romp. It was a fun romp. I really didn't like the friend character that the comedy was just her screaming a lot. I didn't like her. If they cut her out, I would have liked the movie a lot more. But I mean, it was still enjoyable. It was definitely worth the ticket. And I loved all of the creatures in Shang-Chi were beautiful. I almost wish that they did more with them, but the ending with the I won't spoil it, but there's an in towards the ending they show off a design that I really love. I really love that final design. Yeah, the creatures were so much fun. I feel like they might be milking it a little bit by showing more of the creatures in the next movie. Maybe if they don't make another Shang-Chi movie, then I might feel better about it. But if they make another one and they show off the creatures more, I'm gonna be like, hey, you should have done that. You should have done that in the first one, because I definitely wanted more of them. More of them. Because the mascot is a squirrel. The what? What mascot is a squirrel? What are you talking about? Hey, Mert, what's up? I haven't missed much. My phone's super laggy this afternoon. No worries, we have not started the game yet. We're about to start it. Oh, it feels like they're definitely going to make more. Maybe, but Marvel is pretty sus. They didn't make that much about Wakanda. They only made, what, 2? Oh, what did Nunny say? Nunny was saying, why do you use acorns? Yeah, because our mascot is a little squirrel, which looks kind of, yeah, some people say fox, cat. What else have they said? They said, yeah, fox, cat. Some people have guessed squirrel. But in general, people think that it's a cat, I think. People think everything is a cat. Everything on Twitch is a cat. Everybody loves cats. I mean, it does kind of look like a cat, I guess. Dog? Did somebody say dog? I mean, I can see that. I don't know. It's so small. It's so small, and it's cute, and it definitely does not look like a normal squirrel. So it makes sense. But yeah, it's the squirrel. I was thinking about getting maybe not getting it done, but editing it myself, of having like a VTuber avatar just for fun. Maybe I would make a fursona, or maybe I would make it squirrel. I can't tell. I don't know which one I want to do, but it would be fun to make like a cutesy character whenever I don't want to turn on the cam, and I can just have a VTuber in the corner. That'd be pretty fun. We'll see. I was thinking about it last night. I might do it. You can see the squirrel now that you know. Yeah, there's some like full pictures that I got done of the squirrel that looks way more squirrel-like. These little tiny ones, they're so small and the proportions are weird. It's impossible to tell. All right, I had to take a call, but now I'm actually up with the chat. Hey, JT, you're back. You're back. Definitely feels like they're making more Shang-Chi. Hopefully they cut out that annoying side character and they just focus on the boy. On the boy. But yeah, Shang-Chi was all right. I enjoyed it. I was trying to avoid all Marvel movies because I was like, I haven't seen Endgame. I don't care about anything past Endgame, but Shang-Chi was a nice romp that didn't seem like it had too much to do with the Marvel world. I was getting frustrated a few years ago whenever, like, at the end of every movie, you'd like enjoy the movie, and at the end you'd have the guy with the eye patch would come in and he's like, we want you for the Avengers. And I was like, can we not? Can we just enjoy movies? Can we just enjoy a movie without having it all tie in? But I mean, some people liked it, so I'm glad that they got their big interlinking story. I guess that I like little episodic things, or little stories that are kind of self-contained. I like little self-contained movies that are good. That's what I want. I want one good movie. But that's not how you make crossovers, and I guess that's not how you make money, because Marvel knows what they're doing, obviously. They always fill it with Easter eggs and the little things that tie it in. Yeah, see, I'm not always a big fan of that. I don't really care about the Marvel universe. I only like the individual films. Like Doctor Strange is so cool. I love the powers. I even like the actors. I love the story. He like has a whole arc where he breaks his hands and stuff. So interesting, so fun. And then at the end, they're like, we need you for the Avengers. And it's like, everything that we just did was just a training montage. That's what it feels like, is that all of the individual movies are just training. They're just training for the real movie coming soon. But we're through that anyway. The real movie's already been released. Sequels are usually bad. What? Is that true? What about Thor Ragnarok? Thor Ragnarok was, I think I liked it maybe more than the other Thor movies, but I mean, they had to set him up. You know what I'm saying? They had to set up my boy. They had to set up, I mean, they had to do it somehow. They couldn't just introduce Thor and just poof him into existence. Don't worry, Eternals is coming. Ah, that makes me mad. I don't want to watch that. I don't want to watch that. I love how they immediately dealt with the thing that everybody thinks, where they're like, why didn't you help with these world-ending things that killed half the population? And their explanation is, we were told not to. We that's against the rules. That's naughty. There will be no interfering with world-ending things, and we're not the deciders of that. So sorry. So sorry. We watched your grandma die. We watched all of your family die because our boss said no, 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 no. That's not gonna make me like those characters. That's for sure. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna fall for that. I join in and I hear, that makes me mad. Oh no, Sappy! I'm sorry, I promise I'm not super bad today. Today I'm doing way better, okay? Pinky promise, no more super salty Earl. I'm totally fine. I've made my peace with the Mario movie. I've made my peace. I just needed some time to process it. It was a cruel trick of fate for me to find out about it while I was live and in kind of a bad mood. Captain Jojo, Doctor Strange is very cool. I like it. I hope that I still like it the second time that I watch it. Wait, my question was, wait, is he mad at me? No, I'm not mad at any of y'all. Y'all are all amazing. I love all of y'all. Y'all are great. Y'all are great. I could never, Savvy. You're a good bean. You want to watch Morbius? Morbius? Do you mean Morpheus in the new Matrix movie? What are you talking about? Morbius, 2022. Jared Leto, biochemist Morbius tries to cure himself of a rare blood disease and inadvertently infects himself with a form of vampirism? I mean, I like vampires. Oh, who is the main guy? Jared Leto, oh my, the Joker himself, and also Michael Keaton. I like Michael Keaton. Morbius is vampire Marvel. Oh, it's a Marvel movie. Well, I mean, maybe it'll be good. I hope so. My anxiety was like, haha, Spike, because I was like, oh, wait a second, who is he talking to? Not you, Savvy. Savvy, how are you doing today? I hope you're doing fantastic. Much love, Savvy. I'm sorry for being confusing. I'm trying to be positive, okay? I'm trying to be positive, all right? It's movies. Movies get me upset, okay? Movies I have opinions on. But people, I love all of y'all beans. Beowulf, how are you doing? What's up? Also, Linz, how are you doing? Hooray! Linz, I hope today has been fantastic for you. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. There are so very few good vampire movies, so I hope that Marvel will at least make it decent. Have you ever seen... What's it called? It's called Von Helsing, and it has Wolverine in it. Have you seen that? It is cheesy as heck. It is so goofy. It is absolutely ridiculous. The story is corny, but it is fun. It is a darn fun movie, and I definitely recommend it. I definitely recommend it to you, Anne. It is funny, fun, goofy. If you go into it just being like, I love vampires and I want to see some action, it is pretty fun. It is pretty fun for sure. Have an A, because I'm just dropping in before I go to sleep. Blue Jay, enjoy your sleep. You better get your buttons out of here and get some rest. Much love, Blue Jay. I hope you sleep well, friendo. Today's been a pretty good day. Nothing crazy. No giant phone calls or anything. Von Helsing is such a guilty pleasure. Yeah, we were talking about guilty pleasures. There's no reason to be guilty, but I know what you mean. Where it's just like, I know it's a bad movie, but I enjoy it. That's totally fine. It's totally fine to enjoy bad movies. I look at it and I can pick it apart and go, this part's dumb, this part's dumb, this part's dumb. But while I'm watching it, I'm like, oh yeah, kill those vampires. That's what I'm talking about. Get them. Yeah, and Hugh Jackman. I definitely do like Hugh Jackman. And I am a little bit of a fanboy, I suppose. If I see Hugh Jackman, I'm automatically like, I like this character, all right. I like it. You did like What We Do in the Shadows? That's supposed to be a comedy, right? That looks funny. I want to watch that. No loan officers sending angry emails and no sorry suckers. goodness, Linz, you have to deal with like some of the most complicated bullcrap at your job. It's crazy. It's crazy. What we do in the shadows is a favorite. A favorite? Isn't that one of the what we do in the shadows? I'd be down to watch this. I'd be down to watch this like tonight. Oh, it's a TV series. Oh, are you talking about the TV? Oh no, that's a new TV series, right? You're talking about the 2014 movie, right? Yeah. Because this has my boys in it. My boys, Jermaine Clement, Taika Waititi. Yes. I want to watch this. It looks so funny, and it's right up my alley. I love Jermaine and Taika. I love both of them. I have to watch it. I can't believe it. It's like the dream team. Two people that I love, and I haven't seen the movie. Shaking my head. I can't believe it. It's a movie, a TV series. Movie was first. Yes. I'm scared of any TV series made out of a. Oh no! Let's watch The Greatest Showman. Just think about it. Hugh Jackman plays the hero that exploits people that have abnormalities. Oh my gosh. No. I don't want to watch anything about that horrible man. That horrible man. Oh no. I'm not gonna let them be like making me like the circus. No way. No way. Not even for Huey. Not even for Huey. I wouldn't do it for Hugh. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hugh. You can only push me so far. I would watch, what's that? I would watch, what is it called? 24601. Your ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. What stole a loaf of bread? 24601. I am singing like this. That movie? What is it? Yeah, Les Mis. I would watch Les Mis for... Or at least I watched half of it for my boy Huey. It's too bad he's not in more of it. You watched The Greatest Showman the other day? Oh my. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. If anybody watches a movie, I hope that they enjoyed it so that they didn't waste any time. I mean, entertainment is entertainment, and I think as long as the movie isn't like extremely morally questionable, I mean, entertainment is entertainment, and if it fills some time and it makes your brain go, then I guess it's a good thing. A hard pass on Les Mis. You don't want to watch some beautiful singing? Some beautiful singing. You had more fun with Cats. Cats was broken, and it was so much fun to watch. There were definitely some times in Cats where I was like, this is too slow. I'm dying because it's boring. But most of it was pretty entertaining for the wrong reasons. I will take a bad movie over a boring movie any day. The French accent was 10 out of 10 crepes. Oh my goodness. Cats is a movie that you can only watch with a group. Could you imagine watching it alone? Oh my goodness. Watching it, it'll be horrible. There'd be nobody to look at. You couldn't look at anybody. It just like have your jaw slack. You would just have to sit there and suffer through it. Les Mis is awful for music. You're looking at Hugh and Russell. Hugh Jackman is a great singer, but they pushed, I mean, it's already been talked to death. I don't know if you've seen the videos, but it's been talked to death how bad they treat the actors in these most recent musicals, like the musical movies. They don't give their actors like the training or the comfort that they need to be able to sing. Yeah, that was definitely their fault. Some movies I just watch with my friends to make fun of them. Yeah. I don't watch too many movies like that, but we need to watch more horrible movies. I'm totally down for that. I'm totally down. It just has to be the right kind of bad. It has to be the kind of bad that's actually somewhat enjoyable. In the zone. What's up? How are you doing? What's up? Good to see you. Did you watch the Nintendo Direct? I skipped through it. I didn't watch the whole thing because I mean, you know, they talk a lot of talk about nothing. But I did see the Bruce. There's a picture of Brewster. I don't even think that's not a fan thing. They're just literally like they had an image of Brewster. Like it does seem like they're totally adding him. I mean, it had his picture. I didn't know that it had his picture. I like clicked through it and I was like, oh, well, that's not a fan theory. They put the image there. Are we gonna try to get some spooky themed movie for spooky season? I know that we're gonna watch. Maybe we'll watch Ghostbusters. We're definitely gonna watch Hocus Pocus. I don't know. You guys can help me come up with some spooky movies. Some spooky movies that will be fun to watch together. Brewster is confirmed. I mean, He's in the image. Like, it would be a very mean tease if he wasn't. Ghostbusters again? I mean, we don't have to. We could watch Ghostbusters 2016 if you want to. Merps, how are you doing? What's up? What did you think about the direct in the zone? I'm curious what you thought. Music is getting so loud recently, but that's okay. But yeah, what did y'all think about the direct if you watched it? I'm super excited about the Nintendo 64 stuff. That's awesome. I mean, I didn't think that it would be an extra money thing, but I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. It seems like it's gonna be. They said it's an updated subscription plan, so that means that you're gonna have to pay monthly for access to the Genesis and 64 content. Like, you have to pay monthly for that. Like, I mean, I initially saw that it was an expansion pack, and I thought that maybe you paid like $40 for it. I thought that might be good. Like, if they made you pay $40 or even $60, which would be a load of cash. I don't know. That's what I expected, but it looks like they said that it'll be an actual subscription thing. I mean, paying for subscription for Nintendo 64 doesn't sound like a good option for most people. That doesn't sound like a smart option for most people, but for me, I'm fine with it. But I'll be like streaming it, so I'll be streaming it, so I can totally justify it in my mind. It doesn't bother me, but that doesn't seem like a great. If I was younger and I wasn't streaming, I probably wouldn't go for that. I'd probably be like, let me buy these games. I don't want a subscription plan to play them. You're gonna play so much Kirby and the Crystal Shards. It actually looks pretty good, Duke. I've been a little disappointed with Kirby in the past. But that one looks pretty fun. They're normally too easy. They're normally too easy and kind of boring. Like they're fun and colorful and interesting, but I don't know. The gameplay is normally just lackluster, but that does look kind of fun. I might be interested in it. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it. I'm looking forward to seeing more. Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School? Is that an animated movie? Let me see. Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School. We could definitely watch something Scooby related. As long as it's not Scoob, I'd be down to watch it. Scooby-Doo and the Ghoul School TV movie. Okay, so it's a TV movie. And it is animated. It's animated and it's got what are the voices? Are they it's got Casey Kasem as Shaggy. Gold, straight up gold. What about the boy? Don Messick. Nice. Okay. So it's got like the cast that I really enjoy. That's good. It's the Scooby and Shaggy that I like. I don't care about anybody else. I only care about Scooby and Shaggy. The rest of them can just have a copy-paste voice. You love it? And the Ghoul School, you specifically know that movie? Is that one specifically good? We can watch the live-action James Gunn. I want to watch those just to laugh at them. They would be very funny. All of the current sub plans are staying. Yes, that's really nice. I did appreciate that they were like, of course, all of the subscription plans will be staying. And I was like, God bless. Thank you, Nintendo. That's very nice of you. Hello, beautiful beans. Hey, Mushroom Gal, what's up? How are you doing? Definitely something like Microsoft would be like, and we're retiring the Nintendo Online program, and we'll be replacing it with Nintendo Plus. That is a very, very Microsoft thing to do. Nintendo Plus will be available soon, and unfortunately, we're going to be stopping our Nintendo Live program, and you can use one of our new subscription services if you're interested in what you already have, but it's going to be more expensive. And Murphs, thank you for the 50 bits. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. So sweet. That's the last of your bits. Murphs, thank you. Mushroom Cal, hope you're doing good. What's up? We're going to play some more Kenna. I am sincerely sorry to all people that want to play this game themselves. All the people that want to play this game themselves, I am sincerely sorry that that you can't watch these streams, but we'll be done soon enough. Maybe a couple more streams, and then bing, bang, boom, we're going to be back to it. Hello, came to lurk while I play this game called Zwei the Ilvard Insura. What? I can't read any of this. Xseed Games. Okay, that explains it. This looks... Ooh. Looks kind of fun. Looks like some serious retro vibes. I hope you have fun with it, Summer. Hope you have fun. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. My attention span is going, brrr, Murphs, turn on some music. Oh, wait, it's hard to turn on music while talking. I promise we're going to get started soon. Oh, maybe not tonight, but soon. I mean, we'll see. Like, we're going to go up the mountain. Let's find out. In fact, let's get started. Why not? Why not? Let's get started. I'll pause the music. Pause the music. Cut the music. Freeze the music. All right, let's launch up Kenna and see what this mountain is. I am interested to start crawling up this mountain. Is there anything that I can turn off before I get started to make my computer run better? It's been absolutely chugging through some of... Oh, I still got uTorrent up. Whoops. Close that uTorrent, Sonny. We ain't downloading torrents live. What do we got? Looks like I think everything's turned off. I can't turn off everything, okay? I have to be able to read chat. You can't concentrate on anything. Oh, Merps. Can you do like some sort of a physical thing, like a push-up or something, or do some jumping jacks or something? Also, maybe Merps, you can something that I like to do whenever I remember to is just take let me see. I personally like to use a notebook. So I just take a notebook whenever I've got too much on my brain, and I just write any thought that comes into my head. I just go, it's like me thinking about myself, if it's me thinking about things that I want to do, if it's things that I want to do, that I like, that I feel like, I just start scribbling it all down as fast as possible. And I barely put periods. I just write. Maybe you could try that, Merps. It does feel good. How many mods do you have? Oh, we have plenty. What? You've been to streams with like no mods. I've got Alchemic is an absolute god mod here all of the time watching over. And then I've got Divey, who is a fantastic mod. We've got Linz, who is like one of the most consistent mods I've ever had in my entire life. And then we've got Risa, who hasn't been here for a little while, but she's 100% trusted. And then we've also got Jedi, who's been here forever and is here for those late night streams. Jedi has the most broken schedule, which is exactly what I need. Exactly what I need. So yes, I've got a fantastic group. A fantastic group of mods. Not the most mods that you've ever seen before, but it's quality over quantity over here for sure. Quality over quantity. We've got loads of help. Wahoo! We might add more mods in the future, especially if I change my gaming times, or if we make the mod job more complicated, then I'd want to ease up for sure. Ooh, I saw that floating anim. There we go. That's that float. Well, I'm flying, you guys. Can I permanently fly? I want to permanently fly, but I don't think that I can. I think that it just eventually is like, oh, you're on the ground. Man, I've got this song stuck in my head. I'm hoping that maybe I can find an edit of it so that I can play it on stream, but I'm scared that it'd get broken. It's called Coffin Nails. Coffin Nails. It's such a jam. Holy moly. Oh, I think I have to interact with it. What's up, Di? How are you doing? You came into compliments. What did you say about me? Oh, what? Di, you're just gonna you'll have to find out for yourself. I'm sorry. Divey, how are you doing, my friend? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. All right, so we're climbing up the mountain. This is the final area in the game, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there should be nothing to the left, nothing to the right. There is only upward, only onward, upward. And it looks like this area is small as crap. You see how big these areas are? Big. Big. Either this area is 100% in the mountain, which would suck, or it's small. Maybe whenever we cross over, it'll show off the map, you guys. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Snow. Snow. Pog. Beautiful. This is way more different than the West. Oh, I hope we get to stay outside a lot. Oh my gosh, that stream is chugging, you guys. It's chugging. 46. I've already lowered the graphics. Mamma mia. VSync's on. Quality's low. How can I lower it more? No, it's minimum. It's a minimum. It's horrible. Unlimited FPS. Wonderful. Maybe I should limit the FPS. Yeah, let's limit the FPS to like 60 and see what happens. Maybe that'll fix it. In fact, let's turn on the quality to like medium. And let's see what happens. Because sometimes, I mean, this is actually high, but it's very strange. But occasionally, games will actually perform better on higher settings for me. I don't know why. Maybe that means that my computer's broken. Maybe that means that my computer's busted. Oh no, that definitely did not help. That definitely did not help. It's now to 20. Okay, let's turn it down again. That's not it. That's not the move. That's not the move. Wrong move. Oh, it still looks awful. Put it back. Put it back. 16, 19. Jesus. I mean, is it the snow particles? Maybe. Ooh. It's so smooth on my screen, but it's bad for you guys. Bad. Okay, well, I mean, the best thing that I can do is change my resolution. But if I do... Okay, I've got an idea. I'm going to change my resolution down to 19 by 1080, and I'll do windowed, and maybe I can make the window fit, but it's going to look weird for a second. See, look, it's small. Okay, now, if I can... Am I allowed to... Is there not a windowed... See, I'll play the game like this, but I'll make it look good for y'all. Not windowed full screen. We want a borderless window, if there is one. Nope, there's only windowed. That's a shame. Yeah, borderless window means that I can, like, do stuff outside of it without it messing with it. But yeah, I'll turn off... actually, I'm just going to window capture it. And that should work. This... Uh-huh. And then let's just make the window fit. Oop. There we go. So I will see it as small on my screen, but it'll be big for y'all. Okay, so this should make it run better if I'm not a dum-dum. A cool 60. I'm watching 60, 46. I mean, it's... Oh, geez. Is it just this one spot? Can I just, like, leave this one area? Can I just leave? Can I buy a PS5 now? Mom, can I buy a PS5 now? No, sweetie, they're all out of stock. Mom! PS5! Mom, please! I'm watching a Windows slideshow! I don't want to play this game on Microsoft PowerPoint! No! No PowerPoint! Okay, my PowerPoint presentation is over, you guys. Hopefully we stay inside of this mountain. I know that I said I wanted exterior. I know that I said that I wanted to be outside, but I changed my mind. I changed my mind. I don't want to play Microsoft PowerPoint on my Linux. Yahoo! It's like the old phrase, any weird looking stream can be offset by cuteness. Oh, what? Divey. Merps, what'd you just say? Big loves to the mods. Yes! Big love to the mods. Yes. I do have technical difficulties. My, yeah, my computer's kind of jacked a little bit. Just a little bit jacked. I wonder if I'm running... Oh, no. I just thought of something. I don't think that I'm running my stream in admin mode anymore. I wonder if I'm still running it in admin mode. That might be it. The one trick that I teach everybody to do. Everybody but myself. I wonder if whenever I restarted it, it turned it off. Because I had it as admin mode. But this is very unusual frame drops. I'm sorry for boring you guys with technical things, but basically if you set it to Windows admin, then it makes the stream more of a priority than the game, essentially. So it'll like make sure that your frame rate looks good instead of my frame rate. But it's working kind of the opposite right now. Like even whenever the graphics chug and they look bad for y'all, they still look good for me. So I think that my computer might be... I think... Talk nerdy to me. I should have the shortcut. Yeah, I should have it set like that, Alchemic. I wonder if I've reset my PC recently and not set it to that. I don't think that it's... I mean, I can literally check right now, but I have to close the window again. I should have it auto set. Yeah, I should have the shortcut set. Properties. I'm looking at it. Let me see. Shortcut, general, compatibility. Should be in here. Let me see. Full screen. Run this program as administrator. I'm not. I restart my PC. I forgot that I reinstalled it onto a new hard drive. I have a new SSD in my computer, and I don't think that I have fixed it. I think that it is unfortunate. Oh wait, is the game crashing? No, it's working. Okay, good. Yep, that's what it is. That's why my frame rate's going down. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm so sorry. I'm trying my best over here. The game could have looked a lot better. It could have looked a lot better, but because I didn't check one checkbox, then it looked bad for all of y'all. I apologize. I will fix that as soon as possible. But I would have to restart the stream right now. I'd have to restart the stream right now, and I don't know if it's worth it. Yeah, it's fine. I just wish that I wish that y'all could have enjoyed the game in even better quality. And that's such an easy fix. Such an easy fix. I mean, I can technically end the stream now, but if we can, let's continue. If it doesn't look awful. I've turned down the settings, so hopefully it looks fine. Thanks for the love, Merps. No worries, no worries. Yeah, we'll do it next time. We'll do it next time. It's okay. It's just something that needs to be managed for sure. It happened that with Skyrim as well. Lower quality? This is a prison! A prison! I don't want to live like this, Earl.
You have come far, Spirit Guide. But what is it that you truly seek?
Sorry, that was a little loud.
What are you hiding? Why are you here? I can feel your true intent. You pretend to care for these spirits, but really, you only serve yourself.
Rude. Not true. Fake news.
You cannot hide your weakness from me.
Fake news. Ridiculous. She's a good bean. I won't listen to this slander. This absolute slander. Scott B, what's up? Kenny, you're awesome. Yes, you. No, you. I said you. Scott, you're so sweet. Much love to Scott. Could we get some hearties in the chat for our friendo Scott? Oi. Scott, you know I love you, don't you? Eyes. They broke our necklace. Look at the love. New commands.
Oh, so all my family's dead. Must be to the ledge. All my friends are dead.
Oh no, everyone's dead. Sad. Oto-san.
Where are you? You can't stay here.
Baby can
Dad, I want to go home. My dad is gone. Can you help me find him?
help yourself.
Don't worry. We can look for him together.
This is his staff. He can't get home without it. Can you carry it for me?
Nom nom. Bubble buddy.
Bubble buddy.
Uh-oh. We're trapped. Face. Whoa, she teleported. Wow. Wow. Excuse me, do you have admin privileges for that TP?
You've traveled a great distance. Crossing over is no easy task.
You two babies.
Toshi's spirit was different. Stronger than the others. You was able to
Wait, is her necklace back?
Toshi wields an untamed power, but that is not why you failed.
Why did we fail?
Corrupt spirits feed on the conflicts within ourselves.
We have to solve ourselves. Before we can solve the world's problems, we have to solve what's going on
My
inside.
father told me stories of the sacred mountain shrine and its connection to the spirit realm.
You need to
After I
meditate
lost
more.
him, I set out to find the shrine, hoping it would make me a better spirit guide. I've always known he was gone, but I thought if I could help enough spirits find peace,
You know, they went too
he
far
would
with this
see
game,
me
you guys.
and be proud.
They went too far, and now I wish that we were Baby Kenna this entire
Spirit
game.
guides have come before you, but they have all failed. Your father would be proud of who you've become.
Though. I hope that it turns out that he's our real dad. And we just have suppressed memories. We both have suppressed memories. He's like a father figure to me. No, Daddy. Don't lie, old man. Don't lie. You know father would be so disappointed.
The fate of our village. He destroyed the sacred creature and broke the natural cycle of the land.
That's not good.
It seems Toshi has hidden his relics.
The guy that just stabbed you is your dad? Could be, Di. It probably is. You're right. I hadn't even thought of that. I wasn't even trying to figure out who it is, but you're probably right. We'll probably free him and he'll be like, oh, daughter, there you are, my sweet. I'm so proud of you. And then you've already stabbed him and he dies in peace. He's like, I'm so glad to see that you've become so powerful, daughter. While holding your shield, you can dash now. Oh, nice. Dad, stab. You're putting your money on that? That's a good guess, my friend. I should have thought of that. The final area is just for the boss, and the gateways are for the spirit world. Indeed. As soon as I saw her teleport through that wall, I was like, I see. So we've got to go through each one of these gateways. We've got to go do a thing. Toshi's love. Toshi's fear. Toshi's regret. I love it. So we gotta go through the gateways, find off all of Toshi's problems, and then we go in there and we attack him. We attack him with all of the dirt that we've gathered. Oh, I think that we might have to do them in order. It just said to go to regret. Okay. You gonna get all the memories this time? Oh, but I don't know. Does Toshi have memories? He does. He's got 3 memories. 3 memories and three little things floating. Okay, so we definitely need to actually learn the story of Toshi. Otherwise, the ending is going to be very boring. We're just going to be like, who's this Toshi guy? I don't care. Who's this Toshi guy? Can we kill him? Will he die yet? But if we watch the story, it'll be like, oh, he sacrificed himself for the entire clan. He lived a life of pain and suffering just for others. Wee. Guys, should I buy an intuitive, what? Intuitive animal crystal? I don't know what that is. But if you're thinking about buying it and the only thing that's in between you and buying it is a doubt. I mean, if you want it, get it. If you want it, get it. I'm going the wrong way. But this is a new thing. I went the wrong way, but it wasn't really the right way. If you think about it, it's hard to tell. If you think about it, there's actually no solution. Is this the right way? Is this the wrong way? We'll never know, and there's no way to find out. This is my right way. You know what I mean? My right way. My way. My way. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. This is my way. Boom. Get back into this combat. Spice. Spice. That was a bad shot. Oh, no. Come on now. Come on now. Wow. Wham, 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 wham. It's intuitive picked animal crystal. I won't know what it'll be. Animal crystal. That's what I don't understand. Is it a crystal made out of animals? Is it like tree trunks in Animal Crossing? She wants a crystal gem apple. Crystal gem. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm too fabulous. Oh boy, there are some big boys. There are plenty. Oh, it's crystals carved into animal shapes. Ooh, I like that. I like that. And you don't know what it'll be? I'm guessing there's like a list of things that it could be, right? Ooh. I'd love a crystal formed into an animal. That sounds awesome. And it's like a mystery box. That sounds fun. You don't get to find out what your animal is until you've got it. Then you can fall in love with it. I love surprises. And I'm surprised that we just beat this boss. So I'm happy. That was not a boss. You thought he was going to be an animal, picked it with its intuition, and I was intrigued. I know, that's what I was thinking. I was like, they force a dog to pick one of the crystals. You just sit there until the dog is like, bark, bark. Me like this one. He's nuzzling that one. It must be right. I don't trust animals. I don't think that they have anything special to tell us, but that's just me. That's just me. I don't trust them. I don't trust them. They're all stupid. 1, 2, 3. Ta-da! Okay, that's it. That's it. Okay, here, let's do it again. 1. Oh, that's different. Oh, maybe there's different challenges and the final one gives you something. Yeah, look, it just gave me way more of them. Huh?
Over there.
What's happening? Boop. This is a new shape as well. Money. Money and a little baby. Okay, that's probably the last. That's probably the last reward, right? I trust my dog. He just hates me, so I'd be worried that he'd pick something just to spite me. He'd be like, "Ooh, this one will curse him for 1,000,000 years. This one will make sure that he can't reincarnate." I'm picking this one. That'll teach him. That'll teach him. Boom. Looking around, looking for treasure. Aw, look at the little baby with the mask. Little cutie with the mask. Boing. Oh, a Yorkie. I think I like Yorkies. I, in general, like small dogs more than big dogs. They remind me of myself, you know? They remind me of myself. Small and angry. Let me... Here we go. 4-4. We need some 4-4 anger out here. Need some little angry 4-4 doggos going... Wow, 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 wow. Wow, 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 wow. I probably sound like a small dog rather than a big dog. Wow, 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 wow. That's more like me. Wow, wow. Ooh, treasure. Did I just find some hidden treasure? Oh, we're not allowed to go into the big canyon. No entrance to the canyon. I love how colored the water is. I love how saturated it is. Very pretty. And then whenever it gets thin, then it's all like invisible. Oh, we can turn on the windmill. Windmill, you know? Look at it being powered by wind. I guess it is, because look, the water's not moving. It is a windmill. I was gonna correct myself, but now I know I must be right. Look, this water's not moving. Look at the leaves. Look at the leaves. They're not moving. They're just sitting there. It is a windmill. There must be a serious breeze. There must be a very serious breeze that's blowing right up there. Hey, Satyr, thank you for the lurk. Much love, Satyr. Our friendo. Friendo Satyr. Oh, wow, wow. You're almost home. All right, Callie's almost back. Callie's back. Get ready. Oh, this was the right way. Nice. We just need a noodle. We need 10 noodle. Maybe it is through these bushes. Nope, this is just a loop. I didn't see a place for a spirit plant. Is this behavior new, Axel? What are you talking about, Linz? What? You spelled something like that twice, right? Is that you saying alk? I legit didn't get it for a second, but I'm guessing I know what you mean. Okay, can we get the noodle to walk all this way? I don't know. It's kind of a long way. Is this is spirit mail, or at least I think it is. I don't see a mailbox, but there's also nothing for us to break right now. It's an axle. It's a part of a car. Keep it up, Kenny. Keep up, Kenny. That's not what I initially thought. I thought of the character in the middle. There's an American TV show called The Middle, and there's a character named Axel, and he's always shirtless. He's kind of a vibe. Von Chick, what's up? How are you doing? Von Chick, how are you doing? I'm gonna see if I can cheese it with this. Come on, go Sky Noodle, go. Ah, that breaks if it falls too far. Let's just continue. I don't want to waste time trying to cheese this. Axel is also a rock star? Really? I don't think I've ever heard of him. Wahoo! Von Chick, you woke up an hour ago. You still in bed? Ah, I can relate with that. Sitting in the bed watching some YouTube. That's what I do pretty often. I think it said to go to this one initially. It's got fear, regret, and love. Oh, we need to teleport through it. The new ability that we have. Cool beans. It took me just a second. Just a moment.
We're on the hunter's path. The path of the hunter is wrought with danger. But the thrill of the hunt pushes the hunter on.
Wave Buster. Yep, Wave Buster time. Wave Buster. That one element of the game that was just introduced, so it is the solution to everything. That is what we here call the Wave Buster. You're taking a break from rebuilding your resume. What did I miss? We are on the last part of the game. We just got crushed by rocks, Celestial. We just got crushed by rocks. We've been squished. We're squished like the aunt that we are. But yes, we have bombs now, and we're trying to save an old man named Yoshi. At least I call him Yoshi, but his real name is Toshi. We are on the Hunter's Path, a very, very concerning area because I don't know how to kill a ghost. Maybe we got to kill all of his friends first. Maybe if we kill this ghost's friends, then he'll die of sadness. Let me grab all this respect or whatever it's called. Look at him, he's still out here. Can I hit their mask specifically? Can I leave? No, can't leave. We know how to teleport. Maybe we have to hit him with something rot infused. Can he dash through him? Possibly. Could be a wave buster moment for sure. Kaboom. Ashley Rose, thank you for the 10 bits. Hey, Ashley. Yep, that was it. Wave buster. Like I said, the solution to everything is going to be dash because it just got introduced. Oh, just one. Two. There it is. All right. Ashley, how are you doing today? What's up? We're back with some more Kenna. I can't tell yet. Depends on whenever we finish this trial, I'll know whether or not we're going to finish this game today. Well, we're getting close. Hashtag respect. That's what I need. Hashtag respect, Nanny. But I'll tell you what, I don't think that we're going to leave without the memories. So we're gonna try our best.
I haven't seen these markings before. They seem to depict a more violent nature, glorifying the hunt.
A more violent nature, eh? Ah, that's a memory, you guys. That's what memories look like. I don't know if you've ever been inside of your head for very long, but memories look exactly like this. Ugly! Yo! Thank you for the sub with Prime. What the heck? Pugly. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the big subbies. How are you doing? Thank you for the Prime. You could have picked anybody, but you picked me? I'm starting to get upset. I can't believe it. I can't. Thank you so much.
If only we still had their knowledge, we could make a
Pop in those
weapon to
textures,
defend
please.
our home.
Ooh, his beard looks rough.
These tools are hidden for a reason.
Oh, I thought that it was gonna clean that up. It didn't. Okay, not much backstory, but it does look like my dad. Since the breath holding challenge. Oh yeah, the breath holding. That's what it was. I knew I'd seen your name before. The breath holding challenge. Nice. Welcome back. Welcome back. I promise I can hold my breath longer than that. We'll do a what's it called? A hot tub stream, and I'll hold my breath under the water, okay? So that we can confirm it. That was the memory. Yep, pretty sure. Memory. 1 out of 3. Tripwires. I know. Rude. Okay, we got to. Yep, avoid the tripwires while we walk through here. Where's the? You can hear the timer. Timer's going on in the background. Are we going fast enough? There's a spirit boy. Boy, Pugly, how have you been doing, my friend? I hope you are doing good. Oh, yeah, hot tub stream. Daddy sons, let's go. No. No, I regret everything. That reminds me that I was watching a streamer yesterday that had like a 999,000 channel point redeem that said, call someone daddy. I immediately thought of somebody saving up all their money and making them called Jeff Bezos. Jeff Bezos. The ultimate stream daddy. And there was an attack through it. Nice. Did you see that? Whoa, back off. But you didn't know it, Dai. You just made a good guess. That's, it's pretty obvious. You're right. It's pretty dang obvious. I'm glad that you pointed out. You made me feel smart just because I know somebody that's smart, okay? I felt smart by, like, connection. I was like, I know somebody who's smart. That makes me a little bit smarter, right? Birds of a feather flock together. Everyone's smarter whenever Dai is smart. I wonder if this can set off the trap wires. Nope. Can't trip the wires. Nice. Glad to hear that, Pugly. Week's over, baby. Anybody got some fun weekend plans going on? Weekends have not been fun recently, but I mean, they can be, depending on where you are. I'm definitely going to just be vibing this weekend, playing games with friends, all that. I also love that Dai specifically told me to shout out if I play games with friends, but I really didn't expect to play games with Darren last night. But I only played one round, okay? It was a real situation of one more round, and I really did only play one round. But Dai, I mean, the main point is that I'm trying to sucker Dai into watching Darren all the time. So Dai can always check in and be like, is Earl going to be streaming with him today? Is Earl going to be streaming? Mm-hmm. So you got to keep checking in on my guy. It's just advertisement, okay? Looks like these trees have to be activated, but I don't see a glowing one. Oh, there it is. The first one to shoot is that one. Oh, okay. I didn't see the particles. We got to light up the trees. Oh my god. It's my dark heart! Kelsey! Oh my gosh. You can't do this to me. You can't do this days in a row. Hey! Apex Psycho, what's up? Oi! You guys, what's up? Thank you so much for coming in. Hey! It's Kelsey and friends. How are y'all doing? What was the stream like, you guys? Did you love it? I love Kelsey. Thank you so much for the raid, Kelsey. You're so sweet. I super duper appreciate the support. The support. Everybody coming over here. I hope that you have a wonderful day. Even if you're leaving right now, have a fantastic day. Hope you had a great time with that stream. Good vibes for you. And if you want to hang out, we're playing some Kenna. It's the same game that we were playing yesterday, and we are trying to get up to the big boss. We're trying to get to the big boss. We've got to activate all of the memories, and we have to face the despair, the fear of the enemy that we're fighting. We have to solve all their problems. Oi, Apex Psycho, welcome in. Nick, how are you doing? Thank you so much. Shout for Althea. Oi, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. You played some Don't Starve with the server. Nice. Awesome sauce. What? Die. You said that you met Rink. He's friends with another person I mod for. Very focused advertising. Ah, I see. Yeah, I did meet Rink. Rink gave us a follow earlier. They seem like a good bean. Ego, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, Kelsey friendos, how was the stream? How was the stream? Was it exciting? Did y'all all get to play along? I want to play Don't Starve with Kelsey sometime. But Kelsey plays games so early. I need to wake up earlier. I'm so bad. You destroyed some bosses? Oh! You wrecked the bosses. This is incredible. This is incredible. But hiya, if y'all haven't met me, my name's Earl. I'm friends with Kelsey. I play games every single day. That's all that I do. I have no other character traits. My character trait is that I stream and I love people. So if you're a person, then you know, I probably already love you. You know, so just accept my love and stop hiding. I stream at 2 p.m. my time. Early? I mean, 2 p.m. is so early. I woke up at 2 p.m., my friend. That's when I wake up. I'm trying to get better. I'm trying to get better. But I play games with friends late. That's when I play games with my friendos. It's always late. I'm a degenerate. All right, so are we gonna fight like some form of the boss early? Very exciting. They can activate the rain at any time. They bring the rain. There's certainly a risk of it. Hunter is their name. Interesting. Hunter. Rink is a good bean and a great cosplayer and a total smoke show. Check out his socials at your own risk. He's not friendly. What do you mean by a smoke screen? What does that mean? Okay, so this is the first time I've interacted with this. I guess we just gotta shoot them. We just keep shooting, okay? We're shooting for them to die. We've got a lot of... Oh, it means he's hot. Why have I never heard of this? Did I make that up with ego? He is attractive. Why wouldn't you just say attractive? I'm confused. What is the meaning? I don't get it. Smoke screen? Is that the saying? Hey, what's up, Lily? Lily, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Hi there, Lily Pat is cool. Hiya. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Oh, a smoke show? Because he's smoking hot. Oh. A smoke show. But, I mean, it seems like you would reference the fire, not the smoke, right? Seems like it's the fire that's hot. Smoke isn't really that warm, honestly. I mean, I guess it's always present where there is hotness, but I mean, smoke itself can be pretty cold. A smoke show just made me think that he was like elusive or illusory. It certainly brings up thoughts of being illusory to me. Like he's not what you expect. I thought that meant that he'll surprise you. I'm just arguing, okay? I'm arguing! Because I don't understand what to do with this boss. I have nothing else to say. Stop! Go away! I want to retrieve this, but I cannot. I need more respect. I don't respect nature enough to be able to get healed by it. Oh, there we go. That's enough. That is enough. Oh no. Okay. Stay away. I'm dying over here. Look at my health. Oh, maybe I should do some teleportation. Because that is the new ability that we have. But it doesn't seem to be useful in this boss fight. I don't think that we can use a teleport towards it, right? The word smoke is starting to not sound like a word anymore because I said it too many times. Yeah, maybe we can like teleport through him. We barely did any damage. I doubt that that's all that you can do, right? Right? I don't think we're supposed to just like do a shootout with this guy, right? We're just supposed to go bow to bow against this guy. My bow versus your bow. Just a couple of bow beans. Just a couple of shooters shooting. Shooter v shooter. You gotta know when to hold him. You gotta know. Oh man, I missed. That's too bad. Yeah, you can slow time to pull off a shot, but it doesn't slow time for the actual like arrow flying. So you still have to like anticipate their movements, and sometimes freezing it makes it even harder to tell like where they were moving or how fast they're moving anyway. So it's kind of harder to lead it sometimes. It seems OP, but it does make it harder to lead. Oh, sweet. Oh, I did a parry. Big hit. Oh, only got one big hit on him. Definitely maybe jumping and freezing time would be a good idea. One hit. I'll take one hit. One big hit is better than a bunch of little hits. I don't know what I just did, but it was good. Whoa! Whoa! What was that? Hey now! Hey now! Don't do that. Don't do that. That was pretty nasty of you. Oh no! No! Definitely try to parry that. Definitely. I like to think I'm not objectifying him at all, just stating facts. I mean, I don't know. Does it turn somebody into an object of affection by saying an object of attraction by just saying that you're attracted? Like, is that what objectifying means? Do you make somebody into an object by being attracted to them? I don't think so. I mean, you are putting a focus on, I guess, their like physical appearance, which is really, I guess it's good to like people for things past that. I guess it's good to like people's personality first. So personality is what you should be attracted to, I guess. So maybe it, I don't know, doesn't seem so bad to me. I mean, what's wrong with saying that you're attracted to something? If that's the case, I wish people would objectify me. I mean, yeah, being told that people like your appearance is not like the best form of encouragement. I think that it's better for you to not focus too much on your appearance, but I mean, if it's positive, I guess it's not too bad. But I was reading something that was like teaching, that was talking about how to help somebody with bad thoughts about their appearance, and it's to compliment things that are non-appearance based. So I mean, it's good to encourage people to not care so much about their appearance. So compliments that are based on their personality are normally better, but it's also, I mean, it's a content creator, so it's not really your friend, you know? So I don't see it as being so bad. That's like looking at that's like you're just window shopping. You're just shopping around and you're looking through the windows. You see some furniture that looks good and you just say like, that's some good looking furniture. I guess that is objectifying them, isn't it? I don't know. It doesn't seem like the worst thing. I don't mind when people say that I look good. I just don't take any stock in it. I try not to let it have anything to do with anything. I just am like, oh, they're being nice. Thanks for being nice. Thank you for being kind to me. Oh boy. I don't understand some of the things that I've done to this creature that like made it stunned. I don't know what I did. Don't know if I like shot it in the head. Yeah, it looks like I hit it in the head and it fell down. 1, 2, and away. Yeah, so maybe while they're shooting, if I hit them. Definitely not hitting them in the head specifically that does it. I have parried that move before. Okay, hit him in the head. Nice. That is what it is. I just got to get good. 1, 2. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. Hit him in the head that time, but they were looking downward. Nice, nice. We can heal a couple times because of all the, like, respect or whatever that we've gotten. That's a little far, but it still works. 2, 3. Greedy. He's greedy. He's greedy. He's running away. Ooh. Yeah, question everything, you know? It's very Nietzschean of you. I do like questioning everything. It does. It is interesting. Oh, mistake. Mistake. Calico is talented and amazing, and I love their art. And I promise to never dox you. There we go. Wahoo! This is a pretty fun boss. I like the fact that it's focusing on accuracy. It's focusing on just bapping him on the head. Bap him on the head. Pew! Yeah, it's focusing on that nice crit hit. Instead of some of these other bosses that seems like it's just like chucking off their health nice and slow. But this is like, it's an accuracy challenge. Oh no, I wasn't close enough. Run away. I need to pay attention to whenever it gets on the ground and try to do some fancy parries. Not likely, but certainly possible. Ah, yeah. Roll, roll. 2 hits, please. Excuse me, could I? Oh, no. 1 hit, run away. Run away. Don't be greedy. What Lupus said really stuck with me. It really upsetted me. Whenever Lupus was like, you're being too greedy, and I was like, oh, is that why I'm not good at these games? Dang it. I don't want to get better if it means getting better. I don't want to get better if it means changing what I'm doing. Stop. No. No, stop. Smack him in the head. Where you gonna land, friendo? Take your... Oh, hit me with your best shot. Fire away. Are you gonna charge me? No, you're not. You're gonna sit right here and you're gonna get whacked by this staff is what you're gonna do.
That's what you're gonna do.
Whoa! Uh-oh. Looks like they're doing something fancy here. You'll be back in a bit? All right. We'll see you soon, Alchemic. We'll see you soon, my friend. Pew! Whoa! Big drop and... Oh, nice! I parried it. 1. Get away. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, smacked. I'm gonna freaking die. I'm gonna freaking die. Hey, Suds, gotta head out. It's getting late here. Good luck with the boss and have a good stream. Hey, Pug, thank you so much for the support. Thanks for vibing with us. We'll see you later, my friend. We will see you later. Get some good rest. Get some good rest. It was good to see you again. Oh, shot me in the air. I didn't even know that they would do that. Oh, you could still hit him in the head even whenever they're doing that. It really is just headshot simulator. Get away, get away, get away. Hollow Knight got me in on the skill. I'm generally a melee fighter. Oh, hang on now. You're saying Hollow Knight got me into skill. I'm generally a melee fighter, and in that game you have to think in the battles or you'll lose a lot. Yeah, actual challenging fights can be really rewarding. They can be really frustrating if you're like trying to force the game to work a certain way, but they can be so rewarding once you learn to learn. Yeah, like that's how Sekiro is. Like everything must be done correctly. You can't get away with basically anything in that game. There's like a max of 2 ways to do each fight, and if you don't do them, you're not even gonna survive, much less win. You're just gonna die, and you won't even learn anything sometimes. Sometimes you're just hitting your head against a wall because you're being so like stuck in your ways. I think for most of these fights, I haven't been doing too much wrong. I just haven't been being skillful, you know? I've just been like being, lazy because I don't think that any of the fights I've found a surprise item that I didn't think of. In a game like Sekiro, I often will be fighting a boss using the wrong method, and I just don't realize that there's a smarter way to do it and that there's an obvious way to do it. It's normally like an element that I'm not using. But I haven't really run into that problem with this game. I just have to get good. It's literally the tip is get good. Okay, first boss. Here we go. It's not even a boss. It's just a side of their personality. They were a hunter, and this memory was called regret. So the hunter aspect that we just learned about, the fact that Toshi was a hunter is regret? Okay. And we got Hunter, a new hat. Okay, regret. Wonder if he'll explain it.
Were here long before our village. Teachings of an ancient people. Crafted to help future generations.
Andrew, thank you for the follow. What's up?
Until it was too late.
Huh. Yeah, the regret thing. I don't get it yet. Maybe the character will explain it. Hunting and regret. Maybe they killed like a beautiful ancient beast or something. But we can teleport out of here with that teleport thing that we just got. And these locations count as part of the big location. So this is just more of the village. So we don't really have to look for anything else. Because we got the one memory here. I bet there's one memory per like area. So now let's go do which one's this? Toshi's love. Love. That sounds good. Let's learn how loving this final boss is. Let's learn about their love, so that we can use it against them in armed combat. Wow, look at the pretty cherry blossom tree over there. Ooh. Maybe we should save the cherry blossom for last. We shall save it for last. We will not indulge in the sakura. We shall not indulge in the sakura tree. We shall save that one for last. Save the best for last. Let's go learn about Toshi's fear. First of all, we shall learn of their fear, and we can also buy that mask that we just got. The hunter's mask. We'll give one to our little beans that are running after us. We won't be able to see it all the time because I turned down how many there are. Oh, Adira's mask is $500. No big deal. No big deal, Pickle. I love it. Oh my gosh. It's way too hardcore. It's way too metal. And it's huge. Oh my gosh. That is by far the most metal. Oh my goodness. I love it. I love it. Can I see it, please? If I sit down, it should spawn more of them. Oh, we gotta get away from the hat shop so that so that more of them will spawn in my group. If we're too close to the hat shop, lots of them will sit up there. Okay, I see Adira's mask down there. And I see one of the siblings' masks. I can see a cowboy hat. Yeehaw! Maybe I could just turn up how many minions there are. Let's turn up the minion count, you guys. Visible rot. All the rot. Look at them. Yeah. More. Oh, there they are. That metal mask is sweet. It does look like a boss of a Hollow Knight boss or something. That is cool. We got a couple of calico cats. We got some wolves. We got mushrooms. We got other mushrooms. We got so many rot that we've got multiple mushrooms. Yahoo! Yeah, it doesn't even seem to be slowing down the game. We can enjoy all of the beautiful rot while the textures very slowly get in there. You're gonna go? You have more paperwork to do? Good luck, Celestial. Good luck with your paperwork, my friend. We'll see you later, Celestial. Much love. Good luck. Oh, time to learn more. Looks like the darkness.
The Mask Maker's Path.
This one focuses on bombs. So the last one was bow. This is bomb. The final one is melee, possibly. Seems like they're maybe using different aspects. Maybe not. We'll see. This water is clear. There's a cursed chest here. To do a little bit of combat before the boss? Okay. Okay, we got 5 enemies to kill, and it's not time. Defeat all the enemies without getting hit. Oh, it's one of these. These are fun. I like these. They push my limits. They push my limits because I'm normally pretty sloppy. Let's see. Use a rot arrow. That did not work. Yeah, we cannot get hit. Not a once. Another rod arrow, please. Yeah, because it can pierce through enemies. And that's it. Nice. Easy peasy. Merps, thanks for the salty gift sub. Aw, that's awesome sauce. Merp's so generous. Merp's so generous. They're a good bean. Boing, boing. All right. We got the cursed chest out of the way. And this is still village, right? Mm-hmm. Yep, this is still considered the village. So we might be able to find some of that spirit mail and flower shrines and stuff in these areas. And they were just simply inaccessible before. It does seem like a significant portion. Salty stream from Disneyland recently. Yeah, I think that was yesterday. I think yesterday it was. I'm so sad that I missed it. That is so cool. Salty's always pushing the limits. I'm impressed always with Salty. I need to kill some minions before this guy heals up. Uh-oh. Died in one hit? I think that was the that was that sage guy. Seemed like he killed me before anybody else could. I need to save up one of my little rot attack needs to be stunning. I need to stun this guy so that I can kill him while he's trying to heal himself. See, what's he doing here? What is this? He can't get me while I'm shielded. That's good. Okay, we just gotta wait for him to try to heal. Oh! Did I just die one hit again? Somebody pick a color you're playing with eyeshadow. Ooh, red. Pink. Pink's also good. Red and pink. Are you saying no yellow or are you saying no yellow? No yellow! How dare you hate yellow so much? Look at this guy throwing junk over here. Oh look, I'm at no health. I think that this is just part of the challenge. Because I was thinking I was dying faster than I should be. Yeah, this is like a cursed chest without any treasure. It's a treasureless cursed chest. Great. Yeah, I'm gonna need a shield up for that guy a little bit. I want to look at my health really quick. Let me watch my health. Does it just go... Oh, it might be that purple thing, eh? If it's that purple thing, I don't know if I can avoid that. Yeah, he just weakens me up. Yep, that's definitely it. And the shield doesn't stop him from doing that. I can maybe freeze him with rot whenever he does that. It's possible. Oh, that broke my shield and hurt me. Okay. Yeah, let's try freezing him with the rot. Maybe I can prevent that purple thing. I kind of doubt it. It's probably they'll force me to die. It's necessary. It's a feature. It seems to stun him pretty good, this big hit. Oh, look at him. He's getting away. Yeah, I can't stun him right now. I think it's required for this battle. But I did keep him from spawning enemies a minute ago. Oh, no. I thought that he was going to maybe spawn them. That's too bad. Yeah, I might have to focus on a bow as soon as he starts flinging them red balls. I probably just got to focus on that bow. Oh, I'm not close enough. Oh, he spawned his little minions. Oh, wow. That bounces between them and everything. Yeah, if he's going to do this anyway, I might as well just take advantage and smack him a few times. Oops. This is so difficult on this setting. It's true. I think I'll get it this time. One. Okay, we got to stay close. There we go. I prevented him. No small ones for you. Oops. But he hasn't done the purple thing yet. Give him a few smacks. Yep, there's another guy that's flinging stuff over there. Let's hit him first, I guess. You can kill him one shot, but he's moving around. Oh, no. Oh, no. Dang. Dang it. I didn't know that he was going to fling that red ball. I was trying to kill his friend. His friend could pull off a pot shot while I'm paying attention. He could kill me in one smack. How dare. How dare you. How dare you be so powerful. Ooh, that wasn't a good enough hit. You got to do a perfect hit to keep him from spawning the wee lads. Yeah, let's speed up his friends during that. Oh, see, that's what... I knew that was going to happen. I just didn't know that he spawned him already. I knew it was going to happen. That dastardly devil. Dastardly bean. Oh, what? Merps. Thank you for the gifted sub. So sweet. Thank you for the generosity, Merps. For May Valorian. Ooh, thank you so much for that gifted sub. Can we get some hype in the chat? Hey, thank you, Merps. So generous. I appreciate it. Shiny, Tayaki, Calico, Lens with that hype. Kivy with that hype. Aw, yeah. Thanks for the hype in the chat. Let's go. Thank you for the generosity, Merps. Very, very sweet. Wham. Oh, he still got it. Oh, no. Oh, no. We need all the hype we can get. Here we go. I'm gonna beat up the minions first. I don't want to be a filet mignon myself. All right, now he's doing the orbs. Oh, boom. Got that one. Got that guy out. Nice. Yeah, I don't know how often he's going to spawn enemies. But it's often. Ah. Oh, it's gonna be tough to fight the him throwing those balls and these boys. Oh, I should have just been blasted. Should have been blasted. Boom. Oh, did I? But oh, I just backed up into a poison. Oh no. Oh no, I just backed myself up into the wall. Oh no. Maybe it's an Aussie friend. Ooh, more Aussie friends. Merp's handing out the gifts to the Aussies. It's thundering outside. Oh dear. Were you making sure that your plants were safe or something? Taking care of the little plants. Making sure that they don't get overwatered. They should be watered, but not too much. Wow. Don't do that. You're super sleepy, so you can get some rest. Sounds good, Anne. Get some sleep. It was nice to hang out with you, Anne. Go to bed. Go to bed and give both of the bunnies a pat for me, okay? Especially Pepper. Pepper's my favorite one. I don't want to play favorites. Yes, I do. Pepper's my favorite. Give the good Pepper pats for the good bunnies. For the good bunnies that only kiss, no bite. Bam. Maybe I should focus on this lad. It's so funny because he's literally just like a normal enemy spawn. But because of some of like the extra factors on this area, he's exceptionally difficult. Oh no! Oh, I missed. Ooh, I could have done a rot arrow, or maybe I really should save that rot because I think I only get one. Yo, pet the bunnies. All right, we'll see you soon, Anne. You're actually cleaning the ash off of their leaves and bringing them indoors. Oh my gosh, the fires. Oh my gosh, I keep forgetting about that. That's horrifying. My goodness. Ash off the leaves. I didn't know that it'd be that extreme. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if I can parry these lads, I'll get a rot. That was a parry, I think. But I didn't get rot for it. Just the fire seasoning things. Pepper. Nature's pepper. Nature's pepper is just a little bit of ash. Nature's just going. Just fire season things. Fire season. There's no fire season in Texas, but there are tornadoes in Texas, so I guess we get something. I didn't hit it perfectly. If I can hit him perfectly, then it prevents it from attacking. I've got one respect or whatever it's called, plus respect. I think that's a Grand Theft Auto thing that I keep saying. I canceled it. You can cancel his giant purple move. What? You just have to do it perfectly. Perfectly. That stuns him too. Nice! He's down, and I still got health. Oh my gosh, there's a little bomb boy. Little bomb boy. Good thing I just noticed him immediately. Did I just hear a new... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, stay away. Stay away, don't you dare. There's loads of enemies. Why are there more? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Dead? Whoa. They threw me off the edge. They cast me off. I've got loads of don't reset it. They knocked me off the edge and that resets the fight and I don't have my health restored? Just kill me. Thank you. Thank you for the sweet release. Well, I mean, the heavy attack is great. The heavy attack is fantastic. I definitely need to abuse that all of the time. Oh, enjoy the lurk. We'll see you later, Merps. Enjoy your lurkies, my friend. Yeah, it's all on this. It's this. I can prevent him from doing everything with this. I can't keep the enemies from spawning that just do it automatically. Oh, messed it up. Ah, he got me. I guess I have to, like, assume that I'm gonna die after that. Yes. Yes, they lurks. Enjoy what you're gonna do. I was going up whenever you were below the bridge. Oh, it was going up when you were below the bridge. What was going up? It was going up. When I was below the bridge. Oh, my health. Oh, yeah, I was healing out of combat. You're right. I was hoping that the combat was still going on. That's why I was rushing. But yeah, if I had waited around, then I could have restored health. You just have to be outside of combat. Ooh, I got him, though. Nice. Keep him from doing that purple move is the move. Oh, I thought that was going to kind of automatically get smacked out of the air. Oh, risky moves. I'm trying to prevent him from doing fancy stuff. Oh, no! Oh, just no. Just no. Dang it. I've walked into poison. I've walked out of the battle. Ay. They normally have me in closed arenas, but now that we're doing this like sumo thing, now that we're doing like the ring out, that I'm just falling off. What's happening? Why is the audio doing that? Look how slow the health is. Just sit back and relax. Come on. Is that full? Should be. Yeah, because the other bar is shield, I think. Ooh, I almost got him. Nope, had to wait. I rushed that one. I just need to make sure that he doesn't purple. There we go. Nice. That's what we want. Can just shield that one. Do the rot hammer. Because last time I didn't even use the stun on him. So maybe he doesn't need the stun. Oh crap. Oh no, we're dead. Ooh, just one smack and he's down. Nice. We can maybe heal ourselves. I don't know how though. I don't think there's any. Ooh, stay away now. Oh, dang, I should have dodged straight out of that. Oh dear. And we've learned Kenny is an awful sumo wrestler, but he could be a very entertaining WWE. I'd need to get more beefy. I just need some beef. If I could get some beef, then I could be maybe I could be a luchador. That's just my calling. Does that stun him? That might be an easier stun to pull off. This right here. Bop. Yeah, I think that stunned him out of purple a second ago. Yep, that prevents him from doing his little purple attack. It could be Pogaroo. Yes. Learn the cheese. Learn the cheese, my child. Could probably have prevented that, but that would have been way trickier. The purple lasts loads of time. Oh, and it's definitely something we want to avoid because it makes it so that they can one-shot us. That thing is so difficult for me to anticipate them doing, and I'm always like getting ready for an attack. Boom. Kill him, finish him. Finish him. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Bop. And immediately these munchkins spawn. All right. Pop. 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 Where are the little exploders? Yep, there they are. I probably need to kind of stay in this area just in case. Spirit thing. Ooh. Noodle Guardian. Noodle Guardian should make this easier. As long as I don't die. As long as I live. Then the noodle shall do all the damage. Nice. All right. We made it past. Charge it up. Black. Ooh. That was tough. That was tough, but fun. It was a good little group of enemies. They're doing lots of like kind of choreographed fights that have like special modifiers. Oi, die. Thank you for that hype. Ah, yeah. We did it. We're winning. Oh, incense. Calico with that hype. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very pretty. Let's have him walk it out here. Good smells. Good smells for everyone. Baddies do be getting tough. It's true. Now the game's really starting to show its true colors. I'm betting that we're going to bring it over here, but maybe not. Yeah, it looks like there's... Yeah, I think that this is the spot. I did see a little sneaky area. Oh, look at him. It looks almost like a birthday cake. Happy birthday to the dead. Happy birthday. Blow out your candles. Yep, that's, well, the door's closed. We might have to open it anywho, but I'm gonna check around these corners. Cake, yum, yum. I love just normal yellow cake. Just the normal yellow box cake is so, so good. Listen, my standards are low for what I enjoy. I learned at a young age to enjoy the little things. So I enjoy a cake straight out of a box with icing straight out of a jar. Oh, there's a flower up there. Nothing beats a box cake. I know. So simple, so good. You can add little things to a box cake like a some fruit. Some fruit from a can, some canned fruit. You can put that into the cake and really enhance it. Ooh, what is this? Spirit mail. Nice. I was saying that I was hoping that some of the village stuff would be around here. There's one more spirit mail and there's a whole load of flower shrines. Does the milk and cake not bother you? You can easily make a box cake with no milk. That's one of the reasons that I love it. Things like carrot cake, there you really have to find a special recipe for that. You know, like devil's food cake, like all the really tasty cakes that you'd think of. Pretty often they have a base of having milk, but box cakes are like, you can use anything you want. What about this building? How do we get in here? Maybe this is not a house that you enter. The door is barred. I don't peep anything in there. Did we make it into here a second ago? Let's see. Did we move from this tower over into there? That might just be an extra building that doesn't have anything in it. There's a few of those around here. Yeah, I wanna peep its roof and see if there's a way to get in there, because there's tons of secrets in this game. There's loads and loads of hidden treasures that I have missed so far. So I wouldn't put basically any hiding place past them. They've hidden stuff in the most unlikely places. I'm just gonna get a bird's eye view. Yeah, I don't see anything on the roof. Yeah, we just died. We just died. Oh no. I'm sorry, Kenna. My bad. My bad. I didn't know that would kill you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you suffer like that. Okay, so that type of rot you can't break. That's just like a time-based thing. And we can't get through that water because right now it's cranberry juice. So I'm looking over here, peeking around. Yep, looks like we need to either go through this entrance or the other one. Can we just like teleport through a wall? Yes, we can. And it was a portal. And now we're up here. Yeah, that roof doesn't look that suspicious. Okay. We're rolling. Boing. Ooh, I was just thinking about another cake that I love is, I can't remember what it's called, but it's a like Sprite cake. It's a lemon lime cake that's super, super moist. And it's so, so good. And it has like a kind of citrusy flavor to it. It's just an absolute squish of a cake. And I know that Sprite is an ingredient. The 7-Up cake, it's so good. My grandma uses Sprite. But I'm sure that it's just lemon lime soda. That's in the description. Lemon lime. Lemon-lime. Oh, this way. Up we go. You can't eat it? What's wrong with it? Oh no. That's not good. Aha. Again, never heard of it. Sounds amazing. It is delicious. My grandma made it like a couple times that she visited. And I've asked for it for my birthday a couple times. It's the lemons. I didn't know that you had a problem with lemons. Callie, is it an allergy or is it just like super acidic and hurts your teeth? I wonder if you could replace it with limes. Oh, speaking of lemons, what's up, Lemon Bay? How you doing? A problem with lemons? How dare you? How dare you? Lemon Bay is a good bean. How could you have a problem with our poor friend Lemon Bay? A problem with lemons? I'm sweating over here. How you doing, Lemon Bay? Hey! I'm not allergic to Lemon Bay. I can't get enough. I'm allergic to no Lemon Bay. Ooh, starting to get intense. I just want to stay over here so that less spawns. I don't even know if that's gonna work, but I want it to. You stay right over there, Sonny. You stay right over there. Oh, you can hit his back like that. Wow. Nice. Easy peasy. Merps, welcome back. Welcome back, Merpiest of Merps. I feel so attacked. I'm doing all right. How's chat? Chat is good beans. I don't know if they're all doing good, but they're all good beans. That's for sure. Boing, boing. Oh. Yacht. Oh, you have to hit them individually? Oh my. Oh my, oh my, oh dinosaur. Whoa, this looks too intense. 5 me. Looks like you get to the bottom at some point, so I don't think that this is for now. We're gonna leave it alone. Boing, 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 boing. We mustn't be too hasty, otherwise we will suffer unnecessarily. This game has definitely done a lot of punishment for not just doing things the way they want you to. So I think I'm going to obey. Bam. Listen, I like to be sassy with the Lego company because, you know, I build my Legos how I want. But with this game, oh heck no, I am obeying. I am a good baby boy. Hit that? Huh. I don't know what that's gonna do. Oh, there's another one right here. Ooh. Oh, what? Oh no, cranberry juiced. We've been juiced. And they're still here? Could you just reset for me, please? Please. Thank you. All right, now I know how these work. Oh. Phew. We can hit it as soon as we want. What's that timer? Oh, that's for a further one. That scared me. I thought that this one was resetting right now. Whoop. Boop. And this one might run out of time in a second. We don't have long. I'm gonna cheese. Yeah, just a tiny bit of cheese. A minor delicious cheese dish. And we need a flower. Whee! Nice. You're still voting for freeform Lego stream? We should do a Lego challenge stream. That'd be fun. Lego challenge stream where chat could bring up any animal. I just need to buy like a big bucket of generic Legos, and then we can set timers. We can set timers that I have to build something, and y'all can give me any challenge. Not that I'll be good at it, but because it would be fun and hilarious, possibly. Baby shark. Make a baby shark. Chat demands baby shark right now. Staff wielding guys. Some of the first enemies that we fought, honestly. Pretty easy. Ah. I love how I hit the one that was already weakened. Why? You have been exposed. Oh, ouch. I shall expose both of thee. Both of thee. You will suffer my wrath. My wrath. Oh, stunned him. Ah, you running away? There's two of you and only one of me. But you're scared. There we go. Little combo in there. And mop up the rest of that. A duck to go with my chicken? What? I think we need a chicken to go with my duck, die. It will always be a duck to me. Oh, is there a rot? What is that?
These tools look like the ones he carries.
So this is why they're so hard to find, is because there's just a little rot that's like hopping upside, that's just hopping there, that's going like, yeah. Ooh, a mask. Nice. Oh, it's just a mask. It just says mask. Okay. Gotta put on a proper mask and see history. The old man again and the boss.
The mask I craft only helps the spirit who has loved us. Your duty is to the people who remain. I'm afraid the burden of a village leader grows heavier with time.
Yeah, I mean, he's the leader, and he was a spirit guide like I am. They kind of explained it quite well, because he's the village leader, and he's clearly supposed to watch over the spirits like us. So yeah, it must be our dad. But I wonder what made him go astray. We still have no idea why he is now a bad bean. What happened? What twisted his good intentions? He was clearly a good bean. He was a good dade. But what has happened? Why is father a dum-dum? Oh. More babamba. Whammo. Boing, boing. Can I just... No? Yes? Maybe? What the heck is happening? Uh-oh. Oh, am I done with this area? What did I unlock at the top? Oh, no. Oh, no. Where am I going? What am I doing? Where was I supposed to go? Awkward. What's up? How are you doing? Hiya, Awkward. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. We're trying to figure out what to do. I'm confused. I'm confused. But yeah, I just got to the top, and I didn't have anything significant happen. I just got a memory. That was it. Awkward. How's the day going, my friend? How was your movie? Did you like it? Did you like the movie? I hope you loved it. I thought it was pretty good. Boyan. Yep, let's just try again. Thankfully, the ascent was quite expedient. Yes. Let's relook over this. We activated a shrine. We fought some bosses, and we got a spirit thing, but... Yeah, see, look, I just jumped back here. And then it teleported me downward? None of that's any good. We need to do something with this spirit thing. It can't fall far, so we know we can't do that. We only did one thing with the spirit noodle. Do we need to make it cross through the portals? That's not a big enough walkway for our noodle. It will not be able to walk through there. There's another piece of bridge down here. Nope, that's already floating where it should be. Huh. Release the free guy complaint page. The page? You want the page die? Oh my gosh, the forbidden pages. We're not even sure if they're real. I thought when you teleported, it put you in front of the next dash gate. I think it did, but I thought I already went through that gate. You forgot your glasses, so your parents had to drive all the way home. I have had that happen to me before. What's happening? Stop. Stop having issues. What's going on? Why is the audio acting weird? I've had that happen where I like didn't have glasses or I lost my contacts. I have lost my contacts during a movie before because of like them drying out, and man, that's the worst. Yeah, see, look, now I'm in front of this one. Am I really supposed to just teleport on the back side of each one? Yep, you're right. You're right. That was it. That was it. Now we're in a new spot. Thank you so much for the follow. Let me see. Almendras? Almendras? I don't know if I'm saying your name right, friendo, but thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Are you kidding? It's amazing. Amazing. It's pouring. Ooh, the pouring rain. So satisfying. So cozy. Get a blanket, alchemic. It hasn't rained in months. Oh my gosh. The drought is over. The drought is over. Yeah, apparently, y'all have been forgiven for y'all's sins. Y'all have been forgiven for your sins, for the rain gods are smiling down upon y'all once again. Thank goodness. What did y'all do? What did y'all do? Who asked for forgiveness? Darren, yo, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. That's my wizard friend. How are you doing, wizard? Whammo. We're trying to beat this game, but it's only getting harder. It's only getting more and more difficult as we slowly approach the final boss. The drought will never end. The never-ending drought. California saw no water for the rest of its existence. Thanks, guys. I'm trying to push my makeup limits. What? You're doing makeup? You're doing makeup and you're sharing it right now? What? You didn't even tag me. Shaking my head. Whammo. I'm just kidding. Please don't. I will look at it. Grab that. Put that over there. Birthday cake. They've got their birthday cake. Go, 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 go. Bam! That's a one shot. Back off, Bubba. There we go. Working on that timing is going to be fantastic. Cake. Delicious, yummy cake. So do I need to do a little bit of a boom? Nope. Is there a third one? Do I need to like place it down, pick it up again? What's going on? They won't drop it. Here, boys. Put it over here. Oh, you have to redo the challenge. So maybe I didn't do the challenge correctly. What happens whenever you break them? Nothing? Oh, look, they got marks. They have marks on all these things. Okay, so there's a certain ones that they have to be on. I see. That's what happened last time too, is that they just give you enemies. Okay, so that one goes there. Simple enough. Let's move this out of the way real quick. Boop. Good enough. Pick this up. Put that over there. Go, Pikmin, go! Timing looking a lot better as you progress. Yes! Darren, are we going to be able to get out of this and play a Dark Souls game? Yeah, we finally get to use the mask. It's finally useful again. The mask has been useful for almost all of the... useless for almost all of the game. That right there. Dark Souls! Maybe Sekiro instead. I've always wanted to finish Sekiro, but that butterfly lady is so annoying. I don't know if I ever want to fight her again. I beat her one time. I beat the first giant boss in Sekiro. I beat her one time, and I promised myself I'd never do it again because it made me so mad. It made me mauled so much, and I played for hours, man. You beat the butterfly lady once? Oh my gosh. I played for hours, and I had to like look up the kind of cheese, and I couldn't even do the cheese. I couldn't even do the cheese very well. Got maybe halfway through the game. Yeah, I think that I did too. It's a fun game, Darren. That's the farthest that I've ever gotten in a Dark Souls game, or in a From Software game anyway. Okay, so a new element of the main guy's character is here. I think this one's grief. We'll look it up before we start fighting. Whoa! Sekiro sword! Oh, sweet. This one's called Fear, the Mask Maker. Mask Maker, Mask Maker, kill me right now. Thank you for that pain. Oh boy. Okay, so he's got minions. He's got minions. Last one didn't have minions. He's teleporting around, taking little hits here and there. Last time we figured out a way to stun them, and that's how we won. Ooh. Okay, he's got some jujutsu moves. I like it. I like it. Okay, hit him in the head. Not doing anything. Ooh, you could jump over his blade. Nice. I'm not seeing any like proper stuns in there. Okay, we're just gonna keep watching him. Maybe I should brap him. What do I have to do to hear your angry voice? You should have seen him playing you should have seen Darren playing, what's it called? Getting Over It. Darren did get mad like a little bit while playing Getting Over It, and it was amazing. It was amazing. Hadn't seen it before. Angry Wizard. Beat the whole dream sequence thing. But yeah, I kind of stopped playing for a while. I wonder how far I made it. Yeah, the dream sequence where you're in the burning village. I made it past that. I made it past that big snake. I don't think that I ever killed the snake though. I was like in a village whenever I gave up. There was a Sekiro character that was like a weeping lady by the water. And I don't think that I ever beat the weeping lady. I killed the big monkey. I killed the big monkey, and I think there's some other boss I'm not thinking of. I killed the electric guy up on the mountain. Lots of cool bosses. Killed the guy that was riding on the boar. That guy was fun. So while he shows, maybe I can hit him while he's teleporting around. No, that didn't work. I need to watch him because I'm not sure what he's doing. There we go. Hit a couple of lads in a row. He does stand still a lot, but he's dangerous as heck. I'm so scared. Oh, no. I didn't even try on that one. My bad. You enjoyed your time playing, Shiny? Not being frustrated? What? You enjoy your game playing time? Well, I mean, suffering's all part of the experience, my friend. You don't like getting mad all the time? I mean, you do play League, though, but you sure are level-headed. You sure are level-headed while playing League, so I don't know how much you're suffering. I feel like that's a different type of suffering, though. It's like the suffering of playing with other human beings. The suffering of online multiplayer. He does stay still a lot, but I don't think I have time to hit him with my big attack. It's what I need to use. Yeah, maybe we can get in. Maybe get in during that. There we go. Yeah, it's that move that we've got to do. Oh, you do be throwing his sword around, though. Sir Beardsley, what's up? How are you doing? Oh, no! Dang! I dodged a few of those, but look at him. Look at him going, Sir Beardsley. I hope you're doing fantastic. Beardsley. We're still playing this game. We're still playing some spicy Kenna. Oh, yeah. We're getting close to that final boss. We're making our way there. Making our way downtown. You have to fight like 3 different like phases of the boss, and then we'll fight the big boss. I hope that they don't use the same boss fight. That would be kind of silly. If they just did like all 3 of them. Jeez, I am so worried about the main boss. I'm so worried about the final boss, you guys. I think it's gonna be a nightmare, if I'm being honest. I think it's gonna be a nightmare. Oh, I hit him while he's moving in. Nice. But he hurt me a lot. That was not worth it. Oh, I wanted to get a hit. No, I maybe could have gotten him in. Whoa, oh, he's summoning something. Look at him. He's going after us and stuff. Got a hit. Always one is going to hit us. Nice. No final hit there. Only 2. That's weird. Oh, yeah, his blade is way easier to get on the inside. Guys, I'm shooketh. They just announced Teen Wolf is getting a movie. I don't know what that means. You're very patient whenever playing team games, Alec. Having to suffer on my own is an entirely different beast. Also, you typically play support in team games, so a lot of gameplay is being patient and babysitting. That's good. And then also, I mean, if the game gets thrown, it's not really your fault, but you can still be like a major part of the team. You can like your chance to ruin the game or make the game is a little bit different than if you were like DPS or defense or jungler. Yeah, jungler seems like way too much pressure. Way too much pressure. I'd probably enjoy games more if I played support. Ow. 2 hits, 2 free hits. I don't feel like we should be giving him such a discount. I don't think we should be giving him free hits like that. He's got to pay for those hits. You'll pay now. 2. Ah. Got a hit. Bam. Oh, I don't think that I had time there, though. I'm a supportive guy, you know. Okay, just teleports to you. Nice. Yeah, see, his sword's way easy to get on the inside of. So much better than some of these other bosses. Oh, there's a 3rd one in there. Yeah, I got him. Oh, the pressure of like waiting for that. Oh, oops. Yeah, the timing is stressful. Oh, I can get 1. 1, 2. Bonus. Okay, he normally teleports a couple times. Ah, no bonuses. What? What? Now I'm stuck. Gotta find which one's real. Classic. I'm just freezing time with jumps. And a stun. Free stun. Nice. All right. Big hits. He's halfway down. Wow, wow, we're halfway there. Oh, I even pulled shield, but it wasn't fast enough. I was already rolling. What are we doing now, buddy? What's happening? Oh, he's spawning enemies. Oh, I could have. Oh, no. Oh, no. He killed me instantly. That's too bad. He got 3 hits in there, and that was quite enough. Okay. You didn't play much League because I'm bad at gaming, and playing with other people highlights that. But when I did play, you were the lady with the keyboard. Ah, that's a fun character. I'm so sad that she's fallen out of the meta. I think that I've played Sona before. I think I like that character. Hey, Beowulf, what's up? How are you doing? Oi, we're fighting a boss right now. We're fighting a boss, and I'm not malding. I'm not malding right now. I'm doing just fine. I'm learning how to fight this sucker. Oops. He did get one free hit in there. One free hit. One hit for the price of ouch. Oh, I should be dodging towards him. Yep. 2 hits. And an extra hit. Nice. And it stunned him. Oh, that one did not stun him. Ooh, that's too bad. Oh, no. Oh, dear. We need a heal, if I can. Let's kill his minion. Where are you gonna land, buddy? What's it gonna be? What are we doing? Ah, no, I didn't have time. I didn't know if I was fast enough for that. Oh, 2 hits. Bam. Oh, I'm too far away. Oh, no, he's gone. And he's gone. 1 hit. Ah, nope. Hit his minion, though. Ah, too bad. It's always like 100% with that one. 100% that move every time. His minions being in here is not helpful. I wonder if there's a way to tell or if you have to get lucky. Oh, he had like a red mark on his face. I wonder if that's... if you can see that all the time. Oh, I missed one. Ah, he's still about halfway down. We're doing like roughly the same as last time. Last time when we didn't live, but that's all right. Okay, you gonna do the big boom again? No, he's spawning enemies first. Oh dear. Okay, at least I hit them. Ah, didn't have time. Couldn't get in there. Okay, I'm expecting, yeah, that. Ooh, I should have held it. I was ready. I was ready. He just did the exact same moveset. I was ready, but I tapped it like this. I did a instead of holding it. Just gotta hold it a little bit longer. You were hoping that the buffs would help her, but I guess she might be need a bit more help. Oh, you're talking about Sona. I see. Okay. The flavor is espresso after dark. Espresso. I like that. You can't get over how pretty this game is. I know. It's beautiful. A beautiful game indeed. I'm enjoying it a lot. There we go. He gets no free hits this time. No free hits for you. 1, 2, and 1 more, I think. Oh, I think I hit him. Okay, where are you gonna jump, buddy? Oh, that was way, way early. Oh, and he threw... that was him throwing it. Whenever he throws on the second one, then it always hits me. Oh, he throws on the second one, then he always throws the third one. Okay. If he's doing those 2 slashes, is only 2? I don't know. I do not know how that attack works. It started to make sense, but now I'm questioning myself. I can't tell whenever he throws the sword. Okay, I need to just beat this boss. I need to just beat it and let's be done with it. Let's stop fooling around and let's just beat it. Beat it. We have to drain all of the health. Try to preserve our life as much as possible. Bonus hits, going good. Just keep it up. There we go. Got another one. And another one. And another one. And another one. And another one. Oh, and another one. Oh, there he goes. Okay, he got out of it. Third one. Boom. And another one. And another one. Oh, yeah. Look, he's down to half health already. Spicy. What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing, buddy? I've seen these things before. Icy time. He should go to the middle. He's spawning enemies? Are you crazy? You're really risking your life out here? That was way late. I mean, early. I'm always early. Never late. gonna get some bonus health just for kicks. That is such an easy thing to dodge, just so long as you know what's happening. If he spawns more enemies, he might just die. Not quite, but close. He hasn't done his middle thing yet. There it is. Oh, now he spawns. He appeared and disappeared. Is the top of their head different or something? Ah, well, there's that. 1, 2, 3. No, I missed the third one. Okay, if we can get him into a good position again, it can be over. We got this. He's heading out. We got this. Oh, yep, a third throw. Close. Close. One more. Uno más. Whew, my heart's beating. My heart's beating. I told you we just had to beat this guy. One dodge and a shield just in case. One. Oh, yeah, we got a hit in there. Bonus. Okay. Bop. Oh, that stops him? Damn, yeah, all right. Yeah, nice. We got it. We got it. We abused that heavy attack. That's what we did. That's what we did with the last boss too. That is a killer move, man. That's it. That's it. All you got to do is just get that charge move perfect and do some dodges. Bing, bang, boom. Whoa, the timing of the sound was incorrect. It looked like he just handed it to us. We got it. Die with that hype, alchemic lens. Mushroom gal. Oh, yeah. We defeated his fears.
His fears have been removed.
And we just got incense. Ah, so the three things that are messing him up. He has fear and regret. But I guess love has gotten in his way. Maybe it's a twisted form of love has led him to do the wrong thing. That makes sense. Fear is something that makes people do wrong things all the time. Regret for things that they've already done makes people do wrong things all the time. And I suppose a twisted form of love or love misapplied can also make people do horrible things. Love must be very careful because it's essentially just like raw human emotion. Love do be like that sometimes. Shiny with that hype. Thank you for the hype. 5 times hype. Oh, yeah. You gotta love yourself before you're allowed to love anybody else. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Otherwise, you might get a messed up form of love. Uh-oh. Love mixed with self-hate is, ow.
I knew Toshi since he was a boy. Watched him grow into a leader.
And then I trained him to be evil.
He cared deeply for our people. Losing so many drove him to do terrible things.
I see. He'd do anything to keep those that he loved alive. And that anything turned into some nasty business, apparently.
Yes, now your final boss is to defeat me. I've been behind the curtain for everything that's happened. I've been trying to stop you. I've been trying to warn you about the danger, but you won't slow down. You wouldn't stay back. I threw everything that I could at you, and now all I've got left is to go sicko mode on you.
No, Grandpa! Grandpa, no! Lemon Bay, you gotta go back to sleep? What? Gotta go back to sleep? What? Hope you beat the end boss soon. Hey, Lemon Bay, enjoy your sleep. Enjoy your sleep. We'll see you later, friendo. Enjoy your sleepies. It was nice to hang out with you, my friend. We only need one more memory. This makes it so much easier. And let me just say, these memories are not convincing me to like Toshi. They aren't. What the old man is saying is much more effective. We need to do some. We're gonna definitely do spirit mail delivery before we go into the mountain. before we make it to the Hall of the Mountain King. But I guess it's time to go to the Sakura tree. Sakura, Sakura, Aitayo. Dibidi boo doo 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 doo. Doo 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 doo. Boom boom boom. Da 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 da. The warrior's path. Ah, the melee. But the other one was kind of melee, wasn't it? Yeah, I wanted to save this one for last, Alchemic. Looks like they have lights in the water too. This is very cool. Lights in the water. Do I need to use my bow for these? Nah, that's... What? Really? Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
And now, more shooting. Is this the bow level? But the hunter was the bow. Oh, gotta do it in a certain order. And look at the freaking stars. I didn't notice. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The stars were just floating directly above it, and they're like the only visible stars. Okay, we got it. We got it. I'm guessing I'm gonna be a mask maker for my family. What? Mask maker, make me a mask. Build me a hat. Give me a task. More Babamba. More Bamba platforming. Pretty fun. I'd be fine if this game had loads of this. We should watch that movie for movie night. What? Tradition. If I were a rich man, yabba-dabba-dabba-dooba-dabba-dabba-dabba-dum. All day long I'd bid a bit of bum. If I was a wealthy man, I wouldn't have to work hard. I love that movie. I could sing all the songs with you guys. Do a sing-along. Aren't the lanterns on the water like symbolizing of remembering spirits? Yes. They're like the dead. The dead. What about this? Not this guy. 7 Brides for 7 Brothers is great. I love it. It's good. Well, it's old, awkward. It's old. Old movies be misogynist and all that, but it is kind of funny. I guess the final decision does go to the women's, but it is a fun movie, though a bit dated. You are right. Well, I like going in circles. Do y'all like going in circles? I feel like we're really making some progress here. Zoom. All right, so this one has a symbol. Let's just go across here. I don't know why those teleport things exist right now, but maybe we'll figure it out later. Maybe you have to go around and use the bombs to get more perspectives. Yep, I think so. Circles are a fine shape. Circles are a very strong shape. They've got no downsides. Circles are great from all sides. Okay, a third one. Oh, they are gonna be... I wonder if we can really hit all of them. I think I hear the timers. Hey, we made it. I didn't see any spirit mail on the way. I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for any goodies, but the goodies have been relatively obvious. Ooh, what's this? Is this for later? Is this for bonus? I see there's some more of these things to light up. But it looks like we gotta fight some enemies first. Gotta fight some enemies. Also, something to notice is that you were able to do any of these in any order. So naturally, some of them are going to be a little bit easier than others. But it looks like since you can play them in any order, none of them will be like torturously difficult. Since these other two haven't been too bad. Boom. Oh, there's one behind me, I think. Yes, there is. I'm gonna just blast through both of these, save a little bit of time, do a big hit. Oh, we gotta wait. Oh, missed. Missed the timing there. I'll just do one normal hard hit. Raven Queen, what's up? Hey, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, Raven Queen. How have you been? Oi, 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 champion of Raven Queen. I hope you have been well. Oi, oi. Ah, yes, we must use these stars. We must use these stars to find out which ones we shall hit in what order. It appears that there is going to be a box for our little boys to carry over here. A little square. A couple of perches. This is the first one. I wonder if they stay lit or if we have to remember. So it's left. You could make a guess. Nice. Nice. It was a 50-50 chance. It was 50-50. Now we climb up the mountain. Let's see. Got any secrets sitting around here? Any little secrets? What's this? Whoa, whoa, that's cool. That looks like it's for later, though. I don't think that's for now. It's either for later or we already did it. I don't remember. Let's just keep on climbing. Just don't give up. Just don't give up, streamer. Just keep on going. We got to make it to that boss and beat him up. That's going to be the tough part, as usual. As usual, big boss. Big bosky. Ah, a slidey part. So do we have to stand up here, trigger all these platforms, and then we go on a slide? Goodness. Sliding is difficult. Why does the spirit world have to be so dark? I know. I can't see anything. I like that it all brightens up, though. Gives a good contrast. I just did a Mario move accidentally. I just went like, I was trying to go like, you know, like forward, back, and then jump. That's definitely a Mario thing. Oh, you can teleport straight off of the... We got to redo the whole thing. Do we got to... do we? Where's the platform? Blow that up. It's like they're giving us another chance. That was kind of a silly little part there. I didn't think that I could teleport right off of this. Can I? Yep. All right. That is way longer of a range than I expected. Oh boy. This is foreboding. This is foreboding. It's so beautiful though. I think that it honestly looks more beautiful for y'all. On my screen it's all stretched out. On y'all's screen it's so beautiful. Big bell. This looks a lot like a Dark Souls boss that I know of. And you ring the bell? That's in Sekiro as well. This is a bell that you ring in Sekiro. Wait a second. Copied game?
There.
All right, boys, ring it. Oh boy. The music, oh my gosh. Beautiful, dude. Absolutely beautiful music, and look at that mask. Oh my gosh, it looks like Saruman or the Witch King of Agmar, who I thought were the same person whenever I was younger. A glaive? Is that the name of this weapon? Yeah, nice hat. Thanks for the disco party. Vibes. Hey, it's 9 months, baby. That's a Twitch, baby. Thank you so much for the Twitch, baby. What are we gonna name it? Can we get some hype in the chat for Champion of the Raven Queen? Hey, 9 months of good vibes. Thanks so much for being here, Raven. It's been lots of fun. It's been lots of fun. Here's the 9 more. Ah, yeah. Thank you so much for your continued support and for vibing with us and for keeping me company. You're a good bean. You're a good bean. Thanks for all the hype in the chat. Alchemic with that hype. Shiny with that hype. Awkward with that hype. Dive with the hype. Limpid with the hype. Cal with the hype. Ah, just in time for love. The warrior of love. What was that? This guy is sick. Dude. He blocks. That's what that was. I'm just gonna spam my attack. This is 100% Sekiro. I love it. I love traditional Japanese giant super strong bosses. So cool. I'll take a kick. I'd kick me too, buddy. I don't blame you. I don't think that they expected you to have this attack at all times. Oh, a second hit in there. He learned. Ah, just barely missed time. I almost just chucked through the whole thing. I almost just chucked through the whole boss. Oh, almost got first try. If only I'd known to. If I only had known to dodge that foot. If I'd known to dodge that foot, we would have killed him in one go. I just have to make sure that I nail every one of these hits. Oh, no. Dang it. Oh, he tried to parry. Pitiful. 2 hits in there? Yeah. I'm totally serious, you guys. 2. Oh, I should have actually used some skill there instead of just dodging over and over. Also, I'm gonna just heal up. Warrior, eh? Oh, should have been just using a shield there. Oh, yeah. What a boss. What a boss. Oh, no. Easy. Easy. He didn't stand a chance. He had no defense for that move. I was being sloppy, too. That didn't even feel like a boss. We freed Toshi. Yay. Who would have guessed love was so easy? Love KB's the lead of this streamer. It's very easy to overcome love, you guys. I have overcome my love many times. You just ignore it and it just goes away. Isn't it great? Thanks for the hype in the chat. We did it. Yay. We did it. Old man, what do you think about that?
This bell on a journey of reflection, hoping to seek guidance from
It sure is a pretty area, though. Look at that tree.
As our village struggled, Toshi found few answers here.
Keep talking, old man. Mm-hmm. day-old pizza? Unbelievable. This streamer's a peasant. I only eat fresh pizza straight out of the oven. Mmm. Mmm. There must be a memory around here. Or did we already get it? Nope. We haven't gotten it yet. You got to keep our eyeballs out, looking for memories. Here we go. He sips without telling us he's evolving. Oh, without us telling him to? It's spicy pizza. Spicy. It's got jalapenos. Yeah, I felt that like, you know that empty feeling in your stomach where it just hurts and you're scared that you're going to get a tummy ache? Or that your stomach's going to start cramping up? I felt one little pang of that and I was like, no, thank you. No, thank you. Ring that bell. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's hunger, but it's painful. Normal hunger, I normally avoid. Like, normal hunger is not so bad. It's more like hunger avoidance that I feel. Or not hunger avoidance. It's just like the general feeling of, oh, it's about time to eat again. It's not like actual pain. I rarely feel pain for being hungry. So where's the memory at? Where's this final memory? It's probably got to be in one of these, though. I'm confused. It should be in an outskirt, because we can't get it. Oh, I can't walk over there. There's an invisible wall right here. Look at me. Look at me, I'm floating. Hallelujah. 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 I want to fly. Flying's pretty fun, I gotta say. If you've ever got flying. Oh, also I'm wondering, look at that tree. It's all blue. Is this invisible? Yes, there's always an invisible wall here. How far can I float? Look at the little lads. They're walking out on the nothing. I wonder if that's to help you avoid going to an area that they don't want you in. I don't know. Let's go. You're looking forward to them sips? Oh, yeah. That was fortuitously timed. What fancy language you speak, JT? I'm glad to hear such beautiful words from your lips. I'm just looking around, you guys. I'm just thinking about stuff, you know? I'm just thinking about the deeper things, you know? Big stuff. I don't know where the freaking memory is. Here, ding, ding, ding. Where was that? I don't know, you guys. I got no idea. Why do I get nervous for fictional characters? Oh, boy. Lens, my. There are definitely some games that I've played that gave me, like, some vertigo. Or some fear of heights, whatever you'd call that. Like, in Half-Life 2, whenever I first played it, and you have to climb underneath a bridge. It made me super stressed out. Because it's a first-person game, and the beams that you had to walk on were so small. It made me very nervous. Okay, so now we can swim. So that's the solution. The solution is now we can swim to the bottom of anything that we had to, like, jump on previously. We can just swim everywhere. I'm sure there's a memory hidden around here somewhere. Just have to take a look. You know what's weird, Lens? I don't mind heights in video games. But in real life, you're like, oh, heck no. Oh, heck no. Yeah, video games are definitely not real. But that doesn't stop me from getting stressed out with them sometimes. There are, I mean, VR is kind of a different beast. Have you ever played VR, Alchemic? I feel like that might get you as well. Because it's extremely convincing. VR really does have you, like, diving out of the way of objects and stuff. And like in real life. and accidentally hitting walls because you think something's gonna hit you. It is very visceral. Very, very visceral. Okay, so there's definitely a memory hidden somewhere nearby that we can only access right now. You have and you're not a big fan? Oh dear. Ah, look. Can the noodle glide across water? I'm guessing it can. And I'm guessing that the memory's right here. Can we activate it from here? No. Looks like this is a noodle adventure. A noodle adventure without us. Our noodle's going on a journey without us. Do 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 do. Zooming through the stars. You do it, buddy. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Doesn't look like there's a memory in there, though. Doesn't look like a memory. Guess who made ramen with beef and pork for dinner? Oh, what? Was it you, Lupus? Lupus, who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Lupus a good boy, oh? Lupus, you got the beef and rum. Beef and rum. Who's a good cook? Lupus, good boy. Wiggles. That's weird. You hate heights at all times except for roller coasters. I mean, yeah, Lynn's roller coasters that are definitely like you strap in and you're in it. You're in it. It's too late now. All fears must be put aside. It must be put aside. You're already strapped. There is a thing like, oh yeah, I was playing a little bit of Tower Unite and I went on the roller coaster and it did make me a tiny bit uncomfortable. Made me a tiny bit uncomfortable. Maybe because it gave me memories of roller coasters. Climbing. I see that bomb. I don't know if I've done this yet. I don't even know what this is. That's for something else. That's not for this part. Where is that dang old memory? I mean, we found the shrine, which is great. I mean, maybe it is over here. We're supposed to descend? No, I'm pretty sure that we ascended this previously. Well, I don't know. Does seem to go this direction. Oh, well, there's enemies. That's something. Well, that's something, all right. Let's go. When I first played VR, it was that game Super Hard, and I tried to brace myself on a crate in the game, and you fell through the crate and remembered as Super Hot. Super Hot, like, throws things at your face on purpose to scare you. Super Hot is genuinely uncomfortable sometimes as you're like, as a knife is slowly getting closer and closer to your face. But Super Hot is fun. I've played a bit of it recently. There we go. That's what we're going to use on the boss. Just a little bit of practice, you know? Just a little bit of practice. Is this new? Whoa, we're up high. Oh, look, the kitsune with the horns. Ooh. Oh, look. A woof. A woof.
Seems odd for a sculpture like this
I
to
think.
be so tucked away in these cliffs. Perhaps this was a place of reflection.
Reflection? We talking about Mulan now? Ooh. A place of reflection. Give me more meditation points, please. Ah, here's our final memory. We got it. There's our dad. I mean the final boss.
I need your guidance. Please, help me choose a path that will save our home.
Too late, my friend. They are all dead. They are all dead. And we've got, is that a curse chest over there? Oh my gosh, and spirit mail too. Mamma mia. This place is just the secret haven. I don't even think that this thing's cursed. No, it's got a mask. There's a mask, spirit mail, and a memory, and the mask is awesome. It's a samurai mask. Oh my gosh, dude. This was the trove. We found the freaking trove. Oh, you gonna lurk as a charge? This sounds good, Linz. Lurk it up, my friend. Charge up that phone. Charge up that phone. Hopefully you can see the final boss. Charge it up. Boing, boing. I'll do some extra stuff like spirit mail. Or I'll do some spirit mail while it's charging up. Then we'll fight the big boss. Looks like we are going to finish this game tonight. It's only 7. We might be able to. It depends on if there is a... You know, you never know with these games. Sometimes the final boss will just be a boss. You'll just walk in there. It'll do a cutscene. You fight the boss, then the closing. Then it's done. But sometimes you'll make it to the final boss area, and then it just gives you, like, the hardest puzzle.
The hardest puzzle of them all.
Don't wait on my behalf. Well, this is what I was doing anyway, Linz. It's just lucky timing. I'm glad that you're charging it up now. Rot. Or, poison. Nice. We delivered the mail, and there's nothing in here. Sweet. Maybe this happens after you beat the boss. Oh, okay, this climbing, that's what it is, okay. I was about to say, there's gotta be something, right? There's gotta be something. KP, what's up? How are you doing? Happy Friday, my friend. We made it. Here comes the weekend. Here comes the weekend, KP. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy. We're still playing some more of this Kenna game. We're getting darn close. We're getting darn close. We gotta... Where's that spirit fruit at? Boing, boing. Do-do-do-do-do. Ooh. Okay, we need spirit fruit. Oh, maybe we can just bust this whole thing. Whoa! Remove all that nastiness. And there's a ghost. But Kenny, it's Saturday here. Oh, wow. Well, happy Saturday. Happy Saturday, Kiwis, people in Asia and Aussies. Well, happy Saturday. Easy peasy. Just a little bit of climbing. Just some climbing. No big deal, pickle. Oh, and a rot. And a 1 rot. There's 100 of them. Oh, my. That's a lot of rots. I don't know. Ed European land? Yeah, but it's only just turning Saturday. Like, you should be going to bed, Di. You should be sleeping right now. You should be snoring. Snores in Scottish. Which sounds like just bagpipes. Nee, 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 nee. Bunny. Bunny girl. Bunny girl senpai. Let's deliver some more mail. Get some more goodies. Oh, let's see. There is a spirit mail delivery over here. And I thought there was one more. No. There's only 1 bit of mail. That's it? Okay. I am immune to sleep. Sleep can't touch me. You cannot be defeated by mere sleep. Move over, sleep. Ah! That is what I say to sleep. Sleep in all of its derivatives. Ah! We're going to the village onsen. What? Doesn't that mean hot springs? What? Oh, yeah, it is kind of an onsen. I didn't even realize that it was for rest and relaxation. We've already been over here. Nice. We can relax. We can kick back and enjoy ourselves. Ah, comfy. There sure are a lot of leaves. Somebody should come out here with a net. Also, I think I just heard a bug. I don't know. If this was an onsen, where would I sit? I'd probably sit... I don't want to be tickled by leaves. I wouldn't want to be tickled by wild leaves. Maybe I'd sit right here? It's kind of a weird spot. I don't know. Not a lot of great places to sit here. Maybe over here? Yeah. I think that I'd maybe relax right here. Yeah, I wouldn't want the leaves to... Oh my gosh. They look like an army. I was trying to sit down, but it won't let me sit in the water. There we go. We can sit on this rock. Sit on this rock and float just a tiny bit. All of our little munchkins cannot get up here. Look at them. They're jumping, but they can't get up here. You'd sit near the waterfall? Mmm. Yeah. She just said, thank you. Yeah, this is too high. This water would get in my nose. I wouldn't sit there. Oh, this is kind of a nice little nook. This is a nice nook. And look, you could put some food and drinks up here. Yes. I think that this is the spot. Because you could put food and drinks on the ledge. But if there's any children in the village, I wouldn't sit there because they might bother me. I don't trust them. Kids, I don't trust them. But if there's no children in the village, then I would sit there. Let's deliver some mail. We're getting close. Oh, this doesn't even have anything to do with mail. This is just something that we could have done. Look at this. We already looted this jar, but we didn't do this yet. Odd. Odd that we would not have planted this and broken these. I don't believe it. Ah, the mail goes down there. I never said I was smart. I said kids are dumb. That's true. That's true. I don't know exactly the context, but I'm sure that somebody was like, Kenny thinks he's so clever. But I was just comparing myself to children. All the little sweet babies. I know, they're so cute. We need money because we need to buy like all the new hats. What's up, Lex? I'm doing great. Thank you for asking. I'm enjoying this game. It's almost done, but I'm enjoying it. A cool mask. Zajuro's mask. It's a boar that I don't remember. Don't remember seeing that boar character. You're gonna get some sleep now. It was fun being able to watch even more of the stream today. Hey, get some rest. Get some rest, Shiny. It was awesome hanging out with you, friendo. Always nice to play difficult games with my friend Shiny. With my friend Shiny. Oi, 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 oi. Darren, get the cooking done, my friend. You'll enjoy the food. I hope you enjoy the cooking as well. We'll see you soon, my friend. Open up. Yeah, and if I played Sekiro, I could play it on my PS4 so that the graphics could look beautiful. Kill that plant. Ooh. Wonder if this is a specialty building, like an onsen or a workshop or something. Ooh. You're needing to return to the Ghost of Tsushima? That does look fun. Ooh, another mask. Awesome. They're always masks. Always masks for the spirit mail. And it's Toshi's mask.
Over there.
Whoa, Toshi's mask. Oh, snap. How many pets does she have? Let's check. Check after this little... Aw, the toe beans. We got 82 of them. We got 82 munchkins. And how much spirit mail do we lack? Let's zoom over the map and see if I can spot some. There's one spirit mail that's in the fields. Only one? I think we could get that. It's only one. And then we've gotten all of it in the storehouse, which is like in the center, I guess. Yeah, we got the spirit mail there. We're missing a couple of flower shrines in the village. Not a big deal. Yeah, the village covers a huge area, and we've gotten all the mail there. No mail there. Got all the mail there. Got all the mail here. Looks like we're only missing one piece. Unless there's some in the mountain. Doesn't look like there is. I think that this might just be the final boss. Yeah, because it says free Toshi. I think that we just walk in and we fight the boss. So there's only one piece of mail left. It's out here in the fields. There's also one flower shrine and some hats that we could go for. Yeah, let's go look for that spirit mail. After we'll put on some hats, we can go hunt out that last piece of mail. And then we're almost done with this game, I think. I think that is just going to be the final boss. You just got home from a morning workout, so you're wrecked. Oh, no. Kick back for a bit, my friend. Kick back and recover. Make sure you drink plenty of fluid. Let's buy our hats. What's money for if not to buy absolute swag? We can teleport our buns over to the fields and we'll find that bit of spirit mail. What kind of pretty hats do we have? We've got... Just looking at the numbers, there's so many. Samurai! And you can buy as many as you want. Nice. You can buy as many masks, quote unquote, as you want. Toshi's mask is, of course, all on its own. Very cool. The good ones are 500 bucks. The hunter, the mask maker, the warrior. Dude, all of them are going to be... I've got heavy metal beans. Looks like as far as valuable ones go, there's only 2 left. Maybe one of these is hidden behind Spirit, and maybe one of them is beating that final boss. And then the rest of these are little tiny hats that are hidden everywhere. We've got plenty of extras. So let's make sure that we've got 2 of the normal... Oh, yeah, the bunny one. You're right. I forgot about the bunny one. Yes. Let's make sure that we've got at least 2 of everything so that we can spot them every now and again for fun. Yeah, the bunny is so cute. Buy another samurai, another mask. The bunnies are adorable. Let's get away from here and look at our beans. The beans. I'm gonna sit over here. Oh my goodness. Look at them. Where's the hardcore giant masks? I want to see all the... there's one of them. Oh my goodness. They really stand out. You really stand out as an absolute creepster. Are they spawning somewhere else? Ah, whatever. Let's go find that one piece of spirit mail over in the fields. There's a hat card here. How far does this go? It goes all the way to here, and it's just not in the heart. I remember that heart area. But it could be over here and down. So I'm going to go here and go south. It's a happy bun time. Oh, yeah. We got bunnies. We got bunnies. They're hopping around. Looking cute. I love the ears. Yep. Let's go back this way. I knew you couldn't resist the collectathon. Yeah, right, Die. Watch me. Watch me resist it. There's no way I'm getting all that rot. Holy moly, dude. Look at the freaking rot. 18 out of 25. Oh, hell no. We got missing rot there. Rot hats, flower shrines everywhere. This place is a mess, dude. A mess. I don't think we could do it. No freaking way. No way. Maybe with a guide. If we used a guide, maybe. Goblino time. Everybody, get your goblin on. Get your goblin on. It's only 7:30. Okay, I have time to be a goblin. Spirit mail is very obvious. It's like shiny orange. It's a little sack of shiny orange business. That is a cursed chest right there. But yeah, the one that's tricky is those dang memories. Oh no. Ah. The memories are over here too. Should we get those? Oh, this ain't a cursed chest. This is just free rot. Sweet. You're a goblin 24/7. Yeah, I'm a bit of a goblin when it comes to games. Bit of a goblin. Gotta find all the goodies. All the goodies. Nom 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 nom. Already done that little center thing. I remember that. And we got a teleportation shrine over here. Oh boy. You're gonna head out, but it's nice to be able to watch for a little bit. Oh, we'll see you later. It was nice to be with you, champion. It was nice to be with you. We'll see you later. Enjoy the rest of your evening, my friend. Next stream title, 100% in Kenna, getting all platinum trophies and inspecting every grass blade. You shush. You shush, Die. every grass blade. Goblins can be pretty. Pretty goblin. Oh yeah, and also all this time we'll be getting all of our upgrades so that we can fight the boss with the full upgrades. We've already been over here. I remember this. I think. What the heck? What the heck is this? What? That did not work. What is this? What's happening? There's nothing to shoot. Yeah, it looks like you could shoot this. Huh? Eh? It has a target on the side? I don't see it. Does it? Yeah, I see that target there, but I already tried shooting it. Didn't work. Yeah, it's not lit up. This one? I don't remember what this is. Maybe we moved this out of the way and we found something underneath it earlier. I don't know. That might have just been something underneath it, I guess. That's weird as heck. That's weird as heck, man. What about this, though? Is this just a platform to get up top? Would wearing a mask thing help? It's possible that wearing a mask would expose something. You're right. It's always something that we can check. Yeah, but you're right. We should be checking around, looking for mask stuff. Oops, I didn't mean to fall off. We got plenty of air for your target practice. My what? Why do you have to shoot everything? Shaking my head. Texans. Texans, you can't trust them. Huh. Nope, nothing. Oh, wait, what about the noodle? Would the noodle be able to do anything with this? Nah. That's not noodleable. Noodleable. Not noodleable. Oh, look how crappy that text is. Okay, let's go. There's nothing here, you guys. Facts. Fact. There's nothing over here. Don't let anybody fool you. This is all worthless. That's just facts, you guys. I'm just trying to help you. Oh, Noodle. Noodle's gonna jump off the edge and die. Weird. Rest in peace. Okay, we already searched this area pretty good. I don't wanna focus too much there. I feel like I've searched the edges pretty good. Maybe it's hiding in the center. Hidden in plain sight, no doubt. But there are memories that I'm missing, and those suckers are hard to see. Oops. Ah, dang. Dang it! We've already been over here twice, 3 times. Remember going here a bunch of times. I feel like we still could have missed a memory, though, and there's 2 of them. 2 memories, and all they are is just they're just a triangle. So they're just a button prompt that you see. And there's one little beam that like hops up and down in the spot. Very frustrating. And it can be on like any object that seems sort of out of place. Like if you were on the coast and you saw like one object that kind of stood out. We got enemies though. We do got enemies. We've already been up there several times. I don't think it's that bad. I guess we could double check just in case, but wait, where'd the bug go? Come back to me, bug. Boom. Ooh, bop. And bop. There we go.
Right over there.
What are you doing? Die. Die. What? What?
Right there.
What? What happened? What? Oh, are you teasing somebody that said it's not as satisfying as Eevee? Are y'all teasing because they said it wasn't as good as Eevee? You don't like it? Well, surprise. You were the one that said that? I think they're mocking you. Maybe not. Oh no. How dare you? You don't like my You're mocking me, aren't you? We already got that chest. Let's roll. We're rolling. Rolling. We went from that way. That's the way to the caves. I think we've already looked in this building, right? Oh, Lex. If your friends don't tease you, I don't know if they're real friends. These people in the chat, they be real friends. They tease. They tease. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I think we've already done this, which is why that pumpkin's done. But we could try doing a little bit of planting. It's very satisfying anyway. I doubt that there's any memories hidden inside of this. Doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm sorry to hear that, Lex. It's all in good fun, my friend. Let's see. Looks like they're eating out here. They got some fruit, but I don't see any memories. Memories, memories. I don't see any memories. I don't see anything to give. But at least we planted everything. The plant should stay planted while we're here. And if we leave again, then they might go back. Take a look in here. Boing, boing. Let's see, let's see. We already got that spirit thing. Yeah, I remember this area. I remember all of this stuff. But, you know, we could have missed something. I mean, clearly we missed a lot of stuff. I just don't know where it is. Gotta just look for the little triangle prompts. Something that I really want to check is that giant tower. I bet you there was a couple things that I couldn't focus on while it was like raining. It was storming while I was going up there. It was storming. I couldn't help it. I couldn't see anything. Maybe some water has turned from cranberry juice. Whoops. Yeah, what about that? Oh, what about that? Oh, we've been over there. Yeah. That was the way to the top. That was the way to the top to get the hammer. There could be stuff up there. They were ringing bells. You're a dead ringer for some other bell that I've seen before. Nothing up there. This is gonna go to the village heart if I'm not careful. In fact, this might already be the village heart. Whoops. Oh yeah, maybe I should keep in mind that I can teleport now. I haven't seen anything that looked like it was for teleporting. Yep, this is the village heart, and there's rot, hats, and cursed chests here, but that's probably all below ground. I don't want to mess around with that right now. Let's focus, you guys. Concentrate on the spirit mail. Don't get bamboozled by thoughts of grandeur. We must remain focused. Although I am going to flip that switch just for fun. Looking for memories. Ooh, that looks like somewhere we haven't been. I see barrels. I see barrels. And we can swim against this current? Nice. I was wondering if they were going to make it have physics, but no physics. Flip all the switches. Indeed, I cannot help it. The beans! Look at them swim! Oh my gosh, it's a swarm of them. If these beans were anything else, they would ruin the ecosystem. No memories over here. No memories, just upgrades. Dang, no hats either. Wow. Just money. Just money. Also, we can't fall in this barrel. Mom, I want a bean. Oh, well, my friend, of course, you could purchase these beans online. Just purchase them for the affordable price of I don't know how much they cost. Eat these. How far are you away from upgrading everything? Probably pretty close. Eat them. Eat, my children. 680. We might have it already. Nope. We only need 20 more. 20 more. We just upgraded the strength of our shield. Just a nice bonus. And increase the quiver. Just another nice bonus. Just a little something, you know? A little something to make it a little bit easier. Tiny little bonus, but it could tweak out the battle just a tiny bit. Boing. Oh man, this is a long swim though. Is this really the best way to get out of there? Yeah, maybe that's just a refuge for somebody that fell down a waterfall. Maybe that's just a sorry that you're a failure. Here's some treasure. Sorry that you fell off the edge. Here's a tiny bit of treasure for your trouble. Can I get up on this rock? Let me up on the... Ah, we gotta swim around. We gotta swim around. I want to peek under here anyway. Peeking. What do we got under them bridges? Under the bridges, behind the waterfalls, you know. Yeah, some pity treasure, exactly. We pity you for having to have this treasure here. We can definitely check these houses. Who knows what they hold? Is that all village heart stuff? No. No, that's part of the fields. That switch that we flipped is part of the fields up there. And we would be amiss if we did not check it. No troll under the bridges? Shaking my head. Where's my trolls? Nintendo, give me my trolls. See some treasure over here. Give me a mask. Ah. Nothing but berries. Yeah, berry buckets everywhere. Look, they're too shy. They don't want to come on land. There's only a few that dare. Fully upgraded. Boom. Everything. It says that I am a skillful spirit guide. Nice. All right, so we did. We got all the upgrades. We got all of the relics, but we still got 2 more memories. Mamma mia. Skilled indeed. Oh, yeah. We've got the skills. We got the skills to pay the bills. Nice. Every skill. Now fruit is worthless, and I will feed these beans no more. I will feed these beans no more. Also, welcome back, Lupus. How was the food? Was it as good as it looked? Did the food taste? The beans shall starve. There shall be no food for these beans. The food was amazing. You are a full bean. You're stuffed. You're stuffed like a tick.
Yeah.
Come on back down. I want to go for a ride up here. Apparently, these are the fields. You know, the mountains. The mountains are my favorite fields. You gonna grab a snack? Sounds good. I'm about to eat another piece of pizza. I was gonna do it while the boss thing was going on, but then we decided to be goblinos. Then we decided to be goblins. Bow, 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 bow. Up we go. Everybody talking about food. While I'm eating my spaghetti for lunch. Spaghetti. Spaghetti's good. Oh, there's a teleporter here. We could have schmooved up here for free. Yep. This is still considered the fields, oddly enough. This is where we fought a boss. I think that we went through here pretty good. Is there a memory? This looks like a place for a memory right here. Nothing. Nothing. No memories. Nobody even remembers this place. It's completely unknown to humanity. And the ascent, maybe we should try to do a reverse ascent. Could have been a memory there. I don't know. Anything that looks unusual can be a memory. Anything that looks like there's only one of that mesh. You have no memory. You are Lupus. That is all you need. What about up here? This is just a normal treasure spot. Ooh, yes, we've been in there. That was for meditation. We got into a meditative state at that very location. Looking around, trying to find some memories. I have no memories. They've been wiped. Lupus, hear me. Ah, wow. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, it's Woopus. Whoop, whoop, it's Woopus. Any memories? No, nobody remembers meditating. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa. So long, Game Bowser. What? What? I was just looking for treasure. What? 100 tier 2 subs? Oh my gosh. What? Anonymous, oh my gosh. What are you doing? Tier 2, holy crap. 100 of them. Anonymous strikes again. Thank you so much for the generosity, whoever you are. Oh my goodness gracious. What the heck? Oh, Anonymous. Thank you so much for the insane support. I do not understand you. Holy moly. To the bean that does that, you are an absolute hero. Absolutely a hero. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That kind of reminds me to say that I just paid for my ticket to LA. I just paid for my ticket to LA so that I can meet Kelsey and hang out with Arisa and meet Jordan and maybe meet Jaden. Thank you so much, Anonymous, for supporting me. I really appreciate it. Goodness gracious. This feels excessive. Thank Anonymous. Thanks, Anonymous, for keeping our lad on Twitch. I mean, Anonymous is clearly paying the bills. Anonymous, you are ridiculous, and I so appreciate it. Meg, what's up? Been lurking, and oh my lord, thank you, Anonymous, for the tier 2. That's 100 people. 100 people that get all of the emotes. 100 people that have for an entire month, even an extra emote that goes way past. Tier 2 is like reserved for people that just want to support an extra amount. But Anonymous is out here gifting tier 2s. Holy moly. There's nothing that I can do. I can't hype it anymore. Ah! Dead. I think I spotted a chest down there. Oh my goodness. There's nothing to say. There's nothing to do. I'm trapped. Hi, Earl. I have an interview at Walmart tomorrow, so I'm hyped. Nice. Good luck, my friend. That would be awesome sauce. I hope that you get it. Dad Wrestler was one of them. There's 100 gifted subs. There's got to be so many good beans in there. There's got to be so many good beans. 100. Oh, I made it down. I made it down. And this ain't a cursed chest too. Nice. Give me a mask. Goodness gracious. We can just play whatever games we want, you guys. We can just hang out and just have a good time because we got generous beans like Anonymous that are just removing all my worries. I'm so lucky and blessed and appreciative that I don't have to worry about things. That I don't have to worry. I can just have a good time and do my best. I can just do my best. And apparently that's enough. And I super appreciate it. And I do not take any of this for granted. It is super fun to be able to hang out with you guys for as long as it lasts. I will vibe with you guys. I've said before, but even if I had to get a job or something, I would keep streaming because this is my group. Y'all are my group. I'd always make time for my friendos. Hey, Black Ice, I hope that you enjoy the gifted tier 2 sub. I hope you enjoy. What a cool name. Is that your emote? What? That's awesome. Hey, I'm so glad that you got a gifted sub. And Dad Wrestler was one of them. Aw, yeah. Sweet. Meg, having a chill evening. That's nice. That's nice. Hanging out, having a good time. Ooh, rot. We got some rot. Ah, crap. I have to go. Oh, we'll see you later, JT. No worries. No worries. We'll see you sometime soon. Get out of here, JT. Take care of everything. Black Ice, it's nice to meet you. You love playing this game. I am doing my first playthrough right now, and it is so beautiful, so fun. We're playing on the hardest mode that we can at the moment. So some of these bosses have been rough, but I'll tell you what. That move right there breaks the game. So far, I just beat 3 bosses in a row with that, and yep, it staggers them, and it is overpowered. I don't know if they made the boss tougher so that you can't just go boom, boom, but we're gonna find out soon. We're gonna fight the boss tonight. We're gonna fight the final boss. You're playing on the easiest? I'm not gonna lie. I've been very tempted to just restart the game a couple times because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous at some points. I think that it's a smart thing to play a game on an easier setting, learn how to do it, and then if you want to, you can upgrade it if you want to. But for this game, I kind of now I feel like we're ready to play Dark Souls. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why I said Dark Souls like that, but I think that we might start up one of those games for funzos. Ooh, I didn't know that you could hit the hay bales. Wait a second. Wait a second. Are there more things that I can hit? Yeah, look, this hay over here is something. Maybe we can harvest the grain too. Okay, let's get some more Dark Souls. I don't know if we'd actually play Dark Souls. But yeah, Black Ice, I'm guessing that you're a streamer. Are those your emotes? I unfortunately cannot do anything with my mouse right now. Clean this up. Oh, they are your emotes. That's awesome, Sauce. Streamer friendo. Nice to meet you, streamer friendo. I'll have to check out your streams sometime. Oh! Well. Looks like there are statues around here. This is an area that I've just never entered for some reason. I just never walked up here. Because there are enemies. There's statues to move. Let's do a little combo here. Boom. Kaboom! I don't think that there's going to be any super tough challenges, but there could be some tough bosses. I don't know. Come on, boys. Pick this up. Pikmin time. Come on, little Pikmin. Let's go fix it. I don't want to walk too far away. Otherwise, look, it looks like a little stone owl walking over the hill. Woohoo! And it doesn't have any detail from afar. Ah! Had to turn down my settings. Goops. Goopsie. Oh, dang it. The other way would have been faster. Right. We'll put one right here. Gotta find two more. I wonder if this is for a memory. I think previously I've gotten hats from this, so... But we gotta do it. We gotta do anything that we find. We're not gonna go searching for all the rot or for all the hats because that would be far too much work. Oh, Linz, welcome back. Hey, phone's all charged up. Nice. Linz, welcome back. We found some treasure. Also, Anonymous gifted 100 subs. Lens, welcome back. 100 tier 2 subs. You missed the hype that blew up. Holy moly. Oh, we could plant some plants. We'll plant. Go. You know what? I think that I'm gonna make some more. I think I'm gonna make some more sub alerts that are slightly bigger. So that we can hype it even more if something crazy happens. Oi! Alchemic, welcome back. Alchemic. Welcome. We found some stuff. Do it. Okay, we planted the plants, but what did that accomplish? Nothing. That's what. Oh, wait. There's a bean inside of this gourd. There's a gourd rot. Ah, yes. Rotten gourds. My favorite. 85. Loads of rot. Need to find those owl statues. This is what I get for leaving. No! Lens, you're a good bean.
You're a good bean.
Ooh, we got a gourd hat too. It had a hat and a rot. Well, that's a 2-for-1 deal. Where are the owl statues? What's happening? Where are they? It has to be somewhere that the rot can walk because I don't even think that they can fall down while they're holding something. There's one over here. Okay, at the base. Due to spoilers, I totally understand, Black Ice. Yes. We'll be done with this game soon enough. And I'd love to hang out with you sometime while we're playing different games. But yes, you surely do not want any, don't get any spoilers, my friend. We will see you later. I'm glad that you got a gifted sub. Oh, gonna get crushed. I take it the Calico has jeans and a white shirt with a Full Metal Jacket poster? What? What did Calico say about those? I came back to a message of I have jeans and only white shirt I have is Full Metal Jacket posted on it. Over and over in chat. Whoa, it's broken. She said that a long time ago. She said that whenever I called myself a fashion icon. But yes, Black Ice, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Yeah. That was from way long ago. Yes, hours. It's been hours. Twitch chat's broken. Boop. There we go. Is Lynn's secretly anonymous? Lynn's leaves and then anonymous gift subs. It's all coming together now. Suspicious. Anybody that wasn't here is now a suspect. Anonymous could be any one of us. It could be any one of us. It could be you. It could be me. As Spy would say from TF2. Anonymous could be any one of us. It could be you. Where is the final statue? Joke's on you. I have no money. Good. Lupus, give no money. Save your money. Save your money, Lupus. Otherwise, I'm going to get mad. Good. Good. You've got no money to spend, and that's exactly right. You admit that you have no money to spend. Yes. You must save. You must save and achieve your dreams. I know you can do it. You will achieve your dreams, Lupus. I know you can do it. Ooh, grow plant. Aha! Now the garden is done. Now the garden is grown. I mean, theoretically, I'm against valuing my life progress. What? Theoretically, I'm against valuing my life progress with disposable income, but in practice, me too. What? Die! Take care of yourself. You're a good bean, and you deserve to take care of yourself. Die is precious. Die is precious to me. Where's the owl? Where is the owl? Oh, look at that. There's a shrine over here. Nice. Let's use the noodle. Use your noodle. Dang, all tier 2 subs. Anonymous is generous. Anonymous is insanely generous. Insanely generous. And I'm not 100% convinced that it's only one person because holy moly. Holy moly. Too much. Anonymous is a super generous bean/beans. Holy moly. They explode. Did I take damage for falling? Maybe there's a closer one. Surely. Let's take a look. I don't even know if rolling's much faster, but I like rolling. I don't see any super close ones. Let's go back before I lose my way. Don't lose your way. Also, that big thing right there is to get to the village heart, right? I think. Boing, boing, boing. Dumb old Twitch. Dumb old Twitch thinks Calico's the only person talking. Shaking my head. I'm watching that health bar. I think that it loses health whenever it falls. Yes. Yes. Just like we all do. Go. Go. Fix it. BRB, kitty dinner time. Sounds good. Take care of those cats. Take care of those meow meows. Boom. There we go. No hats, but we got money and it was a thing. Now I gotta find that stinking statue. Where is it? Where's the owl? Where's the owl house? Seems like there would be one in here, but I don't see any plants to grow here. Could be this way. I don't think I've looked much this way, but seems like a dead end. This doesn't seem like where they'd hide a statue. Ooh. We've definitely been in here before. There's a spirit flower nearby. Any treasure? So we haven't found a single memory. We haven't found the spirit mail either. Oh, here's a chest, though. Hey, Andy, what's up? Wowza, just minding my own business and you find out you're gifted a tier 2 sub. Isn't it awesome? Enjoy your tier 2 sub. Hey, Andy, if you want to watch movies with us, we watch movies every single Sunday. We're going to watch some fun, spooky movies in December. And I think this week we're going to watch... Let me see if I can remember. This week we're going to watch... Oh, what was it? What did I say that we were going to watch? Ay. I can't even remember. It's gonna be something good. But Andy, I'm glad that you got gifted a sub. That's awesome. Spirit. Yes, Spirit. Stallion of the Cimarron. Thank you. Oh, that door is locked. Could have swore we did that. Suspicious. Yes. Spirit. I've learned that my ice machine can make shaved ice, and you're making pink lemonade syrup. Yum. Shaved ice is the bomb. The bomb. We have definitely been in here before. Why? Shaved ice, big yum. It's a memory. It's a memory. We found one. I think. Never mind. It's a freaking rot. Dang it. I should have said a good movie. Oh, you don't like it, Alchemic? That's a shame. That's a shame. Well, fine. What movie would you watch? Let's see what Alchemic thinks is a good movie. The Lorax. Alchemic wants us to watch the Illumination Entertainment. It's just really long. That is true. It is a little bit long. It is a lengthy movie. But it has so much emotional payoff. I've never cried so hard for a horse. That is to say, I didn't cry at all, but horses are, I don't know, they're kind of silly. They've got long faces. Okay, this is the area that has the owl statues, but I still can't find that last one. You would have said Wall-E. Oh, what? I think you would have said Trolls World Tour. Wall-E's good. I kind of want to watch all the Pixar movies together, though. Maybe that's too greedy. Maybe I'm a greedy gut. My dad always said I was a greedy gut. Open up. Mom, I want a bean now. Vonchik still? You still want a bean? After all this time? Oh my gosh, what is this? This is the storehouse. We don't need to go in here. This zone is a no-go. Except for whatever these, what is this? Oh, we just found a rot. right at the door. Okay. Okay. Rot at the door. Don't get crushed. Oh, storehouse is 100%. That's the only one I've seen. That's the only one that I've done 100%. Nice. Whee! Boing, boing. Boing, boing, zoot. No, I wouldn't say trolls, only because I know that you don't want to watch those. Alchemic, you are very thoughtful. You are very thoughtful. You were even the one that pointed out this game. Let's get these beans out of there. Get those beans out of there. Come on, boys. I don't know if they can make this drop. I don't think so. I'm going to see... Ooh, I think they may have gone out of my range. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Beans, where'd you drop that statue? Where'd you drop it? Hey! Dropping our treasure, shaking my head. Come on, boys. This way. I think we're just going to get a hat for this, but who knows? Could be a memory. Could be spirit. Oh, look at the little, at the far left corner. It shows all the beans holding an object. That's cute. I did notice that the icon changed. Whenever you're in a fight and you don't have a rot move, then they look like they're scared and they're hiding. But look, oh my gosh, they almost dropped it. Be careful with that. That's worth more than any one of you beans. That's worth more than all you beans combined. Daddy's got an egg hat. Dad's got an egg hat. Come on, little BBs. Little BBs, let's go find some memories. Go find that mail. We gotta fight the last boss. I hope it isn't too hard. You notice that you can't put hat on your specific rod. Oh yeah, my specific one. You're totally right. I don't think that you can. Boing. Yeah, the one that like gives you kisses or dances or whatever. The special one. I wonder if it has a name or a purpose. Or if it's just some random rot that we decided to like. Boing, boing, zoop. That's the one with the moss mohawk. A sweet moss mohawk. Let's sit down and look at him. Does he have it? He does. His hair looks kind of like mine. His hair does look a little bit like mine, for sure. Let's have him dance on my head. Dance on my head, little brother. Ah, yeah. You like the pumpkin hat? The pumpkin hat's better than the egg hat any day. What? Dai doesn't like eggs. Shaking my head. Dai hates eggs for 10 minutes straight. Dai is the only one that doesn't like eggs for 5 minutes straight. What? Oh my god, the sub goal, 103 out of 10. Oh my gosh. Ah! I was just looking at the side that I saw that. 103 out of 10. Holy moly. Ah! Can we even go up there anymore? I think that might just be part of the boss. We will fight the boss, Calico, but I wanted to see if we can find this mail. I just wanted to find the mail. Chaotic Neutral M! Oh my gosh! With the tier 3 sub, hey!
Can't believe I've been subbed for 7 months.
Oh my goodness. Thank you for the 7 months of sub. Oi! 7 months of sub. Thank you so much for the insane support. I super appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Much love, Chaotic Neutral M. 7 months of fun. It's been lots of fun. Thank you for hanging out with me. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. It's our friend, Chaotic Neutral M. Oh, yeah. We're getting closer to that Twitch baby. The Twitch baby of 9 months. Boing. Here we go. What do we do? Nothing. We give up. And now, we give up. Oh, I see, I see. I forgot about this part. You gotta rotate it, then you gotta get up here. Yahoo! Yahoo! Ooh. What do these do whenever you're up here, though? They just move out of the way? Ooh. Treasure. A rot. Much love. Life is better when I get to watch you stream. Oh my gosh. Don't talk like that. Chaotic Neutral, I'm so glad that you enjoyed around here. I love hanging out with you. Thank you for always keeping me company and being a good bean. A good bean indeed. Indeed. Whee! That's my most watched video lens. What? Is there a Divey YouTube channel? Shouts out to my boy Divey. Ooh, oh no, I probably could have made that if I hadn't been so sloppy. If I hadn't been so sloppy. The best bean. The tasty bean. Waters at the mouth. Do not eat these beans. Lupus. Lupus, you stay away from my minions. You stay away from my minions, Lupus. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Fine. Fine. Eat you later, beans. We can make it. I believe it. Yes. Boing, boing. Grab it. Yahoo! Kenny being sloppy. I don't even think that that's the intended way. I just broke the game for your entertainment. M. What do we do now? What about a bomb? What about another bomb? What if we jumped over there? Boing. Oof. Oh. Boing. If it wasn't intended, they intended they would have patched it out. What? You think that they're keeping up that good with this game? It technically, it did get a patch today. I kept saying pouch. It did get a patch today. They did adjust some stuff. Not much though. I'm sure that they fixed like a couple of bugs or something, but I don't know. I don't know because the Epic Game Store doesn't tell you what the updates are. Just another reason to not like this thing. The store, that is, not the game. Game's great. Game's great. Epic Game Store is annoying. Definitely seems like there might be some hidden treasure around here.
There might be some treasure.
Ooh. Memory? Memory? Anybody? Ooh. There's lots of just standard money. There's lots of money that I missed, but I don't need money. I need fame. Boing, boing. Let's see. Does this still count? This still counts as the fields. This is hardly the field. The patch notes are on Twitter. Yeah. Are they just little tweaks? Little tweaks, little fixes. But Kenny, you get some free games with the Epic Store. Yes. There's a reason why they're free. Because they have to suck you onto their platform. They're investing. They're investing awkward. They're getting people to use their platform. It's all just a business strategy. Boing, boing. You're also talking to a guy with more than 1,000 games on my Steam account, so. And I just bought another game last night. Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! Stop buying games, streamer! Stop it! Boing, boing. Okay, this is where we go, though. Overcooked 2. No! Not Overcooked! I hate Overcooked. I'm glad I'm dead. Oh no. Oh no. Whee! We got crushed. We got crushed. What about this area? Is there some treasure over here? Where's my memories? Oh, I remember nothing. What is this? Nothing? What is it? Dead end? Bruh. Dead end. Kenny, you hate Overcooked? It's hard as heck. I just find it frustrating. I find it to be a frustrating game, but I mean, I get why other people like it. I like cooking games that grade your cooking, like where you have to make it like perfectly, essentially, where you like work on the skills until you get good enough to like cook really good dishes and get good ratings. But Overcooked is about speed and teamwork and stuff like that, and it's just not what I was looking for. That's just not what I'm looking for. It's just not my sort of game, but it's not a bad game. I just really, really am annoyed by it. It's just frustrating. Yeah, like Cooking Mama or Order Up. Order Up, Cooking Mama, even something like, what's it called? The, like Papa's Freezeria or whatever. Those Papa Louie games, I'd rather play those than Overcooked. It's just not my cup of tea. It's not my leg of lamb, you know? Would you play Cooking Simulator? I tried it. It's a little janky. It's a little janky. The VR version is extremely sickening, but Kenny hates teamwork. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of games that require a lot of teamwork. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, a free rat. There's so much stuff that I left behind. Very clumsy am I. That's why there's 1 million rat that we're missing.
Because I wasn't even paying attention.
Also, I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some meditation points at every boss that we fought, because I didn't realize that there was one hiding in the middle. Oopsie. You remember finding a McDonald's Tycoon game? What? McDonald's Tycoon? That sounds like fun. I'd play McDonald's Tycoon. I want to make all the fries. I want to make the best fries in the entire world. McDonald's Tycoon. This interests me. Yes, yes. I like the sound of this. You're missing 10 rats. That's hardly any. Is it actually 10? Does it actually go up to 100? Look, there's 4 here. No, I think that it's more than 100, right? Maybe? There's 1, 2. 3, 4, 2, 6, 10. No, there's more, right? Nah, I got more than 10 rot. Yeah, because there's 4 out of 7 here, 11 out of 13 here. That's weird. They didn't make it 100. What is it then if it's not 100? Yeah, because it's more than that. That's for the 5th rot level. And the rest is just bonus? How unsatisfying. Maybe I'm miscounting. It looks... Oh, don't jump off the edge now. Don't jump off that edge now. But yeah, I think there's more than 11 die. I'm just kind of peeking around, looking at all the corners. I'm just looking around. Try to see if I see anything. Ooh. I kind of want to get up there, but I guess that's not an option. I remember this area. This was a cool spot. Ooh. Yeah, I think you can jump up there without activating this. So maybe this is a bonus. Nah, I don't see anything that gets... Why would you rotate that? Is that an object? Look, it's got it on the other side now, but what is that? Why would you rotate that? I was just waiting for it to go back so that I didn't get squished. Didn't want to get squished. You can try again. Let's... Yeah, so if it's sitting like this, you rotate it. What does that do? We need to hit it a second time? Oh. It's kind of fun. Is that something? Why does it rotate 3 times? What? What is this? Was that a puzzle that we solved earlier that made sense back then? What is this? What's the point? So that you can rub against it? I don't understand. That must have been for something else. Surely there was a puzzle earlier. I don't know. Oh, probably shouldn't go down there. That's likely death. Very likely. The internet says that there's only 100? Maybe I miscounted. Or maybe it's bugged. Maybe it's bugged. But surely, because there's 1. Okay, I'm going to count again. 1, 2, 3. 3 plus 4, 7. Oh, I might have just miscounted. 7 plus 3 is 10. 4 out of 7. 7 plus 3 is 10. 10. It's still Taro's tree. That's why I was confused. The 10, 11, 12. There's 12. Okay, I'm just miscounting one of those. I just did math slightly wrong. There are 100. I was big dumb. I got confused because Taro's tree is here. And where? Right here. Yeah. I counted it as like another thing. Right here. And then it changed. And then it changed back. Yep. You're right. There is 100. There is 100 rotten beans in this world. Boing. Boing, boing. I wonder, Alchemic, could you riddle me this? Do we get something for beating that boss? Be honest. Be honest. Do we get a hat? I'm guessing we gotta get 1 hat. Because I don't think that the hat number counts out. There's 1... Already got that one. Like 1, like 4 there. There's 1 there. Yeah, there's probably 1 hat. I'm just scared that the game will end as soon as we beat Toshi. And if the game ends there, then I kind of want to complete stuff first, but if we can just keep playing the game, no biggie, you know? If we can just keep playing the game, then we'll fight Toshi tonight and maybe try to hunt for stuff tomorrow, at least a tiny bit. I don't feel like I can just do a hunting stream, though. I don't think we're just going to look for stuff. No way. No way. We'd have to play another game, too. Maybe Hades. Let's go for a ride. I would like hats, please. Excuse me. Could we have all of the hats and all of the beans, please? Oh, we're about to get crushed. Oops. No Lego? Oh, yeah, it is Saturday. Maybe we should do Lego. Yeah, we missed Lego stream last time because I was feeling sick. Ooh, build Lego. Ew, Hades' worst game. How dare you, Earl? You know that we all hate it. We could build some Legos. I really want to complete that before October comes. But I'm running out of time. Time, my one enemy. My only true enemy in this world. Time itself. We're still in the... Oh, wait. We're in the fields again. In the fields, looking for that last bit of business. Wow, that was a big journey that we just went around, and we did find a rot, so it was not worthless. This area, you guys, is whenever I found out that Chris Pratt was Mario. This is the area. I was climbing up this for the first time whenever I was informed by chat the cast of the new Mario movie. This place holds many dark memories, many suppressed memories. The flip-flap is closed? Why is this closed? It's bugged. It's bugged. Oh, it's a cursed chest. Yes, it was a cursed chest. And apparently they closed themselves again. Any other goodies about? Not a memory have we found. Not a single one. We just climbed up that big old thing over there. And the bull's gone. Yes, the bull has made themselves scarce. A big rock. Oh yeah, we just moved this one time. Yeah, we just moved it out of the way. And there was treasure behind it. I remember this. Yeah. That was just a chest. Just a stinky chest. You can see a mushroom up on that stick. Mushroom on a stick. Yum, yum. Yeah, the bull was sitting like right here-ish. Somewhere around here. But the bull is gone. Somebody cut the bull. Somebody cut the bull and it's gone. Yeah, look at that big old... Oh, wait. We've already been up there. We've already been up there. Pretty sure that we already walked through this thing. Well, where the heck else is there to look? The fields, there's only one rot, one hat, and one spirit mail. So really, it's just the spirit mail. Because as soon as we find that spirit mail, then we could... Rufus's barn. What is that? Is that there? Rufus's barn. We've already been there. Today, we've been there. Let's see. There was a whole little area that I didn't even notice existed. Let's go to the forge, maybe? We haven't been up to the forge. We should teleport there, because that's a long walk. That's a long walk. Let's go to Rufus's barn, and we'll teleport. Save some time. I should be teleporting around, but sometimes I'm a little bit confused. The game does not end when you beat Toshi. Okay, thank you. Then we will beat Toshi then. We'll go beat Toshi after we find this one spirit mail. I thought that there were more spirit mail. Maybe there are, maybe there aren't. Tower entrance, not that. We want to go to the forge, maybe? Let's see if the mail's hidden up here. There could be one rot that also has a hat. A rot that is a hat bearer. Have we been up here? Oh, yeah, we already looked here. Yeah, we've already been here. I just forgot. I forgot. I'm silly. Ooh, big view, big view. We got the lay of the land. Ooh, there goes Beans. They're jumping off the edge. Looking down there. What's that thing? Looking around, taking a peek. Well, now I want to go beat Toshi. Let's go do that. Let's go fight Big Boss. Big Boss, Big Boss, Big Boss. And since we're going to be... Oh, that's not a teleportation shrine. Since we're going to go to Toshi, we can watch the video and I can eat another piece of pizza. Another beats of pizza. Oh, we'll go. Wow. Rolling. Boss time. Here we go. Big boss. Big fight. Big fight, big boss. Big moment, big fun. Where's the teleporter? Oh my gosh, it's almost threw myself off the edge. What's this? Is this the way up? Oh. Whoa. What's this? This still is the fields. These are the strangest fields I've ever seen. Yeah, what's all this? Looks like there's a spirit fruit that's been untouched. What the heck? Oh, it will be boss time, and then it gives you an option to turn back. Oh, turn back. So that you can complete everything. It'll give you a little warning. Warning, you're about to make the entire world explode. Are you sure? You need to slam this. Hit it? What do we do here? It is that. Okay. That's cool. Oh, the water's rising. Whoa. Ooh. I wonder if that's how you unlock a memory. Whee! Ooh. Ooh. Hat? Oh my gosh. Don't tell me that there's that whole element and then there's nothing here. What's that noise? Sounds like someone knocking on the door. You filled it up with water. So what? So what? Who cares? I filled it up with water. For what? To just put water damage on this whole thing. Spirit mail. There it is. Nice. Spirit mail. Hooray. Hooray, hooray. We found it. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. We've gotten it. We can go deliver that mail. Nice, 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 nice. The final piece of spirit mail, at least that we know of. And that means that this area is almost done too. One rot, one hat. One rot, one hat. Let's just make sure that it's not here. You've got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail. Here's the mail. It never fails. It makes me want to... Third day in a row. Rot, 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 rot. We already looked over here. We already looked over there. We already looked everywhere. I think we're good. I don't think that there's any hats down here. Can't believe that the spirit mail was hidden behind a whole old hidden area. Very exciting. I just want to try it, you guys. I just wanted to try a pulse. Do 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 do. It makes me wanna wag my tail. When it comes, I wanna wail. Mail. Now we can teleport our buns right back to the village. Woo! And all this was from a little mistake. I thought that this is how you teleport out of here. Just gotta pulse it all, you know? I'm always checking my pulse. Making sure that I'm healthy. Woohoo! Yeah, we might look up, like, if there's a single rot, we might look it up. I'm not gonna lie. Like, this area, I don't know if we're gonna scour this whole thing again. Oh. Pizza. Let's go south, deliver that mail, then up to Toshi. Talk to old Tosh. We're gonna go up there and we're gonna kick his Tosh. This way. Check your pulse. Make sure you're not a zombie. What? Do zombies have a regular pulse? Zombies are supposed to be, like, extra warm, right? I remember them being like, oh no, they've got a fever. You're turning into a zombie. But I didn't know that they're... I mean, I guess that would make sense that their hearts start beating so fast. That says the last stop. That's an achievement. Is that all? That's all the spirit mail delivered. It says the last stop. We just got a little fake Epic Games achievement. That is epic. That would be cool if they patched out the fact that you can't play the final difficulty version. That'd be a cool patch, you know? So that I can play the game the way it's truly intended to be played. Wham, wham, wham. Ooh, maybe master mode is one death equals game over. Possible. I don't know. Boing. No pulse is quite irregular. I would agree. That is a bit irregular. Pulse is pretty important. If you want to be a human, first step, have a pulse. It's not everything that you need, but it's a good start. And everything's dead. Just kidding. This seems to be something living. I'm driven to kill. Forced to live. Driven to kill. Whoa! Watch. Watch these stupid bugs. Stay still. Stay still. Let me help you exit this world. Whoa. Take it easy now. Everyone dies. You're just gonna die a little sooner than I am. Boom! Wait, back. There we go. Oh, there's still more. But wait. But wait, we'll double the offer. Kaboom. Bam. Whoa, 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 whoa. Watch it, Buster. Ooh, woo. Holy moly, he's spicy. Ah! I haven't fought him up close. I always chickened out. Abuse. Abuse of in-game elements. Yes, yes, yes. Get out of here, you stupid bug. Don't mess up my game. Yes. Yes, no. Get away. Oh. Stay, buzz off. Buzz off, you cretin. All right. Do I win? I win. Boom. The village looks beautiful. Kenneth, what if I don't have a pulse? Should be good. You're all the way over in New Zealand. Should be good. I feel safe. Village restored. Yes. It appears that we have restored the entire village. I believe so. There should be some treasure. There should be some treasure for a hard worker like me. Ooh. The fields. Can I jump back up here? Looks like it. Ta-da. Plant. Plant, plant. Anything that I need to use that noodle on? There's some treasure in this house. Some minor treasure. Hat. Yeah. Nice. Star power hat. Cute. Ooh, Splat, you gotta go to bed? Oh, we'll see you later. Get some rest, my friend. Get some rest. It was nice hanging out with you. Oi, oi, oi. If I don't see you again, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your weekend, Splat. It was nice to spend some time with you. It was nice to spend some time with you. Thanks for keeping me company this evening. You guys are good friends. Plant on the plant. Plant time. This might have a rot. And if there's a new type of plant, then sometimes they give me that veggie as a rot. Yo, Dog Bomb, what's up? What a name! I love it. Hey, Dog Bomb, thank you for the raid. What's up? Oi, 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 oi! Look at all those beautiful rainbow hearts. Hey, some beautiful pride hearts. How are y'all doing? Oi, look at all my beans. Look at all my beans. I see you've got rainbows. Well, I've got. Can you see my little rainbow unicorn right there? Look. He's hiding in the crowd, a rainbow unicorn. Oi! Dog Bomb, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. What were you playing? You're playing Jackbox. Nice. Playing some Jackbox with your friends? Playing hi, rainbow unicorn. All right, everybody say hi. I'm gonna let them all give little hearts. Thank you so much for the follow, Dog Bomb and Sammy. I appreciate it. Hi there. Hi there. My name's Earl. We're playing or Kenny, either one. My name's Earl, Kenny. Whatever you want to call me. You can call me Dum Dum Streamer. It's nice to meet y'all. Hope y'all had a wonderful time over there. It's nice to see y'all. We're playing this beautiful game called Kenna, and we're about to head to the final area. We just delivered our final piece of mail. Improving the village, making it look beautiful around here. And y'all are welcome to see me fight this big boss. But Dog Bomb, yeah, if you need to go get some food or some water, please do. Please take care of yourself, but if you want to hang out with us, then oh yeah, we got some vibes. We got some good vibes. Ooh, looks like we got to do some platforming. How do we get up there, though? How do we get up? Tip top. Tip top tip. Chip chop chip. This guy's crazy. How do we get up top? You had a party night. All good fun. We're going to continue our party here before naps. Nice. Before nappy naps. Before it's time for sleep. Yeah, the weekend. You're starting it out. You're starting it out right, my friend. Starting out the weekend with a party. Nice. Thank you so much for bringing your party over here. I really, really appreciate it. I love meeting new people. That's my favorite thing about Twitch. That's all I do is just try to meet new people and hang out with the people that I love. So it's always nice to have some nice, kind person bringing in their friends, making it even more of a party. I personally call Kenny Sudsy Wudzy. Oh, do you now? I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one myself. We're not getting any more hats. I mean, I should be too greedy because we did already get one hat. The village is looking quite beautiful. It's a beautiful village. Let's go look at our rot cart. Let's go to the rot cart and buy some hats. The village has been restored, so now there's ghosts walking around everywhere. Reminds me of Spirited Away. Let me see. You said that you were playing Jackbox Party Packs. I wonder which games you were playing. Not all Jackbox packs are made equal. What is that loud noise? Stop that. Stop that super loud noise in my ear. Okay. Y'all aren't gonna make that noise while I stand by this cart, right? Stop it! That's loud! It hurts my ears. I'm gonna just buy 2 eggs. Hurry! Get out of here before I lose my hearing. A couple of stars. Oh, look at the star on his head. Adorable. Looks like a little barrette. Pancakes! Oh my gosh! It's even got a little syrup drizzle. A little drizzle on this shizzle. Whoops. Stupid controller is unplugging itself. The controller's jacking it up, you guys. Sorry. Oh, boy. What do we got? Do we have anything else? Look at this. We only have a small collection of hats that we have not received. Look at all the beans. We got a bunch of cowboys. Got a bunch of cowboy beans. Get some deer hats. Am I missing some deer hats? What do you mean? Am I missing something? We've got all of them. We've got at least one of every hat. And there's some of these hats that you only get one of. They're sold out. I don't see any. Yeah, we've got every type of hat on their heads that we got. Pancakes sound so good. We should make some pancakes. I personally like waffles a lot more than pancakes, but that's just me. You enjoy whatever you want. But me personally, I'm never making pancakes. It's always waffles. Waffles have all the little holes in them. I don't know. It is a holy snack. A holy snack indeed. Back with a wicked pasta meal. Took long enough. Oh, what? Wicked pasta. Evil noodles, aka wicked pasta. Yum, yum. Only kind of pasta I get is spaghetti. All I've got is just some boring old spaghetti. I'm just looking around. You see any goodies? You see any goodies out here? I think it's time to go take a look at this taro fellow. It's time for us to go up to Boss Mountain. You gotta know when to hold 'em. You gotta know. Look forward to the frame drops, you guys. Here we go. Here we go. We'll be out of here in a second. Just be patient with me now. Hang with me now. We're gonna roll out of here and it's all gonna be fine. It'll all be fine in the end. Just let me get out of Particle City. You've heard of Party City. Well, welcome to Particle City. Party City got smashed with a Warhammer and became Particle City. I'm dying here. Here we go. Come on now. Pasta. Pasta la vista, baby. Oh, boy. This is the big one. The big chamber. The chamber of doom. Let's see what happens. Here we are, Darren. We're out here. I hope this is a long cutscene.
Spirit to guide. The power of the mountain shrine is mine. I took it to save my people.
It's time, Toshi. Let go, and we can restore your home together.
You wanna challenge me? Come.
Sounds like our dad. Weird. Suspicious. Ow! Rude, dude. Okay, so he has some different abilities that are from the different versions of himself. You can't shoot him. Can you hit him? Yeah? Barely. This almost strikes me as a survival type boss. We have to survive to, like the second phase. We'll see. Let's dodge him and roll around and watch him for a little bit. Lemonberry, what's up? I can't see you, but I can hear you. Hey, Lemonberry. I'm sorry that the video's not working or whatever. It's good to see you, Lemonberry. I hope you're doing good. We're fighting a big boss. We're trying to kick his corrupt Toshi. His corrupt Tosh. Ew. Oh my gosh, he's going crazy over here. If you stop, then he's like, hello. Some electricity. I don't see anything to hit or to have him run into or anything. Could be bombs, maybe? That does something. He just hit it back, though. That was pretty good. That was a pretty good dodge combo, but... Oh, he just flew right at me. Well, we can hit him with arrows. He does like a 5-hit combo. It's pretty rough. And he ends it with fire? I don't know. I don't know what this guy's deal is. He's got that move. That's a good time to get a little bop. Get a little bit bop boop. Little snick snack snorl. Oh, it's got to be a parry boss. That's what it is. It's Parry the Platypus over here. Right? Is this just gonna be pure parries? Ooh, he's already doing new moves after a couple of hits. Man. Hey, mad. He's big mad. Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. What was that? He did like a couple moves in there. Bonus moves? Seems unnecessary, my man. Oh, wait. Oh, I should have done a whammo. A whammo. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to have to get good at parrying. Not likely. Not likely. Oh, that's too bad. Let's look at my upgrades real quick. What am I forgetting about, if anything? I mean, a rod-infused bomb would be a heck of a move. If I wanted to do a ton of damage to him, I wonder if it works. We should get one rod at the beginning. Ability to throw 2 bombs at one time. Let's see. We've always got arrows, but those are kind of useless. Definitely can't bind him or anything. We've got loads of shield health. We got the... Yeah, I think I'm already kind of... I think I'm already maybe using my advantages. I might already be pushing them. Gotta get good at parrying, though. I am quite garbage at that. That is the one move that I have not practiced, which kind of makes sense since this is pretty much the first time that they've used it. Okay, yeah, the parry is pretty boss, but it's darn hard to pull off. Maybe that's why he does this move, to prevent you from just killing him completely. Dang it. Did you see me just like spamming it? Just trying to get lucky with some timing in there. Come on, buddy. Oh, he didn't even have much of a, wind up there. Yep, it looks like it's definitely parrying and then abusing with that big schwack. He already took a big chunk off of his health that time. If he hadn't cheated. Toshi, you cheater. You cheated. Woo! He's got so many moves. It's gonna take a couple of times of seeing them for me to be able to dodge him properly. It's already hard for me to parry. See, look at that. Like that, he does not wind that up barely at all. Oh, I did shield during that one, but that must have been bad timing. Yeah, he can melt you so easily if you miss a parry. Yeah, so he has like this little short schwack that I didn't notice. I noticed it, I'm not used to it. Oh, dang. I didn't have time to... See, look at that long timing. Ooh. Ah, he's already moving. Dang it.
Dang it, Buster, you stink.
But yeah, we should definitely be smacking him. Ooh, greedy. That's that greediness that Lupus was talking about. I wonder if his head glows red at that time because you can do like a crit on his head. I think I'm gonna jump and try to freeze time and hit him with that. Also, I need to look at my bar for rot. I don't know if I have one free rot. I should. Yep, I've got a free rot. Definitely shouldn't even try. Ah, oh, that's such a long attack. There we go. Nice. Whammo! Whammo! Come here. Oh, that one's the fast one. Holy crap. That melts through my shields. Ah. Oh, there's a quick one. Oh, no. I'm eating it. I'm eating all sorts of suck. Oi, Lucas, what's up? Lucas Sebastian, it's been a minute. How are you doing? Lucas, what's up, my friend? Good to see you. We're playing some of this new, really pretty game called Kenna. It's been lots of fun. Oh, that's the quick one again. Yeah, I thought that I'd try the timing with that one. Oh. Ah. Okay. Thanks for the practice, buddy. Oh, it gets me with it again. Ah, come on. Dang it. I got one of them. I'm learning. I'm back, Kenny. You had to pause due to a software update. No worries. No worries, Lex. Welcome back. Welcome back. We're fighting possibly last boss. Maybe not. It says Corrupt Toshi. This is definitely going to be a multi-stage fight. My gamer senses are tingling. I might be wrong, but I'm suspicious. Oh, that's the long one. I had time to do a dodge and get out of there. Oh, that's a short one. Oh, no. Move. It's the first time I dodged that one. That's nice. Oh, he just did one whack. Oh, there he goes. Dang it. This is the lowest I've ever gotten him. Ooh, yes, that does work. His glowing head. All right, let me see if I could grab some health. It's the furthest I've ever gotten. I'm willing to waste some health. Big hits, holy moly. Ah, that's hot. That's hot. Whoa. Where's that health? I'm already wanting to eat some more. Nom 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 nom. Thank you for the help. Ocho-sama. Alright. That broke my shield? That's a shame. Ooh. You about to do a... That was luck. Nice. Now get him, get him. He moves away. Oh, geez. That does not look healthy. That does not look good for me. Oh, wow. That was lucky. Goodness. I fought his attack head on. Good thing I practiced that one a little bit. Oh, no! Ooh! That's a big one. No, that was a fast one. Aw, dang. We were doing some serious damage there. That was good, man. That was good. We got this. We got this. Couple of his moves are a little bit tricky. Okay, okay. What'd you say? It's been a while. What time zones makes you unable for you to watch much Twitch? I understand, my friend. I'm glad that you're taking care of yourself. You gotta take care of yourself. Streams just aren't possible for some beans, and I don't stream all the time. Sorry that the time zones just don't work out. It just be like that. Oh, dang it. Hey! Stop it. I want to rotate my view. I can't rotate it. Won't let me. It's locked. Okay, there we go. It was locked for a second, and I just lost an opportunity to crit him. Oh, no. That sucks. What a waste. Hit me. Hit me. No, no, not like that. Not like that. I'm corner you against this wall, though. I like that. Ooh, he broke my shield. Shield breaker. Oh, that was massive. No. Just think. Go back against that wall, young man. No, dang it. That was good. That was good. We just got to corner him. I don't know how to move him around like that. Sparkle Nerd, what's up? Oi! We're trying to beat this boss. Ooh, thank you for the alert, Cockward. Sparkle Nerd, how you doing? Whoa, big attacks. Ah, dang. That charge is so difficult to hit. I get impatient. I get impatient. Yee! Oh no. Can we survive this? Sure. Splendid. Bad. Good. This is, yeah, you gotta get him to chicken out. Move back. Ah, got the timing wrong. Ooh, we tied. Ah, dang it again. Dang, he does that little fast attack. That's definitely to keep you from spamming him. Hey, Summer Wind Snap. Ooh, welcome back. Welcome back, friendo. Sweet Watt also followed earlier, and I didn't thank them. Thank you, Sweet Watt. I don't know if you're still here. Way early. There we go. Yeah, the parries are definitely satisfying, if not extremely difficult. Oh, there he goes. Bye-bye. We get close to him, do one jump. There it is. If you do like 3 perfect strikes, it makes like a combo. It's very nice. Oh, you can prevent him from doing that? Dang it. Oh no, I was ready for that too. Oh! I just wasn't ready enough. Oh, he's trying to punish me. Stay away. Father, it's time for me to punish you. Oh, I should have stayed in the air. Punishment time. Oh, crap. What am I doing? Oh, my gosh. I'm going for it. Right now? Yes, let's back up and think about things. There we go. Just healing up. Yes, I will attack you prematurely. And, yes. Yeah, that's right. Now do your animation. Do your dance. That's not the boss, right? Oh, babies! That's not it, right? Nah. Another stage?
Together, the Rot are quite powerful. But I have faced them once before.
Evil Rot! Dude,
You may think you
they're
know
cute.
These creatures.
Oh, I like
Show
them.
you their true nature.
Whoa, they're awesome. I like their evilish form. Oh, sad baby. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, rot babies. Oh, no. Decay and regrowth. A leader walks alone. Confront Toshi at the mountain shrine. Okay, so that's the final part? Oh, my. I thought it was just a visual. It's very cool, but they did steal my beans, and I'm very upsetty. I'm angry now. Dad, how dare. Okay, so now this is like this is the final thing? The final? You mean forever? Forever, ever? Wait a second, but now I don't have any beans. I can't even sit down. I can't even sit down and hang out with my beans anymore. That's the end? This is the end? Forever? Aw, dang. Forever? Forever, ever? Let's save on another slot. So he stole my beans, and that's like the end. Yeah, because he can't go... For one, you can't go back, and you don't have any beans left. Yeah, I got no beans. My beans are dead. Also, I can't meditate in the circle? Okay. Whoa, it looks awesome. The mountain shrine. Whoa, the lonely path completed. We're all alone. There's no one here beside me. Frame rate's not dropping. Nice. Nice. Frames are just fine. Icy. Ooh. Every bean must be returned and accounted for. Well, apparently we got 89 beans. I hope you kill your father now. Aw, thank you, Dai. Oh, you mean in the game? Oh. Oh, frame rate. Divey. We're gonna go kill Dad. We're gonna go kill Dad. Though, if we're being honest, Dad's probably already dead, and we're just gonna let him go free. You know what I'm saying? This whole game is really chicken about it. Corrupt Rot God. Rot God. Oh boy. Exciting. Very, very Dark Souls, you guys. Very, very Dark Souls. I like it. Yeah, he looks, maybe Bloodborne. What do you say? Bloodborne? I'd say so. He's big. Yep, I'm kind of cheesing the, that shockwave a little bit. You can hit his forehead. It looks like you hit the location enough times and then you have to do a different one. Oh, that was too bad. Didn't quite cheese that one. Good music. I wonder if this is going to be a kind of Breath of the Wild sort of boss. You know, easy. Pretty easy so far, but you never know. Cutscene, my favorite part of a battle. Now we have to tap the buttons in order. Oh wait. Now you gotta kill little enemies. Nothing more epic in a boss fight than killing some minions. Ah yes, just like killing the big boss. Oh, so exciting. Oh my gosh, are we gonna win? Yeah. Bang. 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 Boom. Executed. And now, back to the real boss. Now, we've got to face more enemies. Wave-based, cover-based shooter. Third-person experience. Gears of War 5. Yahoo! Whoa! Hey, back off, son. Hey, back off, bud. I see that you got a little hurt place on the back of that arm there. You mind if I smack it? Mind if I smack that little boo-boo spot? See, it seemed kind of weak there. Oh! I want to go, bam. Oh, whoa, whoa. No, 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 you don't. A little bit of, bam! Come on. There it is. A cheap way to eat a player's health. I don't know what you mean, Linz. What do you mean? I'm just about to die by this stupid old rock goblin that we fought a million times. That I'm kind of no better at fighting, to be honest. Maybe worse. I seem to be getting worse at fighting that guy. Oh, Jesus. Seriously? Bad. Hopefully there's something in the middle. Hopefully I just kind of fumbled it a little bit there. And there's one in the middle. I guess we're only a third. Yeah, I'm just gonna start on this arm too. Got upper arm and oh, there he goes. There he go. Oh, whoa, he's frozen. He was still frozen after I landed. That's funny. Yeah, this hand. Nice. Yeah, there's definitely some problems with the freezing. This side I've already done a little bit of work on. Oh, I don't have an arrow. Head? The head's fun to shoot, but... Ooh. Wow, he grabbed me! Wow! Whoa, he got me! He got me, the sorry sucker! Ooh. Boom! Whoop! whoops. Boing. Boom. Oh, I don't have any. Whoop. There we go, arrow. Whoa, okay, I'm getting a little risky here, you guys. I'm getting a little risky. The Earl's risking things for no reason. Throw it. There you go. Did that hurt it? Okay. All right. This again. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for leaving me with your friends. I'm gonna take this as practice to like do some fresh moves. Since this is gonna kind of be boring otherwise. Oh wait, oh there's another munchkin. Oh, I thought I missed him. Oh, what? What was that? Oh, what? I didn't know that you were here, buddy. I would have given you some attention if I'd known. Sorry. I didn't even know that you were here. Honest, I really didn't. Yeah, if they pass on or whatever, I'm gonna be pissed. The rot, not your dad. What? The rot just die? They better not. They can't, though, because there's still things that we have to do. They can't get rid of the rot. Because if Alchemic's right and there's other things to do in the game, then we're gonna still need them. Oh, that was very dumb. Aw, frick, dude. That boomerang, I've never dodged it. I don't think I've ever dodged that freaking boomerang, did. You could jump over it, but good lord. Okay, so apparently I have to prevent damage. Okay, so maybe this boss fight is different on a different difficulty level. You know, besides being easier. Maybe they removed a checkpoint or something. Surely not. Is this what everybody has to deal with? What? Is this just the agreement that we signed whenever we started playing this game? Sucky boss fight. Warning, boss fight will make you big angy. Look at him. That was so cool, though. Whoops. Ah, dang. Already got hit. Just reset, dude. Just reset, dude. Just restart. No reason to keep on battling, my man. Ooh. Yeah, the jumping is shockingly effective in these battles. Very weird. Very unusual. I cannot think of many games that they let the jumping do anything. Pretty common for them to nerf it 100%. I want to blast that chest of yours. It's the game agreement that you sign when picking expert? I mean, is it that much? I guess on an easier difficulty, you can just slaughter these guys and not even worry about it, I guess. So the agreement that I signed is that they didn't balance this for expert. So expert mode is so hard that it needs a checkpoint, but easy mode is so easy that it would be a walk in the park without there being no checkpoint. It's possible. It sounds realistic to me. I'm just gonna hack and slash these boys because you can keep them busy. Nice. That is definitely it. Kind of like a boss rush mechanic. Better not be. Better not be. I'm gonna be really mad if they do like every boss. Although I wouldn't mind seeing that Vine Lord again. He was pretty freaking sweet. At least I get respect for frick, dude. I hate that boomerang. I never knew how to deal with it. This game's just punishing me for not paying attention earlier. I never figured out how to do it. Grab that. Okay, that's the first time that I've dodged it in my memory. Get that back. We scratch that back for you, chum. Okay. Dang it. Ah, you suck, dude. Shoot. One hit. He's a one-hit wonder. Ah! No! No, 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 no. No, freaking die, dude. I will. Ah! What? You can pause while you're dying? Ah, too bad. That is annoying. Fight the main boss, then a big group of enemies that you have to hack and slash through, and a freaking mini boss in there? Come on, man. Just make your boss harder. This, by the way, Dark Souls doesn't have anything like this. Dark Souls never, to my knowledge, never makes it a minion battle where you have to fight a bunch of minions mid-boss fight. Scarbo. I kind of want to just hit his one side. Oh, yeah, I did have time. I thought so. Ooh. Whoa, what is that? Whoa. Uh-oh. Ow. Ow. I need another target. I'm getting too stuck trying to hit his one side. Oh, charge. Okay. Oh, I think I'm hitting the wrong one. Oh, no. Yeah, it's the leg one that I did. There it is. I did get hit one time. That is not good. That's not good. I don't know if I can beat it without not taking any hits from the main boss, because he's the easiest part. Is that little bug still alive, or is he dead? Can't tell. I think he died. He just kind of flew off the screen. He just flew upward. And I guess they wanted me to assume that he's dead. That little buddy was kind of flying sideways there. I don't know if he was doing all right. Got bit by a little guy. Means I'm gonna have to go sicko mode on that next part. A challenge? A challenge, you say? Okay. It's really difficult to hit this next guy, though. That's the real bummer. The real bummer is that this next one is... I can't even abuse him with my big hits. Oh my gosh, he just attacked straight out? Oh my gosh, he just goes frenzy. Didn't know that he frenzied immediately. So rude. He like rotated. That animation. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm trying to deal with your freaking minions over here, dude. Should have done a hit there. I will next time. Too early. I guess. Charge? I'll take a charge any day, buddy. Do that all the time. Too soon. If I'm gonna go in for a second attack, I have to wait. Whew. What punishment. I can't believe this. I don't even think that I've been that sinful of a boy. I don't think I deserve so much punishment. I guess I did. I guess the greed is one of the 7 deadly sins, and I definitely have been very greedy. It's a little test of everything that you learned. Everyone likes tests. Everybody loves tests. Finally, I get to use all those skills I've been working on. What I learned in boarding school is... What I learned in boarding school is... The wage of sin is death. And you're getting some death. I need a little rot Jesus. I need a little rotten Jesus to save me. Bam. Ooh, you don't like that, do you? That's what you get. Grabbing the beast mark on your forehead. I saw it. I saw the beast mark. Kill his hands. And his hands shall be chopped off just like Jezebel's hands. Ow! Not even the dogs would eat hands like that. Stop that. The cheese comes back to haunt you. I'm not haunted by cheese. They were intended. I'm convinced of it. Everything's intended. I'm wasting my arrows. They recharge so slow. Big Dad. Charge? What a chump. Did you see that? He just went head first. All right, time to go bop on that elbow. Remove his elbows. Also, hi there, Johnny Cakes. What's up? The Hyundai Sonata. What? What? What are you talking about? Johnny, what's happening over there? You okay? You okay? Do I need to send Garrett to check on you? Oi. Get him. All right, bud. Now you're going down, Sonny. Sorry to tell you. Oh, that was stupid. Ooh. Why is this so hard to kill? Murder it! Kill it with fire. Or with... Kill you one. You're alone. You're alone. We have to single them out. The lonely ones are the easiest ones to get. You're vulnerable. I'm just killing you immediately. Why do I still hear sizzling sounds? Okay, he is dead. Good, good, good.
Good, 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 good. Here we go.
Ooh, bad shot. Bad shot. Okay, first, eliminate everything except for the big boy. I don't know why I threw an arrow in there. Best attack, thank you. Best attack, I said no. Boom, suck it. There you go, Sonny. Give me that. Give me some more. Oh, I thought his back would be exposed. Music is jamming. Holy moly, dude. We got 2 more weak spots. He extended himself. Fully extended. Whoa, what the heck was that, Sonny? Oh, I want to hit your weak spots, dude. I just want to love tonight. Oh, that was my moment. That was my time to shine. That was my moment to hit his hurt spots. Yikes. We've got this if I can just hit his little spots. Okay, there it is. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, crap. I'm throwing. There it was. Jeez, dude. Expose thy back. Yes. No. Maybe so. Yeah. That's right, Sonny. Oh, frick. We suffered for that one. We were punished. Can I get some health out of here? Can a guy get some health out of here? For goodness sake. What the flip? Let these guys out. Let my boys free. Now let me heal myself. Can I heal myself, please? Oh my gosh. Give me some health, dude. Give me some health. Can I just sit here in the void and heal, please? Of course not. Of course not. That would be too easy. Oh, and I don't have the juice. If I had the juice, I could heal myself. I see it over there. Oh crap, what was that, dude? Frick! Ah! Come on, dude. I was trying to jump, but I did a slam. There was a health pack, but I couldn't get it because I didn't have the respect. Or whatever it's called, the courage. Cheap, cheap. Cheap. I just can't get smacked by this guy in this phase. That would be far too embarrassing. That'd be too embarrassing even for me. Look at me. Look at me, Rotate with me, Sonny. Ah, he got me! You bugger! Gosh darn it, dead. You bloody monster. Yeah, that's right. Dang it, I was so close to not getting hit. I was so close to not taking a hit there. Ay. Next time we'll do it without getting hit. Just kidding, there is no next time. We win! We win this time. Unless there's some serious bullcrap that happens later, which is very possible. I don't know what Dai's saying, but I have a feeling there's a get good coming my way. Haven't read that message completely, though. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I read a few words of that message, and I had a feeling. Ah, oh, frick, dude, that sucks. That's definitely dodgeable. That is back? No, that's in front. He hits his friends! You fool! Ah! Come on, you suck! Ah! Ah! I hate this guy so much. Jump! Ah! Ah! That boomerang sucks! Oh, I didn't see that slap in a while. Ice cold black coffee. Yikes. It's actually, it's so cold. Oh, Glitter Nerd. Oh my God. Glitter Nerd. Hey, thank you for the raid. Oh my God. It's a glitter bomb. Hey, Glitter Nerd. Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? How was the stream? Glitter bomb, glitter bomb, glitter bomb. We're playing a beautiful game. We're fighting a main boss right now. It is torturously difficult. Slightly Foxtail. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, May Paulzine. Is that how to say that? Hi there. Thank you for the follow. Oi. Hi. If you just came over from Glitter Nerd stream, I hope you had a wonderful time. You're playing Resident Evil Village. Ooh, very spicy, very spicy. I hope you all enjoyed that. This game is not scary. This game is not so scary, but it is very, very difficult. I've played like a little bit of Village. Where are you? If you'd have to tell me spoilers, don't tell me. But I am kind of curious. I hope you all had a wonderful time over there. Hi there, nice to meet you. My name's Kenny. If you want to hang out, we're playing this cute game, and maybe we'll play another game after this. I'm not sure. It's 9:30. Oh my gosh, we might only fight this boss. I'm not sure. Yes, it's my first Resident Evil game, and it's been a blast. Yeah, Glitter Nerd, I think that was my first one too. I'd like played a tiny bit of the first one, a tiny bit of the third one remastered, but I never got into them. But Village, it stuck me for like 3 or 4 hours. Like it's tons of fun. I don't remember I don't remember who the second big boss is. I don't know if I'm there, but I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. That seems like a fun game. I need to finish more of it. I know that I haven't seen much of it. The dolls. I don't think that I've seen that yet. Don't think that I've seen the dolls. I remember I was like, the last thing that I did in that game was doing like one of the marble puzzles. Oh, thank you, Darkwing Phoenix, for the follow. Thank you. But yeah, hi there. I play games every single day. We've been playing this new game recently. It's lots of fun, but the combat is extremely difficult. So right now we're trying to beat, this is the final boss. This should be the end of the game. This is like it. And I'm definitely getting some like Dark Souls vibes out of this guy because he is very frightening and extremely difficult. So we have to fight this form and a bunch of minions. Like, it's a mess, you guys. Oh my gosh, he's turning his... Hey, you turned your back to me for the last time. But yeah, it's good. It's a good game. I'm liking it. Even though we're almost done. It's been quite a romp. There we go. Got a stun out of that new band, Rage Against the Rot. Corrupt rot god. He's a rot god. God. Whoa. Boom. Looks like he's about to do a... Yeah, okay. He's going to do a pulse. Boom. There we go. All right. Now we can pause for a second. Now I can have a moment of clarity. Actually, I'll be able to talk in just a second. You said you've been wanting to play this, so you're going to head out, but I hope you have a good stream. I totally understand. This is a loud music, but yeah, this is a great game. Highly recommend it if you want to play it. If you don't want to stay for spoilers, I understand. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thank you so much for bringing your friends over here, for bringing some company while we face the biggest boss of our entire lives. But yeah, it was nice to see you, Glitter Nerd. Have a good rest of your night. Have a good rest of your night. If it's nighttime, it might be daytime. Thank you for the follow, April. I appreciate it. Hi there, April. Welcome to the party, my friends. Y'all sure jumped in on an intense portion of this game. I don't always play such intense games. We're normally switching between like difficult, intense games like this that really engage because of how difficult they are, or I'm playing like a relaxing game. It's normally some like big grand adventure or working on a farm or doing a silly simulator or something. A shocking amount of power washing goes on. Okay, here we go. Yeah, gonna try not to spoil it for myself, although I have a couple of games to finish first. Well, this one is recommended. I'm glad that I can pass you a recommendation for sure. But yes, you might cry. Fair warning. I was trying to get a little bonus hit on that big guy's back. Is he gonna charge me? Yep. That was almost bad. That almost ended poorly. Aw, minion hit me? That feels very bad, man. Very, very bad. This big guy is so difficult. I feel so bad that one of the minions got me. Oh no, I was trying to hit his arm. I was getting very selfish. The selfishness right now is actually ridiculous. Oh no, I've messed it up, you guys. This was a bad one. I'm sorry. Oh goodness. Yeah, we're not gonna make it past this guy, I don't think. Maybe. Give me that arm. Give me that arm. No, Sonny. No. You must let me hit your back. Dang it. Ah, I can't get a moment. No, come on. I just want to hit your hurt spots. It's so satisfying to hit. Ooh, definitely better to jump over that boomerang. That feels way safer. Abuse. No! I killed him. We traded blows. Oh, it stinks. That boss only works if you stay close to him. You have to get up close and really beat him down. Oh, bosses that make you get up all in their grill is so scary, man. Oh my gosh. I hate getting close to big bosses. Have not played enough Dark Souls to ever be comfortable with that. I don't know if I'll ever be comfortable just standing directly next to a giant boss. Even this guy is a bit much. But I can tell that he's so big that they have like specific attacks that you can dodge and stuff. This guy's not so scary. Yeah, because like, look, he makes it pretty obvious whenever he's gonna do a move. I don't know how to dodge that move though. That one that he just did the charge, I guess you just sidestep him really fast, but I don't know how. Like an actual dodge? Oh, big hit. If I focus on his side, I could make him nice and even. Because I do have to fight him again, so it'd probably be wise to do one side and make it be equally different next time. I'm back! You spent your Friday night watching high school football. Nice! Nice, Mert. Oi, 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 oi! Mert, welcome back, my friend. My friend, what do you say? You could do it all night long? What do you... What? All night long? No way, dude. I'd give up, man. You're just borrowing one brain cell? I only want one. Okay. Dai's not selfish. Dai only needs one brain cell. All right, boys. I'm gonna need y'all to stop spitting. Spitting is a dirty habit. Come on, what are you gonna do, huh? What are you gonna do, you freaking weakling? You and your friends are dead. That's right. That's right. Oh, Suez, what's up? What's up, Suez? I hope you're doing good. Hi there. We're fighting the boss right now. Wait, I know that it looks like we're fighting minions, but trust me, this is definitely the boss. Oh, I thought he had 2 hits in him. Ooh. All right. Hit him in the face. Hit him in the face. Big disgrace. I waited. I was patient. I was patiently waiting. Oh, shoot, dude. Very rude. Yep. Flying over that boomerang is safer. It's not safe. Because it can hit me on its return as well. Die, die, Shine. No. No, 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 no. Damn it. Damn it, no. Okay, hang on. Oh my gosh, how did I hit that? Dame, dame. Dame, oh, dame, nano, yo. Okay, that's the best that we've done so far. Suez, that's so cute. Oh my gosh, that looks a lot like my emote. Can we put my emote right next to that? That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Adorable. We should be able to heal ourselves in the next zone if we wanted to. Yeah, doesn't that look like that? It does. Does that use one of my... Oh, it resets. Look at that. Ain't that nasty? That's pretty nasty. Oh, dude. Let me hit that leg. No. No. What the flip-flap is going on here? Heal me up. Heal me up inside. What? What? Did he throw me onto the fire? He threw me onto the fire. Was that a bug? Dude, threw me onto the fire and I couldn't heal out there. I don't know. I'm sorry, Quiver. I'll try to call you Quiver from now on, okay? I apologize. Our friendo Quiver. Not only a bow do we have, but now we not only have a quiver in the game, but we have a quiver in the chat as well. I guess he clipped out of the area. Yeah, I clipped out of the area, but he threw me out there, man. He threw me out of the arena. I'm gonna shoot his back legs to make it easier for myself later. Dang, does this thing not break? What's up with that back leg, buddy? What's up with that leg? What have you been doing with that leg? You haven't skipped leg day. It's the only day that you have. Woo! Sucks. Sucks to suck, actually. Actually, all of that sucking that I have been doing is actually very sucky in and of itself. There you go. Now you're hurting. Now you're hurting like I am. Now we are both hurting together. We understand each other on a whole nother level now. I'm reaching such a zen-like state. Nothing like chopping up little stinky minions while you're in your boss fight, with the risk of losing precious health. Risking your life for a little stinky enemy or two. Wonderful. Any one of these enemies can do significant damage on me, especially if I turn my back on them. Ooh. That guy almost chomped me. Oh, I got him with the backhand. Got him with that backhand. Come on now. If I hit the guy directly in the head, then it kills them instantly. Speaking of which, I hope he throws his boomerang and kills his friend. Yeah, definitely jumping is very pog-pogoo for this guy. I'm shocked how well it works. That did not work, but it did previously. Oh, I got hit with the recoil even though it wasn't even in the way? What is that? Oh, boy, I'm not even doing that much damage on him. Oh, God. Throwing it. We're throwing it. Looks like he's not the only one throwing something. I'm throwing this battle right now. He's just got my number right now. Nah. Mini boss side of a boss fight. Mini boss inside of a boss fight. When have I ever seen this? When have I ever seen an actually difficult boss have a mini boss inside of it? When have I ever seen that? Never. Big King. Don't think I've ever seen something like this. I don't think that's a compliment. This is like a boss fight that was made to be like a victory lap. This reminds me of a victory lap boss fight where you get to kill all the little minions that you've destroyed earlier. You get to fight a big boss that has very clear places to shoot. Like, this looks like a victory lap sort of a boss fight. But unfortunately, they cranked the difficulty up to 1 billion, which makes it not easy at all. Makes it more difficult than just a normal boss. It's just so many enemies to face. I want to get that hand, buddy. I mean, I'm going to get better at dodging this guy, but frustrating that I got to work with learning how to do other enemies too. Oh, that sucks. If you go fast enough, he doesn't do that charge move. But I missed quite a few shots here, so guess that's what I get. Okay. Down, 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 down. Okay. Okay. Now we're definitely gonna beat up that mini boss. We gotta kill him. We'll kill the mini boss, we'll make it to the big boss, and then who knows what's gonna happen, you know? Maybe we'll be able to heal, I don't know, but we'll beat the mini boss. Oh, I just jumped into their shot? That was like a triggered explosive? That's a bummer. I was trying to take like a little bit of a different tactic to keep this fresh, but it just ended in me getting injured. Yeah, it's too bad none of that, what's it called? Let's go through here. There we go. Oh, directly hit me? Are you freaking kidding me? Oh, that was a little early. How rude. Already fighting the big boss and you're gonna do that to me? Knocks him back. I can't dodge that. I cannot freaking dodge this. I cannot freaking dodge that boomerang. That boomerang! Oh my gosh! I can see why that's the favorite character in Suicide Squad. Boomerang Man is clearly the best character in the game, okay? I am glad that Boomerang Man is in this game. I'm so excited. Hooray! Curry, save me from this game! Curry, save me from this game. It's hard. I'm gonna eat a piece of pizza. I'm gonna eat a pity pizza. I just lost the boss again. I'm gonna have a pity pizza for myself. Curry, how are you doing today? What about my shield? With that guy with the boomerang? Oh yeah. Maybe we could. Boomerang shield, eh? I forgot about the shield. It's kind of worthless in the rest of this fight. Good pizza. It's got onions on it. Pity pizza done. Is it? Well, shield's gonna be worthless against the big guy, I think. I mean, he does pulses. I don't even know if you've noticed those pulses that he's doing that I'm shielding. Because I shield so fast, it's probably too fast for your eyes. But yeah, lots of attacks break it instantly and still damage you. But here, I'll show you the power of the shield. I'll show you the power of it. Look. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's the shield. There's a shield. We got some damage over here. Oh, my shield's not back. Oh, I see. Oh, now my shield's almost back. It's almost back. Run away. Oh. It's actually working surprisingly well. But relying on the shield is scary for me. I don't want to rely too hard. Because as you can see, I'm already more damaged. How do we use it for some attacks? That one. That might be a time to use the shield. Shield is the last resort. Shield's the last resort for a lad that's gonna die. Actually, I want to die. But yeah, whenever I can't. Oh, that's a way to dodge him. Just to give him a little bit of the old arc spring. Give him a little stabby. Break his legs. Break his legs. Yeah, hop on top. Hop on top of Pop. Yeah, let's go for a ride. Let's go for a ride on the wild side. Hey, let me up top. Hey, come on now. Come on now. We were trying to have some fun. Also, what's up, Steve? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Can you shield in air? What the heck? Is that intended? What? What? Why can you jump mega high just on the ice? Is it because it's so cold on my feet and I want to get away from it as soon as possible? There you go. We're at the peak. Blob. We're getting ready for the battle, okay? I'm just prepping the battlefield. There we go. Now we're ready to go. Zero gravity. I mean, who needs gravity out here? Not me. Oh, yeah. I also have some dashing. I never use my dash because you can't... Is there an auto dash? You can change the difficulty on the go. I'm kind of glad I didn't know about that earlier. Follow camera vibration, button legend, invert, control mapping. I kind of wish that it permanently ran. Night mode, what? Reduces the range between the quietest and the loudest. Oh, that's kind of nice. Subtitles on. Okay, well, let's is fight. Let's fight. Fight. Battle time. Battle time. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think that you can shield in the air. It does remind me a lot of a Smash Brothers shield. You are right about that. It is very similar. It's a big old bubble. And then if it pops, then you just you get knocked out for a few seconds and they can kill you. Pew. But, I mean, Alchemic is right. We could certainly use the shield more. It's not worthless. Yeah, and it's definitely easier to just roll through him for most of this stuff. Yep. I'm gonna roll through him all the time. And if we need to, we can always do a jump to get over his shockwaves and stuff. Oh, I didn't notice that. I could have easily jumped that. Whee! Roll towards him! The closer the better! Okay. Now we shall find cheese. We have found at least a little bit of delicious cheese. It's not even cheese. It's just facing the boss. It's just killing the boss. No. I do that occasionally. I never want to. It's not a good move. It's not a good look. A little bit of hack and slash here. We're doing pretty good so far. We took one minor hit. One minor hit on the shockwave. It's going fine so far. That's not what I wanted to do. Yep, that's definitely good. Definitely should use the shield. I just legitimately forgot about it. Ooh, hitting his back is definitely a nice thing to do. Oh, that was a not so good move. Definitely a moment for the dodge. That's pretty easy to dodge. Ah, 2 swipes. 2 swipes, piss off. My brain's filled with too many tactics now. Now there's too many things for me to think about. I can't focus. No, I can't focus right now. It's too many abilities and tactics. My little pea brain. Charge me. Charge me up. Charge me up inside. Oh my gosh, please. Oh, too early. I got what I wanted, but I didn't even actually want it in the end. Okay, you guys, I don't know if I can. Ugh. So many things going on at one time. I'm overstimulated. Whoa. I want to slam down. There it is. What did I do that other time? I went like this. Hit. I did like a swing in the air that broke it. Just one heavy swing to disengage? What? And then disengage? What do you mean? To disengage? I mean, yeah, if I can nail a perfect swing, then that will interrupt some attacks. Oh, Ishnani, are you gonna go to bed? We'll see you later. Get some rest. Thanks for hanging out with us, my friend. Thanks for keeping me company. Right, yes. Get some sleep. Get some sleepy. Tomorrow we might be back with some Legos. This might be a good time to take a break after this game. Then we can just make some Lego. Yeah, he always uses his fist for that. Stop. Yeah, can't see. Stay still. Stop. Stop. It looks like it would hurt you, but it doesn't. What's happening? Let me on the other side. I wanna clear out one side at a time. You're distracting me. Stop. Boom. 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 Oh, come back here. Come on now. Let me fix this now. I can fix this, I promise. There we go. Let me hit your leg. Oh, I didn't even get hit by that shockwave. Nice. Okay. My room is so yellow. Look like I live in Lemon Land. Look like the whole room got dipped in lemonade. Whoops. A miss. Oh, he's all by himself. He's weak. Make him suffer. I did get smacked by one of these sorry suckers. I can't believe it. Such a disrespect. Just Pika land. Yep, nothing but Pikas around here. Oh, I thought that he was doing a boomerang throw. Whoop. Stop dancing around and just die for me. I do like that his attacks hurt his minions, friendos. I'm not dealing with that. Oh, that kind of messed up my groove a little bit. How dare. What you gonna do, buddy? What you gonna do? You and your buddy don't like that, huh? Ah, that was dumb. Could have just shielded that. Ooh. Missed that. Hit that arm. Let me take a look at that arm. There'll be none of that. There'll be none of that, young man. That's right. You die now. That's right. It is your turn to die. I've done quite enough of it myself. Okay. Whew. My contacts are drying out. They're drying out because of all the tears that I've shed. Too many tears. Too many tears that just made my eyes tired. Oh, that injured me slightly. How dare thee? I will hit thy boo-boos. I will make thy boo-boos hurt even worse. You come back here. No, fine. Fine. Oh my. Is that a shield moment? What the flip-flap am I supposed to do with that? I'm kind of stuck in his booty slightly. Stop spinning around. Ah, we're dead. We're dead. I can't believe it. He's such a frustrating boss. Oh my god, just let me hit you. I just want to kill your boss tonight. What the heck are you doing, dude? Let me hit it. Dude, stop. Stop, dude. No, not this again, bro. Well, that works. Ah. Splendid. I will do that every time. Stop. Why do you rotate this way? Why do you turn all the way around? This is so very... Oh my gosh, again? Really? 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 Again? Really? 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 I will sit here. This does not have a timer. I do not care. Do not care. You're not achieving anything by doing that. I'm gonna hit you from over here because it is so difficult to get close to you. Yeah, see? Because you do stuff like that. That's the reason why we can't enjoy this Thanksgiving. It's because of you. Look at you. You're attacking nothing over there. You maniac. Absolute maniac. You do not care about this family like I do. Oh my. Sir. If you just stay over there. You are in timeout. You are in timeout. You stay over there. Okay, fine. All right, next bunch of enemies. Are we gonna fight the vine guy? What are we fighting now? Whoa. Platforming challenge? I'm telling you guys, I'm getting major victory lap vibes from this boss fight. It's just extremely difficult, so it's not a victory lap. It's a failure lap. Pew! Whee! This is cool. Over here? Big jump moment. bomb moment. Whoop. There we go. Where am I gonna land though? Nowhere. Now we die. Wait, what? All right. See you later, cruel. Oh, there's another one to the right. Oops. I don't even know if I took any damage for that. Yuck. Boing, boing. Failure lap, or what I want to call, or like I like to say, remembering my life. I'll die. How dare thee? How dare you? You made a beautiful bot for me. I don't know what you're talking about. Whee! Where do we go? Let's go over here. There's no music, just a dull rumble. Boing, 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 boing. Do 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 do. Wow 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 wow. Whee! Here we go. Whoa, what is this? Okay, friends, a million friends. A million floating friends. Wow, 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 wow. Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. Now do we finish off the boss? Are we donezo? Oh, look, he's laying down. He was dreaming. I hope you're dreaming of us, my friend. Where are your boo-boos? I don't see any boo-boos on you. Yeah, I'm not seeing any boo-boos with you. Should I be worried about what you're doing there? Ah, indeed. Where's his hurt places? Whoa, he's dropping bombs. Whoa, whoa. There's the fire egg bombs going off. What the heck? Who's doing that? Are they giving me enemies to kill so that I can heal myself? It's like now we're fighting minions in the main arena while there's like pulses that go off, I guess. I just want to kill those guys so that they don't snipe me. Oh my gosh, it's like single hits. Whoa, whoa, he's back in the game. He's back for more. I don't know what he wants though. I don't know. Keep asking him what his problem is. Oh, here he goes again. Oh, snap. I see a, oh, you pulled little spears out of him. Cool beans. Whoa, I should have shielded for that. Let's, I guess heal up before I freaking die. Pew! Oh, he's gonna do this again. He fried his friend. Friend fried. I want to stay up close to him, but it doesn't offer the same advantages it used to. Ah, yeah, I need, oh wait, I don't have the juice. I don't have the juice right now. I have to kill some enemies. Oh, frick, dude. Oh, dang. I would rather not do that part again. Oh, man. I held the shield. I didn't have time. Okay, so I just mostly have to fight the big wood guy. I know how to fight the boss now, but the ending is just you have to defeat a bunch of enemies and then you pull the spears out of his back. They can like one-shot some enemies. Okay. All right, we got it this time. Now I understand this boss fight, I think. All right. I think we got this, you guys. Also, hi there, Independent Oreo. What's up? Hi there, Devlin. All right, let's go win. Let's beat him up. Oh, Linz, go grab a snack. Get yourself a snacky. So we've decided the most difficult part is the boomerang guy. Yeah. The boomerang guy is the hardest part of this battle, in my opinion. I'm sure some people, I think that you fight the boomerang guy like 3 times, so feel like some people are probably really good at fighting him by this point, but I am not. I want to hit this back leg. There you go, I got 2 out of it. 2 for 1. What a deal. I don't want to hit your elbow, buddy. I want to hit your face. Oh, that was dumb. Should have just rolled towards him. I was getting a little greedy. I just wanted him to die. I was getting a mite greedy, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. We took a little bit of damage, but we can easily recover it as long as we beat Boomerang Guy. Then I can heal up again. You gotta get that apple? Nice. Go get yourself something to nosh on. I might have beaten by the boss by the time that you come back, though. Before you make it to the fridge and back. Already won. Just gotta shoot these flying lads. Oh no. Definitely spamming the crap out of these guys. How you beat them? It just feels wrong. I can't beat you if you just keep spamming the button, but I slowed down trying to be smart and it messed me up. Trying to be clever. Just do what works. It is somewhat frustrating that I can't build up any rot while I'm doing any of these battles. Oh, I kind of wish he charged, actually. That's kind of a waste of a weak spot. Nice. You gonna charge me, buddy? Haha, you killed your friend, buddy. Yeah. I should have waited. Didn't realize that he'd gone into shield mode. I can't even damage him whenever he's like that. Oh, he's trying to bust my shield. If he does that again, he's gonna succeed. Oh my gosh, I just kind of took that, didn't I? Yeah, I gotta retaliate. I'm just taking damage slowly. Nope. Nope. Oh, that was the same thing just happened. I didn't realize that he's going to shield, and then I just spammed my dodge. I just spammed it because I was scared. I was a scaredy cat. Okay. This time I'm not going to be damaged by... Oh no. Oh no. Hallelujah. Let's do some prayer. Can I sit here? Can I sit here in the light? I think we broke it accidentally. Oops. Sorry guys. It appears we have broken the game. There is no boss. Come to find out, there actually isn't a boss. I think I rolled through whatever's supposed to trigger it. Phew. Phew. I'm just kind of enjoying them. I'm just kind of enjoying myself over here, you know? All right, let's get back in here. It was all a dream. Oh, we can't make it back in. Uh-oh. That's too bad. I can't make it back in, you guys. We win! Yay! We win! I'm not allowed back in! Let me in! Let me in! We're gonna have to die right here. It's an instant kill. That's what I thought it worked like. I've never died to that before, but I had a feeling that it was an insta-kill. Okay. We're gonna jump over it. Why is this boss fight so broken? Why are there two broken things? You can roll through the trigger and you can jump 1,000,000 miles in the air. All the hype in the chat. You win! You win! Look at all the hype. You've done it. You've done it now. All right. Let's beat this sucker. Let's beat this sucker. Here we go. Hardest difficulty. Let's go. Hardest difficulty. Let's go. It's not the hardest. Ooh. Got hit. I kind of want to just restart this battle now. This got hit at a time when I thought I could not be hit. I guess I only made it through there because I was actually rolling during that. I didn't know that he could do damage there. Whoa. Hey, let me give you a little injury on the side there, chum. There we go. I mean, I can recover from this, but I don't know if I want to recover from this. I took one hit. We can still fight the mini boss, the boomerang lad. I can defend against this boomerang, but I do need to actually get up close and personal to him. I just need to look out for that shield. And if I see it, I immediately am like, be careful. But I need to have the good sense and the patience to just wait for him to actually like telegraph his attack. Oh, he dodged. He dodged. Oh, I got hit with some splash. With some splashy damage. Some stinky splashy damage. Just keep swinging. The spam always works. Spam. All right, here we go. Divey. Oh, what is that? Is that new Human 1 emotes? Oh my goodness. I didn't know that Human 1 had new emotes. So cute. Adorable. I kind of wanted to get that back hurt place. Ooh, that's a good attack because it hurts his friends too. Oh, I was kind of scared to do that attack while there were friendos around. I wanted to get the back scratcher. All right, your friends are kind of in my way, buddy. You kill your friends, please. All right, I'll back off. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did it charge me? Oh, that's a cheap move, dude. That's pretty low of you. Pretty low, even for a minion. Oh yeah, I should be running. I forgot. I keep forgetting it's running. No. Ah, I got one of the boo-boo spots. Charge me. $10 for training seminar. Get away from me. Ah, what is that? Oh, it's the boomerang. I'm shocked that I dodged that. Come back here. Stop it. Stop being cowardly. Ah. Let me murder you. I just want to kill you right now. Uh-oh, I'm throwing again. Looks like that boomerang ain't the only thing being thrown. You know what I'm saying? No. There'll be none of that. There'll be none of that, Sir Pine. You gonna charge me? Charge me? Stop walking towards me. So much scarier. Stop looming. Stop. Stop. Take that. Will that wake you up? Wake up. The sound. I will kill you. Do you hear me? You're messing with the wrong girl. I will blow you up. Oh, I hit his back. Luck. Ah! Bam! Bam! That's right. That's right, I've got no health. You bet I've got no health. You bet I'm gonna die. Hello! Here we go! Ahsoka, what's up? What's up, Ahsoka? We're fighting the last boss. We're fighting the big boss. How are you doing? You said you wanted to pop in? You had a busy day, so you're gonna go to bed soon. Oh, okay. Okay. So get yourself some good rest, my friend. Get yourself some good rest. But yeah, you can vibe with us for a bit while we're fighting this boss if you want. Ooh, let me hit that leg. Let me hit that leg one more time if you don't mind. Get a little jump in there. Get a little... Where do I hit next, huh? Your fist, hey. Oh, he's gonna go for the big blast. There he goes, big blast. You're gonna sit here. Sit here and be patient and then go... Hit that fist. Aha! Nice. Platforming time. Ooh, I could have healed. I not only could have healed, but I should have healed. This is risky. Risky bisky. We're gonna do a bunch of platforming, but in the end, we have to heal the moment that we make it into that battle, and I sure hope that we get to keep this rod. If we keep this rod, I mean, I'll just have to try to go for healing immediately, I guess. I'll try to shield up and then go for health. But eventually we're gonna have to save up Rot so that we can pull those spears out of his back. He's darn hard to defeat. Especially if you miss like a spear opportunity. His attack is... The lost chance to get a spear out is way worse than the attack. I mean, it's not as bad as the attack. The attack itself is the most important part. Avoiding it by pulling a spear out. Okay. Give me some more watt. Give me some more watt, please. It's too bad they don't let you heal here. You really have to heal while you're in danger. They really don't want you to have any checkpoints. It's extremely anti-checkpoint game making. Oh my gosh. And yeah, they don't give you rot. They don't give you rot. Oh my gosh. Why? Why would you do this? I don't have anything to heal or hit you. So rude. And I die immediately because a freaking random rock fell from the sky because I can't see where those rocks are coming. I can't see where the rocks are coming from. I should have healed. I must have been... I was selfish because of, like, wanting to beat the boss. I should have literally, like, waited for a second and grabbed some health before I went to the platforming. I should have healed up. We'll get it this time. We'll get it this time. Here we go. Kess is in my face, smelling my apple breath. Aw. Meow, meow. Meow, meow's all up in your business. You got this. We got this, Mushroom Gal. We'll beat up this guy. We're learning more and more about this boss fight every time. Feel like I'm getting better at the boomerang, right? Right? Maybe? A little bit? Not too much, but it's something. Hit your face first. And now I'm gonna give up on that face because I want to give a little... Oh my gosh, I thought that was gonna hit me. One boo-boo. Yeah, that move right there is exactly why I charged towards him. Because it's pretty difficult to deal with any other way. Ah, it just blows up immediately. What? Can I use those? Kind of stuck behind you, buddy. Oh, it still got me. Too bad. I can take 1 or 2 hits from this battle. Just need to make sure that it doesn't get anywhere excessive. Just so long I am not injured in excess, then we should be good. Is it time to exit? Ah, there we go. Splendid. Okay, we got hit like one time, I think. You got stuck on the booty! Not the booty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Earl stuck in the booty again. There we go. All right, we got some filleted minions to defeat. Boom. Bing, bang, boom. Bam. I mean, it's kind of satisfying to do boss fights a million times in a row. Just because you learn each little nuance of it, but you know, it's even more satisfying beating it the first time. Nothing satisfies quite like that. Boom! All right. Go, 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 go! Yahoo! Now we fight the big woodman. Two bombs on your face. Is that a charge? Did you just charge me? Are you stupid? You just played directly into my hand. You can't charge me. I'm a god. Excuse me, your minions, could you deal with them, please, sir? Sir, your minions are quite frustrating. Oh, that's an attack that he rarely does, because I rarely have to deal with these stupid minions right in front of his face. Leave me alone. Ah, you're so unnecessary. Hate to inform you, Mr. Minion, but you're an unnecessary part of this battle. We don't need you here. You can leave. Yeah, sure, I'll just dodge that. Oh, hello, big attack. Almost forgot how to dodge for a second. I thought that it was a different button. Nice, very patient. That's exactly what we need. Whew, I barely even noticed what that was. Nice, patience. Good job, good job, good job. Earl pats himself on the back for a 5-minute battle. Oh, I didn't rotate the camera. Oh, jeez. Nice. Oh, you just kind of sit there, don't he? I'll just shoot you if you don't mind. What the flip? Did I just parry that accidentally? There you go. Oh, that was early. Ooh, that was lucky. And you're dead. Okay, I definitely have to heal before I make it to the next area. I might just get hit by the boss and die, but I do need to make sure that if I get enough, I can't do the platforming level, okay? I have to stay there long enough to do the... Yeah, I hate that you, is there really no healing here? Yeah, there's no healing. And you have to use your, like, one charge on this. I really wish that they let me heal between these parts. Somewhat frustrating indeed. Oh, and I died immediately from a shockwave. Okay. Okay. Die immediately from a shockwave because I guess I have to shield the moment that I get in there. Okay. Ah, is this such a cheap way to die? I wish that he hit me and that I missed the dodge. I wish that I'm missing dodges here, but I'm not even. I mean, I missed a couple of them, to be fair. But I wish I was missing dodges with the big boss. Ay. I really can barely fight that mini boss. I mean, I told you guys no Hades today, but I'm definitely seeing a little bit of Sisyphus on this round. Definitely a little bit of Sisyphus going on here. I'm gonna shoot your face. I'm gonna shoot your face, bud. You bet I'm gonna shoot your face there, bud. I'm gonna smash that face. I'm gonna smash your face like a like button. Oh, wait. Oh, I gotta get another hit? Uh-oh. All right. All right. Such a sad, dispirited. Ay, 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 ay. What's up, Nardavel? How are you doing? We're laughing to keep the pain away, okay? We laugh so that we do not cry. Let us laugh together. We shall laugh together. We shall make such merriment. We shall make such merriment this evening. Oh my goodness gracious. Get the fiddlesticks out of here. Don't you dare. Bam. Yes, you shall die. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Dead enemies. Just spam, 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 spam. Yes. Perfect so far. I'm gonna smash your face like a like button. Hey. Doesn't even damage them that much. Just a little hurt. See, like, if I had even a tiny bit of rot, I would do a rot arrow through both of them. But they really said, like, none of the stuff that you're used to you get. That was a smart decision. Instead of going for the boss, decided to just kill the minions. It saved my life. Ooh, I don't think I should have dodged that. That was way close. Yeah, where his dive kind of has to do with where I'm standing. At the... Ooh. Buddy, you stop that. I really would like to... Yeah. I'd like to hurt you a lot. Oh, you went a little far, didn't you? Oh, I got a little selfish there. Got a little selfish because I was excited. And I was scared because look at how slow my shield goes. Look at my shield right now. Nope. No. Oh, I should have waited. All right, we got way more health out of this. Nice. Way more health escaping this. Definitely can make it to the platforming. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Totally. We've totally got it. We just need to make it through the platforming. And if we do really well, then we won't even have to heal before we do the before we start pulling these spears out of his back. Oh, see, I got that little extra hit in there. I need to remember to not let it shockwave. Yes, stay close. Exactly right. Very good. So does he heal all of his injuries? Oh, the shockwave is always very unexpected. Oh, he's gonna do the thing. You gonna do the thing? All right. Remember the thing that we talked about? We can hit this fist. His iron fist. Oh, that's scary. Don't walk to me like that. Boom. Boom.
Boom. That's exactly right.
Oh, sweet. We'll do this part. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Bubsy. That's right. Now you die. And I did get hit with a couple of shockwaves, but thankfully that's like the lowest amount of health. It only kills you if you're like at your wit's end. If you're at 0 health already, then it kills you. But past that, it doesn't actually chuck much off of the old meter. It's just if you're already super weak, then it'll finish you off. Good finishing move for all the poor weak characters that are barely living. Boing, boing, pew. Wonder how long we've been doing this battle. I feel like I should not figure that out right now. I feel like we should beat it, and then we can scoff at the number. If I look at it now, might not be good. Pew. Oops. Oops. It's the same buttons. You just have to hit them together, and it does that. Goops. I appreciate that that doesn't end my run, though. Thank you. Thank you, devs. It's the only mercy you had on me. Whee! It's been 10 minutes? Oh, okay. 10 minutes. We can do this. We can do this. This is not going to ruin the speedrun. Speedrun's still viable, my friend. It's still viable. Kaboom! I did the same thing. I did the same thing. What happened? I knew this looked like a Disney movie for some reason. Apparently, some of the animators were going to make the make a movie, and the project died, and it became a game instead. What? Is that true? That sounds like a wild story. Sounds like a wild story indeed. I think this game looks a lot like a Disney movie, Raya and the Last Dragon. I think it looks big time similar. Yeah, you really gotta... They make you jump out here. But I'm an impatient lad. I like in this form better. I'm glad that they didn't make a movie because I wouldn't have watched this movie. Glad that they didn't turn it into a movie because I would have missed it. But I get to play the game, so I'm happy. Just taking my time so that I don't actually like combo those buttons together again. All right. Up to the top to the corrupt rat god. This is my favorite part of the movie. My favorite part of the movie is when we beat the boss. Jumping in a platforming section, I can't believe this lad's jumping. Don't you know that's a noob move, lad? A noob move. Okay, so we're gonna get hit by that, that's for sure. That's for darn sure. Look at the little minions running around. Oh. All right. Whoa, buddy. I don't have any. I don't have my rot boys to be able to deal with that yet. I have to kill. Oh no. Oh yes, this thing. I think we're beating one half of the boss too fast. I'm trying to look at the ground to see if there's any indication where that fire thing is gonna fall next. Oh. Yeah, we gotta kill some enemies. Get some of that yellow stuff. Yeah. Yeah. Are you back, buddy? Are you home? Oh, he's back. He's back and he's angry. Woo. Give me some of that. Whoa, not that. I need the yellow stuff. How do I find it? I don't know, you guys. I don't know where I get it. Ooh, good thing I was far enough away from him. I need to get some of that stuff. Ooh. See, I can't even pull out one of his spears yet. Oh, there's some over here. Nice. Oh, yes. I can pull out his spear now. Is there an enemy down here? Yeah. Thankfully, we can kind of chart. Okay. Oh, he's doing this again. Okay. Take out that enemy. Boom. Yeah, charge up. Get some more yellow. No, hit it. Yes. Very nice. Okay, little hit in there. I'm healing. Yeah, I'm glad I took that heal. I used one of my yellows, but it's worth it. Because I've already got 2 yellows again. Here we go. He's gonna do the big boom. Boom! Everybody gets hit. I just gotta stay close to him just in case he does that big... Oh, maybe stay away then. If you're gonna keep doing that shockwave. Where are the enemies? They around me. Boom. I don't want them surprising me. Pull that out. Pull it out. Oh my gosh, stop! No! I targeted stuff. Oh, crap. Okay. Don't throw. Here we go. Taking this. It's so hard to hit him with rods. because you can't. Oh boy, it's all right. It's all right. We just gotta pull that other spear out. Just gotta pull that other spear out. Come on. If we kill some more enemies, we can heal if we need to. Okay, this time I'm going to actually aim for it. He's going back. Okay. We got this. We got this. I could heal. There we go. We got it that time. We got it that time. Now we just need to... No, we don't need to harvest another yellow. I thought we would, but we don't. We do not need any more yellows. I'm just gonna grab some more just in case. He's probably gonna do... go back one time and do a laser. Or are you gonna go... Yep, laser time. Laser time. I do not have enough yellow to heal right now. I just gotta pull that last knife out of him and I should win. Hopefully. Okay, it's on this side. There we go. There we go. All right. What do we got? Is that it? Kill that sucker! Kill that sucker! Ah! Holy crap! Mamma mia! The babies, they're back! Oh my goodness, I think we beat it. Thank goodness. Holy moly, on the hardest difficulty! Hardest difficulty! Live it, Barry! Thank you for the 10 bits! Oh, that was a spicy boss battle. The final boss! Final boss defeated! Holy moly. Holy moly, we did it! Look at all of our boys! Look at all of our boys. Oh, splendid. We did it. We did it. Okay, I'm gonna let one give me a kiss for my success. Woo! That was a rough battle. That was tough. It was tough as heck. Now kill your dad! What? I think that my dad's gonna be a good boy now. He's gonna disappear to the Shadow Realm. Let's watch it, you guys. Here we go. Here we go.
Our ancestors trusted in the power of the mountain shrine. Its waters nurtured our village, gave us life, strengthened our connection to the spirit realm. I could not understand why it would betray us.
Oh, he's really close.
Our was crumbling, and the people looked to me for answers. I failed them, and could only watch as life drained from the village.
So we should do nothing? You should take action.
The creature is connected to the balance of the land. Its presence, the famine. They are part of a natural cycle. The land needs time to heal. We must cross the mountains. It's time to look for a new home.
Your faith in the old ways has blinded you.
Lead our people, and they will follow you.
Zajiro, you have the power to stop this. We should drive it out.
Put down the staff, Toshi.
I will end this suffering.
Uh-oh. Toshi down. Oh, Toshi's been dead this whole time, Savvy.
Why are you punishing us?
Whoa!
Why? What did we do? Answer me. How many people must die? Why? Tell me. Don't turn your back on me. Listen to me.
Oh, that's what we just fought. I didn't realize it for a second.
We devoted ourselves to you.
Not so powerful lion, eh?
Don't need you.
Killed by a man with a stick and 2 spears. Ripperoni.
This is it.
Whoa.
Zajiro once told me, change was an essential part of life. He understood the Rod God's purpose. Fear drove my actions, and I destroyed something beautiful. If I had just listened to Zajiro, how many could have been saved?
I'm sorry, Toshi. We're not meant to suffer such pain. Grief is natural, but it can imprison us, change who we are. Your torment has lasted long enough. Nothing will change.
Brother Bear. Shush. Not everything's like
You must
Brother
forgive
Bear.
yourself, so the land can heal.
Come, Toshi. Our time here is over.
Moral of the story. If you turn into a bear, nobody will die. And now everybody dies. Happy ending. Good ending. I don't think that was my dad die. I'm super disappointed. Happy ending. Everyone dies except for me. That is a pretty good ending.
Goodbye, Kane.
That's the ending that I want to
There is
meet.
only one spirit left for you to help.
You. Letting go. Meditate at the mountain shrine and end your life. Uh-oh. Also, frame rate's dying here, too. First, we kill the PC, and then we kill the NPC. No, my PC. Not my PC. Okay, I think that this ends the game. I think that one is I think that one might be the end of that. Letting go, aka die. I don't want to die. I want to live. I will not give in to this self-destructive game narrative. I'm going home. I'm coming home to you every night, Hey, let me go. No, I don't want to give in. I don't want to let it go. I don't want to let go. Let me hang on to my life. I don't want to give up. No, my humanity demands that I do not die. I will not give in. I will not give in, mountain god or not. The mountain gods are dead. I am a god. Let me go. The little beans are like, no, please don't leave us. I'm sorry, little ones. I have to go meditate on the mountain. I'm so sorry, Pumpkinhead. Dinosaur boy. Mask boy. Holy crap, you finally beat it, Johnny. You didn't even watch it. It was difficult. Now, Johnny, we have to go up this mountain and kill our PC because the frames are dropping like crazy. We're gonna kill our PC. And then we're going to explode. Oh, wait, I can leave. Nope. I'm not giving up. Who will take care of the children? Nobody will have to, because I'm not dying. Not tonight. I'm not dying. Who will take care of them? I will. I'll never give in. They won't force me to die. I will live forever. I think that, yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking, you guys. What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Do we want to call this like... I'm not sure. Do we want this to be like the end of the stream tonight? Is this the end? Do we want to search for rot later and then end the game? Or do we want to save and see the ending and I'll get all the rot off stream? That's the question. The question is whether or not we're gonna watch together while we look for rot. Are we gonna do that together? Is it something that y'all want to watch, or should we just switch to the next game? Because I mean, we beat this game freaking like Mamma Mia, this difficult game. I kind of forgot that we can just save. I can just save right here, and we can see what the ending looks like. So I'm gonna save top right now, and we're gonna do the first ending. Okay, we're gonna do the first ending. So right now we just saved 10:52. That's the right time. Let's watch the ending, and then we can go do the rod later. We'll do the rod later. Tomorrow we're probably gonna build Legos. But yeah, we'll do the rod later. Let's go up here. We'll watch the ending of the game. Maybe we'll climb over. Maybe we'll get over it one time just so that I can break up the pace. Because I don't feel too good about that boss fight. That was not very good. I didn't like how it went at the end. I wish that I could have made it fancier. I wish that I could have done it better. Also, this should unlock the final difficulty. I'm curious what the description of the last difficulty is. Oh, you're gonna go to bed? Oh, good night, Calico. Get some good rest. It was nice to hang out with you. Thanks for keeping me company while I finish this game, Callie. It's always nice to hang out with you. I appreciate you being here.
Goodbye, little friend.
But enjoy your sleep. Give the meow meows some scritches. We're leaving them. We're leaving them. This is Callie leaving the chat, and all of us are the sad little black beans going, Callie, no. Now we die. Oh, that's the rot monster. Oh. But he should be incomplete. He should be incomplete. He should be missing a limb. Looks like he didn't need all the rot, eh? Coward's way out. Can't tell if it looks like a daddy or a baby. I think baby, right? Also, when she put on that eyeliner? Beautiful music. I don't think that we died at the end. I'm pleased. I think that she was just giving up the, I think we were just giving up the rot. I think that we were just saying goodbye to our friends, and then they transformed into a giant beast. I think that we were just saying goodbye to the BBs. But man, what beautiful music.
What a beautiful game.
The kitty killed the whole village. No pets. The cat did kill the entire village. The cat killed the entire village and also almost killed us, but thankfully we defended ourselves with the power of... what were we doing? Meditating? The power of meditation kept the rot away. The people in the village, if only they had magic sticks like we did. I like to think that the kitty restored all of the dead people. No, sorry. I mean, like, the message of the game is like, give in. The message of the game is like, give in to nature. Let your friends die and just leave. Just leave your home. Don't stand your ground. Don't fight back. Just give in. Your new lord and master, Mr. Rot, will be telling you who's going to be dying and who's going to be living. You're along for the ride, and you have to leave. You just have to just run away, run away from your problems, run away from your problems. I'm leaving you. Oh no! Calico, at least you're living, just like Kenna is. Yes, like Kenna, at least you live. That's good. Oh, cute music. Look at all the... Whoa, musical performances. I can't read any of these words. I Dewa Nyoman Sudarma. Thank you for sharing your musical traditions with us. The music was beautiful. It was beautiful. Well done. Well done, all music beans. All the music beans get 2 pats on the head. Theophany did a good job on the OSC. I know, right? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I was actually going to play, I was going to play this OST as the intro to the stream, but it's too hype. It is too well done. It's too, like, exciting, and it takes so much of your attention. I didn't think that it would make, I thought that y'all would listen to the music and not my words, so I didn't want to share. The music's too beautiful. It's too beautiful. Sony Interactive. How many people work at Sony? Do we have to see everybody? Who's the CEO of Sony? I don't see him. What? I was too busy listening to music. Yeah. What'd you say? I couldn't hear. I'd love to listen to this music and your words forever. Oh, what? Forever? Deal. Special thanks to Micah Mission, John Platt, Greg Rice, Josh Richardson, Phil Rosenberg, John Sanders, Sid Schumann, and Rudy Urs. Oh, that's fair. It's 5 a.m. for me. Uh-oh. You're not gonna watch me climb over this mountain? That's all right. Look at all the production babies. I didn't know that a game could have children. Copyright 2017 for use of animation compression library. Oh, I see. Who's the compression software? I wonder what that's called. Unreal Engine? That would explain all the texture pop. What a great game. You're welcome. A fantastic game. Lots of fun. Good. Good. I'm curious about the difficulty setting. Legendary, eh? Or master. Excuse-moi. You unlocked master difficulty. You're about to start a new game. The autosave data will be removed. That should be fine. Pretty sure that we just saved, right? Yeah, right there. Village Mountain Shrine. We just did that. Yep. Now, let's look at the new game. Master. Okay, so story mode. Rot abilities recharge passively? What? And when taking damage, you take damage and you get rot abilities? Oh my gosh. Enemies are less aggressive and deal less damage. Okay. Normal spirit guide. Rot abilities recharge when taking damage. What, so you want to get hit? I'm confused. Rot abilities only recharge when dealing damage. Enemies are very aggressive and deal more damage. Courage is lost when taking damage. What? You cannot lower the difficulty either. You're locked in. This is hardcore mode. Courage is lost when you take damage. That's rough. So Says enemies are even more aggressive. Even more aggressive and damage more. Goodness. That's intense. No, thank you. No, thank you. Thanks for the offer. I appreciate the offer. But that's going to be a no for me, dog. That's going to be a no for me. Okay, the music's still playing. I'm going to open up Steam and we can play. We're going to get over the mountain one time, okay? We're super close to 50 to 50 times over the mountain. So we're just going to get over it just one time, just give me this. Give me this one time. Okay. We're hopefully going to make it over in less than 10 minutes. It should be less than 10 minutes. We should be able to destroy this. Who's playing Risk of Rain right now? Johnny is. Johnny's playing Risk of Rain. Very tempting, my friend. Okay, let's get over it one time, you guys. Kareem, you're going to go to sleep? You're going to get some rest? I'm glad. Get some sleep. Okay, I know I just got back to stream. Don't talk like that. Kareem, go get some sleep. Go get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you. It was nice to hang out with you even for a second. But, you know, some days you're just busy. And that's totally fine. It was nice to see you. Get some rest. Nighty-night. Kareem, much love. Much love to Kareem. We love you very much, Lee. Okay, I'm going to climb. Quick, get over it, quick. Can he beat your own record? I don't think so. I don't think there will be any record breaking, but we will schmoove along for fun. Thank you, Alchemic. Alchemic, I didn't see you much during that boss fight. Were you a busy bean? Were you a busy bean? Did you see me win? Watch this! Watch me! Are you impressed? Wow! Boing. Woo! There we go. You feel like lurking while prepping some mask materials. Ooh! Mask materials. You gonna make some masks based on the game? Hey, Jedi, what's up? Oi, oi, oi! Jedi, we just finished Kenna. We might be done with Kenna, to be honest. How are you doing, Jedi? I hope you're doing good. Whoa. Let me go up and up. Whoops. Boing. 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 Yeah. Whoa. Whoopsies. My bad. My bad. Yeah, we might restart this if we were trying to go fast. But you know what? I think we're just going to get over this mountain, you guys. I think we're just going to get over this mountain and earn another win. I think we're just going to count this as a win. Okay. Ooh, that was a nice hop. That was a light point on a very in a very troubled run so far. Yahoo! We can also practice some of our fancy moves towards the top. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Boing. Ooh, woo. Hey now. Hey now. Hey now. Aquid, what'd you say? Where are the other Europeans that are making bad life decisions? Die, you're on your own tonight. You're on your own tonight. Shiny used to stay up late, but Shiny's been being a good bean. Divey. Divey, you know that you've always been a little bit singular when it came to the Europe gang. You've always been a bit singular. When all of the Europeans go to bed, Dai says, "Hello, lad." Hello, lad. Stream just getting started, lad. Nice to see you. Boyan. Oi, 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 oi. Thank you for the follow, Jay. I appreciate it. Oh, crap. Jay, I'm struggling here. I hope you're doing well. Yeah. Yahoo. Woo! Over there, we're over. We're supposed to get over it. Yahoo! I could never get over you guys. Boop. Orange time. Orange strat. Oops. My bad. My bad, you guys. I apologize for everything that I've done. I apologize, okay? Could you offer me some forgiveness, for goodness sake, okay? I'm trying my best out here. Oops. Wee! Jedi, what kind of coffee have we got? The yummiest coffee, bad fatigue days, so it took me 3 hours to get up. Gonna get some from the kitchen very soon. Yes, yes. Good coffee for Jedi. Good coffee for Jedi. Been a tough day, my friend. I'm glad that you're here. I'm glad you're here, and I hope you're feeling good, Jedi. Some days do be like that, my friend. Yeah! I'm so glad that I'm staying on. Jedi makes me want to stream late. Yahoo! Yahoo! Let's go! Super Mario! Super Mario climbing! Chris Pratt edition! Wahoo!
Super Mario. Super Luigi.
Super crap! Go, go, go! Brr. It's not good enough, Kenny! Your apologies will never be enough! Brr. Brr. There we go! Now we win! And now we win! Uh-oh, here we go! Do-do-do-do, boyong! Boyoyoyoyoing! And now we shall do the big... Yeah! Woo! Yeah, you yelled at the game for the past few hours to help annoy me out of bed. You're welcome, Jedi. You're welcome. What are friends for? But to annoy each other so much that you're encouraged to do better. Yahoo! Let's go, Super Boulder Bros. Yahoo! Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, boing. Brr, brr. Now we gotta do a little hiya, a little hat. Oh, grab hat. Grab hat, take on journey. Do not forget about hat. Treat hat good. Treat hat good and hat will love you. Oh no. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made in the climbing of this mountain. Ooh. Oh, fiddlesticks. It's the old iron issue. It's the old anvil of truth. Here we go. All we gotta do is go boing, then we go boing, and then of course we do a good jump right here. Hang on. Yeah, so what we first do is that we line it up just like this, and then we go boing, and then we fling ourselves up here. Yep, we make it to the top just like this. Just like that. Yep. We recover. Not well. Of course, we have to go back here to finish the run. We got to go back here, do a jump, just like this, yep. Now you sit back here again. You do it again. Yeah, that's what you do. Boing, boing, ooh, ooh, and then you fall down. That's an important and essential part of the run. The important part is to get back down here on the rocks, so that you can practice that again. Of course, because that jump has been, we've been working on it. So I was just making sure that we got a little bit of practice. We could always use some bonus practice, This is what I call this is an educational run where I make a few mistakes on purpose so that we can practice some sections that I never struggle at. Yes. Off gold at its best. Not this time. Can't miss my deadline. But I like the way you think, Divey. Something important, my friend. Something important. That is a massive hat. It's true. Jacob, how are you doing? What's up? We're climbing a mountain. It's nice to see you on this mountain. Well, we're not quite on the mountaintop, but it'll be great to see you at the mountaintop, my friend. How are you doing? Oh, hang on now. We need to go yacht. Just like that. That's what we have to do. Good morning, Jacob. Oi, oi, oi. Good morning, my friend. Boing. Eventually, I'll be able to do that motion super easy. Thank you for teaching us, lad. Of course. Of course, Divey. I want you to see all the mistakes so that you can learn from them. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Okay. And now we climb this flawlessly. No lessons here, you guys. My only lesson to you is get good. All you gotta do is just grab this spot right here and then win. That's the only advice I can give you. Whoa. Whoa. Sometimes you'll want to slow down by falling just a little bit. It'll make you feel better whenever you win. People love a struggle. People want to see an underdog. If you do too good, nobody's going to appreciate it. They're going to say, that looks easy, lad. They'll all call you lad. That looks easy, lad. I'm pretty sure I could do this faster, lad. Woo. Boing. Boyon, a boyon, a boyon, boyon. And you fly into space and then you go, a boyon. A slight mistake on my part. But thankfully we can just grab on this rock right here. Give me this. Give me that. Now we fly. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Make it to the stratosphere. Oh no. Stratosphere. There'll be no stratus for us. Excuse me, space rocks. Could you help me, please? Give me a boost. Let's go. You need to head to bed. Dog Bomb, you're still here? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Dog Bomb. You need to head to bed, but thank you so much for the warm welcome for my Raiders. Oh my gosh. Dog Bomb, you're the best. Thank you so much for being here. I hope that you had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for vibing with me, my friend. I super appreciate it. Thank you for keeping me company while I was beating that game. Goodness gracious, I needed you guys on my side. I wouldn't have finished it. Good night, Dog Bomb. It was so nice to meet you, friendo. Oh, yeah. Get some rest. Oh my gosh, Dog Bomb's a good bean. A good bean indeed. We made it sub 10. Sub 10, you guys. Feels good. Oh man, it's late, you guys. Late on a Friday. Woo. Holy moly. Tempting. I kind of want to, that was just a good warm-up, you guys. It was a good warm-up. We're so close. We're so close to 50. We're not going to do it tonight, but yeah. Oh no, this is not a good way to start. Johnny, were you talking about this music? Yes. The beautiful Legend of Zelda music. I love it so much. There's so much good music in Breath of the Wild. Yes. Actually, it's 6 a.m. on a Saturday? What? 6 a.m. I wonder where are you if it's 6 a.m.? Let's see. Where is it 6 a.m. in the world right now? Boing. Boyon. Throw that cup out of the way. We don't need it. Somebody's been littering on this mountain. Yeah. Oop. Hang on. Wahoo. There we go. Let's go. Kenny's setting a bad example with lying. Oh, I see. Awkward. I see. You must be confused. I never tell lies. Couldn't have been me. Must have been somebody else. You've been hanging out with other streamers recently? You're probably just confusing me for one of them. Just confusing me. I don't know. I don't tell lies. CC, it was from Ocarina of Time. It was? Oh, it sounded like Breath of the Wild, but I'm dummy. I don't remember. I did play Ocarina of Time, the most recent. It's good game. Okay, and there's also no music because this game is so important that I really want y'all to be able to focus on it, all right? I want y'all to be able to hear the clangs and the clatters of this pot, even though the sound effects are so low. Let me turn it up for you. Really important. This music? I didn't know that. I mean, it's nice and relaxing. Yeah. No, we're not allowed up. Oh yeah, we fell one time last time. This time we won't fall. This time no fall, only win. Only win. Mr. Squidward. Squidward. Squidward-eared. Let's go. Let's go, squids. Come on, Squidican. Squidder. Whoop. Hang on now. There we go. This part I want to get better at. Because I pretty often fall into that little couch hole. I love the sassy hit. That could have been good. Could have been gold. Oh, jeez, that scared me. Reach Pat, what's up? Hey! Reach Pat! Oh, my God. Oh, my God, we're out here. We're out here on this mountain. Oh, my goodness, I can't believe that we just found friends out on this mountain. What the heck? Reach Pat, thank you for the raid. How's everybody doing? How was Reach Pat's stream? Was just chatting? What we all chatting about? Hey, thank you so much, Reach Pat. How was the stream? Hi there, everybody. What's up? If y'all know Reach Pat, I mean, I probably met you before. I love raiding my friendo Reach Pat. We love Sleeping Dogfish over here, so we probably all know each other, right? Hiya, friends. We're climbing over this mountain. We just finished the Kenna game, and I'm so glad because there's so many people that didn't want spoilers, so I won't be spoiling anything about Kenna, but it was great. The stream went well. You were preparing for your 1-year stream anniversary tomorrow. Did we all start streaming at the same time? My stream anniversary was 2 days ago. It was 2 days ago, and your 1 year is tomorrow. Our anniversaries are 3 days away from one another. That is wild. I guess we all decide to stream at the same time, eh? But Reach Pat, thank you so much for bringing your friends over here. I appreciate you trusting me. And hi there. If y'all haven't met me, my name's Earl. I play games every single day. They're not as infuriatingly hard as this game is, but you're totally welcome to vibe anyway. Don't worry, I've beaten this game many times, so thankfully you hopefully won't be tortured too much by me flailing around here. But if you've never seen this game before, I'm gonna restart it so that y'all can see it from the beginning. And I also just fell, which is really annoying. Okay, so the point of this game, you guys, and we could talk while we climb. But we're supposed to start at the bottom of the world, and we're supposed to climb over a giant mountain. We're going to be going over a giant mountain, starting way down here. And if you've never heard of this game, it is quite difficult. Just look at this hammer. Just look at this hammer waving around. You have to use your powers of hammering. I wonder if I cannot watch the stream preview while I do this. You make the game look easy, though. You didn't make Kenna look easy. You bet I didn't. I made Kenna look like it was a challenge because I was struggling. Kenna was super hard. Super duper hard. It's definitely September. It is indeed. It's almost time. It's almost time for your stream anniversary if it hasn't already happened. Okay, so also because there's friends here, I'm going to turn back on the music. It restarted. And I'm going to turn back off this game music. But yeah, we're just vibing. This is like the after stream show. It's nice to have all of y'all here. Sorry, I closed my window for a second. There we go. But yeah, Kenna was lots of fun. Maybe, I don't know what we're going to do this next week, but tomorrow we're going to be building some Legos. We're going to be building some more of my Lego Ninjago city gardens. Just vibing on a Saturday. It'd be really nice if I could set up the Legos so that I can do Legos and do games, but I don't know. That might be too much. Might be too difficult. Okay, boing. But yeah, we got to climb over this mountain. Every little different portion has a different challenge to it. So they start you off with the easy challenges, and you're like, wow, this game's not as hard as they said. And then as time goes on, it gets tougher and tougher. Let me up. There we go. Woohoo! Yeah, if anybody ever plays this game, you need to make sure to ride the snake. There's a snake that's towards the top that I'll show you where it is. This is called the Devil's Chimney. Up we go. Whoa! Chimney. The Devil's Chimney. Do you want to know why they call it that? And now we got to make it up to the... Oof. Up the construction site. Oh, it's very vertical, as you can see. So you have to you have to swing up and then rotate your hammer around so that you can do it again. And now you got to make a little hop across here. Do a little bit of schmoovin' here. Now this is the most important part. This is called slide skip. And it's because we're skipping over going on a slide. This is a much harder jump by itself. You have to do it exactly the way that I just did it. But it saves you a lot of time. And in the end, as soon as you learn it, it just makes the whole game easier. The whole thing's easier. It teaches you skills that make this whole mountain a lot easier. Oof. And by the way, the first time that I beat this game, I beat it in 8 hours, I think. I think that was the ending tally. And now we can beat this game in about 8 minutes sometimes. I think we already beat it one time in 8 minutes. The was adorable. I love it. We changed the sound effect around here sometimes, but I had to bring back. Oh, I almost fell. Yikes. I'm trying to learn a tactic here that goes faster, so I'm kind of risking my life out here, you guys. I'm sorry. I'm being risky so that I can make that jump there. The jump that I just did helps you a lot, and I just hopped off the edge accidentally. Oops. Oops. You can see why this game might be frustrating. But it's okay, because we will win, all right? We will win! I just beat stinking Kenna on the hardest difficulty. I'm not going to get angry at this game. It's just a mountain. It's just a bit of climbing, y'all. No big deal. No big deal. I'm not mad. Not mad at all. Nope. Not even a little bit. Not even a tiny bit. Not even a small bit angry. Not even a little bit of salt. I've got the most calm heart you've ever seen. My heart is not pumping. I'm not frustrated. Reach pad, you you go! Come on now! Come on now! That's how you get it! Whoa! Come on now! Get on out of here! I have read like Dogfish's description so many times where it's like salt-free gamer, and I'm like, I'm not a salt-free. I'm sorry. I'm not salt-free. I get salt sometimes, okay? I get salty whenever I get beaten at Mario Kart over and over and over. Boing. That's the slow way of doing it. Also a little bit safer. Taking risks. Yo! He's taking risks. Oh, come on now. These slippery rocks. I'm not mad. I'm happy. Why are y'all so mad? Y'all stop being so mad. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm down. It's going to be fine, okay? Calm down now. Calm down. I've been slightly angry recently. You guys haven't been getting much sleep. And also, it's because in my mind, I keep hearing Chris Pratt's voice. I keep seeing Chris Pratt's face. Every time that I look in the mirror, I see him. I see him, and I can't stand it. I've just imagined all last night. I couldn't sleep because I couldn't hear. I kept hearing Chris Pratt's voice say, Yahoo! Yahoo! It's me, Mario. It's me, Mario. He's so funny. Chris Pratt is going to be Mario. He's so funny. Look forward to Chris Pratt talking a lot. Thanks. Can't wait. Can't wait for Chris Pratt to talk a lot. That's Mario. Yes, lots of talking. The more involved Chris Pratt is in the movie, the happier I am. That's what I said. That's what I said, and I was so pleased. I was so happy. Yahoo! Let's Super Mario jumping over this rock. Come on now! This is the furthest that we've gotten so far with our Reach Pat friendos. We got this. We got this. Time to conquer this mountain again. I'm doing worse this time, but that's okay. Every time that we climb over this mountain, it's some practice. But now it's time for us to schmoove. My fury is egging me on. I'm getting more powerful. The more angry I get, the more powerful I become. Oh no, my anger is waning. I'm not angry anymore. Okay, let's do... There we go. That was it. And then he fell off. Whoops. Boing. Whoops. My bad. Reach Pat. So when are we gonna get you playing this game? Please. Please, Pat. How much do I have to pay? How much do I have to give to charity? I want to see it. Please. Whoops. Maybe someday. All right. That's a promise. That's a promise. I'll hold you to that. Thank you. Boing. Wahoo. Now, you don't have to get over it. I just want at least 30 minutes of gameplay. This would make me happy. Good news. Chris Pratt is also the assistant director. Oh, this is very heartening news. Very good to hear, my friend. Whoops. Well, it is a movie for children. So I don't know. Maybe he knows best. Woo! Here we go. Okay, I want to climb it. I want to climb! I want to make it to the top. Come on. Let me up. Mom! Let me in! Mom! Mom, when's dinner ready? Mom! Mom, let me up the mountain. Mom, you can't pause this game. Mom, you can't pause this game. It's online. I'm playing multiplayer with my friends. Mom, I'm playing Getting Over It. I can't stop till I make the top. Mom, just make me some pizza rolls. Make me some pizza rolls, okay? Oh, boy. What did Pat say? No. What? My chat wants me to play a rage game sometime. I'm not sure. What? Not sure if I want to go all the way, right? I'm not sure if I want to go all in right away. Oh, on rage games? Is there a semi-rage game that you can practice on? Oops. What's on the docket for the stream anniversary? I don't know, Di. I don't know. I've been very uninspired recently. Ever since we finished that artwork competition, my mind has just been like empty. I've been like living day to day, my friend. I've been living like, I'm waking up and I'm like, today is going to be okay. And then the next day I'm like, today is going to be okay. And I keep telling myself that over and over. And I don't get too much done, but I'm making it through. Whoops. But yes, we will, if I can, I'll try to do like maybe, I could be stuck here forever. This is how life feels right now. This is how life feels sometimes, you guys. Right there. Oh no. Oh no. Another art competition. No. But we might do a 24-hour stream. That's always fun. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Doo-doo-doo. I too live life day to day. That's all right sometimes, Lupus. Sometimes you go through phases in life where life is just like that, you know? You can't live life the same way the entire time. Goes in little phases. Yahoo! Let's go up skis, up skis. I was trying to do the fancier, faster way. And I'm glad that I stuck with it. And let's go boing. And then we go, careful now. Careful now, don't want to fling ourselves off the edge or anything. Oh dear. Oh dear, what did I just say? What did I just say? Boing. Now we go on this bucket. There's the snake. There's the snake. Would y'all like to ride on the snake? That snake leads all the way to the bottom. All of the progress that we have made thus far could be destroyed if we went down that snake. Which of course is an excellent idea. Lots of fun. Whoa. I've never bounced like properly off of that board here. Oof. Yeah, like that. I think that's the first time I've ever used that left side board like that. Okay, well, regardless, let's make it up this mountain and let's beat the game. We're gonna beat the game. And also, any raiders that are here still from Reach Pat, we are probably going to raid somebody else. Well, we definitely will. We will raid another person. I can't raid myself, so it has to be another person. And I can't raid Reach Pat because they're getting started in about 10 minutes. And I think that we're going to be done in 10 minutes, okay? So don't forget, Reach Pat stream is in about 10 minutes. And maybe we can hold out and we can raid him right back. We'll raid you right back, Reach Pat. Here we go. Let me up. Let me up. Yep. All lies and slander. Like I said, nothing but lies. I'm sorry. Oh, snap. My stream's about to start. I gotta run. Thank goodness. Get ready. Get ready. I'll hit you with that double raid. Hit you with a double raid, my friend. Very nice. Boing. Oh! We can make it. We can do it. I wanna grab the top of this. Yeah, there we go. Whee! Wahoo! Supposed to shoot a little more to the left to make it out quickly. Oh. Ooh, that's some really fast space. That's the fastest space we've done recently. Oh, I didn't get sub 10. Dang it. Well, that's all right. We got another win under our belt. Hooray! You guys, I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed some climbing. Thank you so much for keeping me company, you guys. I really appreciate it. I love hanging out with you guys. I'm gonna do one spin. Do one big spin, you guys. Hey, where's my spin? Spin. There it is. 32. Let's do, yeah, spin. We didn't get a very good spin there. That's all right. But, yeah. You guys, thanks for being here. I love hanging out with y'all. That was good climbing. How many more till 50? It looks like we've got, if it'll show me. It didn't update it here. Is it 3? Is it 3? It's 3 or 4, something like that. 3 or 4, something like that. Oh, 3 left. 3 left. I see. Very nice. Okay, well, let's find somebody to raid you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed vibing. I enjoyed vibing with you guys. Okay, here we go. If I make a banner for the VOD channel, may I upload it? Oh, I'm sorry. Alchemic, I missed that message. If I make a banner for the VOD channel, may I upload it? Sure. I'm sure you'd make a good one. I'd love to look at it, though. I'd love to look at it just so that I can enjoy it, but I'm sure it would look great. I'm sure that it would look great, but if you want to upload it and surprise me, then yeah, just tell me whenever you uploaded it, and I will be able to take a peek and enjoy it. Let me take a look at who's online that we can raid. Do, 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 do. Okay, so let's maybe raid my friendo Minnie. I see Minnie's online, and she's celebrating 1 year affiliated, and she is playing Stardew. Very cute game, nice chill game for some chill evening vibes. Holy moly. Guys, it's late. Thanks for sticking with me so long. Holy moly. Hope that y'all enjoyed the late night vibes. And yeah, let's go say hi to Minnie. I'm exhausted. 7 hours. 7 hours in that game. Woo! Thanks for sticking with me, you guys, to the tough game as well. Goodness gracious. We made it through the tough game, and I think we're probably going to, like, maybe take it a little bit easy now. I said that I wanted a difficult game that would challenge me, and I got one. That one was lots of fun, but it was really tough as well. And I know that there's lots of people that didn't want to watch the streams because of spoilers, and I'll be happy to be playing something that nobody's worried about getting spoiled. But tomorrow, we're probably going to be building some of our Lego set. This one over here. This is the big Lego set. This is what we should be building tomorrow. I'll set up the table. Last week we tried to make this, but I did feel really sick, so I decided to take a day off. But hopefully we can get some more work done on this. It's a giant set. It's a giant set, and I'd love to finish it before September's over, but I don't know. We might not make it. We might have to finish it up in October. And maybe in October we can get like a spooky Lego set, or like, I would love a skeleton. That would be the best. If you could have like a Lego skeleton that you could like hang up by its head, that would be very funny. Yes, we are running out of September. That is true. September is almost over, and this is the last Saturday in September. But I don't know. We could maybe finish it up on a weekday or something. I really want to get this Lego set built because it's like just sitting over there, and I want it to look good. I want my room to look good. I want the two little Lego sets put together. But yeah, holy moly, it's late, you guys. It's late. Let's go say hi to my friend. Let's go say hi to my friend Minnie. We're gonna say happy 1 year. Happy. Actually, I'm just gonna say. I don't know how to spell anniversary. Actually, okay. That's not how to spell it. I can tell. Is it an E? No. It's not an E. I feel like I'm a letter off here. Anniversary. No, I spelled it right. I just had to look at it. Okay. Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong. It took me a second try. Took me 2 tries because I thought that there was 2 R's at the end there. Yeah. Sweet. Big brain over here. Big brain. Big brain moment. Is that spelled right? That looks good. That looks good right there. Trust me, I'm good at spelling. Oh, yes. Very nice. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how to spell it. It's Minnie's 1 year anniversary. Let's go say hi. I'm going to hang out in the chat. And again, thanks for being here. Super long streams. I love y'all all very, very much. And I appreciate y'all all so much. Thank you very much for the subbies. Thank you so much for the biddies. But honestly, thanks most of all for vibing with me and chatting with me, keeping me company while I'm suffering through that extremely difficult game. But it was fun. It was fun, but in that painful way. Thank you, Erica. It's nice to see you. All right. Goodbye, everybody. I'll see you later. Thank you so much, Alchemic, for watching the chat. Thank you so much, Dai, for being a mod. Thank you so much, Linz. Thank you so much, Arisa and Jedi. I really, really appreciate y'all helping me out, making it so much easier. Wicked Wheezy followed like 18 minutes ago, and I didn't say thank you. Thank you, Wicked Wheezy. Thank you, Lemonberry, Bohemian Moon, Celestial, Kivi, Kuri, Lupus, and Taiyaki for being my incredible VIPs that I love very much. Thanks for sticking with me for so long. Everybody, let's go say hi to Minnie. Don't forget to copy-paste the message. Bye-bye, Emo Kitten. It was good to see you. Bye-bye. See you later, Kivi. Bye, Bohemian Moon. Good to see you, Chili. See ya. Bye-bye. Mushroom Gal. Much love. Reach Pat. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much to Reach Pat and to Kelsey for the raids. I really appreciate it. You giving your community over here for a little while and letting them hang out with me. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. It means a lot, Reach Pat. And I'll see you guys soon. See you guys soon. All right. Bye-bye. Toodaloo. You will be VIP soon, I would bet. You're already bronze. You're getting close, Awkward. You're getting close. All right. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye. Much love. Up, up. Up, 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 up. Thank you so much for the watching of the videos and all of that. I'm looking for my stop button. I found it. Bye.